Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Please be seated. Before we commence, I wish to draw members' attention to the fact that the Business Committee is not meeting today, and therefore has agreed there will be no suspension of the sitting at 1 p.m. and the question time will commence as normal at 2 p.m. I have received notice from the First and Deputy First Minister that they wish to make a statement. Before I call the Deputy First Minister, I remind members that this will be a question time, so it will be questions and answers. So I call the Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to make the following statement on the 41st Summit of the British-Irish Council, which took place on the 21st of June 2024 and was hosted by the Isle of Man Government. The heads of delegation were welcomed by the Isle of Man Government's Chief Minister, Alfred Cannon, MHK. I attended the summit along with Junior Minister Aisling Riley and Economy Minister Conor Murphy. The First Minister was unable to travel but participated in the summit via web link. The Ministers have agreed that I make this statement on their behalf. The Scottish Government delegation was led by the Right Honourable John Sweeney, MSP. The UK Government was led by the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, the Right Honourable Chris Heaton-Harris, and the Welsh Government was led by Cabinet Secretary for the Economy, Energy and Welsh Language, Jeremy Miles, MS. The Government of Guernsey was led by the Chief Minister, Deputy Lyndon Trott, and the Government of Jersey was led by its Chief Minister, Deputy Lyndon Farman. The Irish Government was led by the Taoiseach, Simon Harris TD. A full list of the principal delegates that attended is attached to the copy of this statement, which has been provided to members. This was the first summit meeting of the British-Irish Council attended by ministers of the Northern Ireland Executive since 2021, and we were warmly welcomed by the representatives of other governments present in what was the 25th anniversary year of the Council's establishment. All governments reaffirmed their commitment to the Council and emphasised its value and importance as a forum for the exchange of information and ideas. The summit opened, as is customary, with reflections on the latest political, social, economic developments across each jurisdiction. Members will not be surprised to learn that the governments are currently grappling with many of the same problems and challenges, including the impact of the cost of living crisis on their communities and the constraints on the funding needed to tackle these issues. We took the opportunity to outline our key priorities since the resumption of government in February, including work to establish a sound fiscal framework and the need for transformation of public services. The theme of the summit was unlocking the economic and social opportunities of renewables across these islands. The Isle of Man Government had earlier given a presentation on the progress it is making in transitioning to renewable energy. The Council discussed the initiatives taking place and best practice across administrations to support the shift from fossil fuel, ranging from decarbonisation of heat to harnessing new and emerging technologies. British Irish Council administrations are collectively at the international forefront of renewables, and Northern Ireland is certainly playing its part in that. Earlier this year, the Council's energy work sector, comprising officials from across all administrations, visited Northern Ireland to see for themselves the fantastic work happening here. In discussion, the employment opportunities that greener energy supports were highlighted, as well as the positive environmental impacts and wider associated health benefits of renewables. Of particular note are cleaner air and the contribution of carbon reduction to the sustainability of our planet. Equally, the need to engage with and enlist the support of stakeholders in the development of our strategies were recognised. We all agreed on the importance of enhanced cooperation and sharing learning between governments so we can face the challenges and realise the potential and ambition in unlocking the economic and social opportunities of renewables across these islands. Finally, the Council noted that the next BIC summit will be hosted by the Government of Scotland in December. Mr. Speaker, that concludes our statement.
Matthew Taylor.
Thank you, First Minister. In order for Northern Ireland to meet its renewable energy targets as set out in climate change legislation, we will need interconnectors both east-west and north-south. We do need that north-south interconnector. The Executive needs to make progress on the permissions in order to deliver that. Does the Executive still support the development of the north-south interconnector, and when will we see progress on its delivery?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, of course, there is a drive across all of the departments in government because of the targets set down, but also because of, I think, a collective willingness and recognition of the importance of these measures. There is a process in place which the member will be aware of, and those processes will have to go through appropriately. And of course that is for another department who is managing that. But indeed, more than happy to give him an update once we reach out to that department onto the very particular issues that he has raised.
Philip McGuigan.
Con Collier, can I thank the Deputy First Minister for the statement? Can I ask her maybe if she could outline the various work sectors of the British Irish Council?
I thank the member for his question. As the member is undoubtedly aware, there are 8 different administrations that are involved in the work of the BIC, and there are 10 work sectors, of which 3 Northern Ireland leads. The 3 that Northern Ireland lead on are transport, housing and planning and place. But there are also issues on energy, early years, environment, Indigenous minority and lesser used languages, drugs and alcohol, social inclusion and creative industries.
Maurice Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, or Deputy Speaker, did the First Minister hold any bilateral meetings on the fringes of the British Irish Council? If so, with whom, and what were the issues discussed?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. Yes, we held 2 specific bilaterals with the Isle of Man, who were hosting, and we discussed a range of issues, including the developments in the Isle of Man, particularly around the renewables and green technologies, but also the wider issues around their economy and tourism. We also held a bilateral with the First Minister of Scotland, John Sweeney, where we talked about a range of issues, but in particular looking forward in relation to the fiscal situation and what was likely to happen in budget terms as well. But of course these meetings provide an opportunity to have a number of conversations with attendees and delegates, and over the course of the number of days, including the formal dinner that was held, I had the opportunity to engage with a significant conversation with all of the other 7 administrations that were present and represented there.
Hannah Egan.
Thank the Deputy First Minister for her statement. There's clearly very important issues raised, including a sound fiscal framework, need for transformation in public services and, of course, renewable energy. Can I ask how these will fit into a programme for government?
I thank the member for her question. And of course, the programme for government has to be underpinned by a sound fiscal framework. We all know the challenges that have been articulated in this place. I think every single week since restoration, and for good reason, because we are somewhat limited in what we can do if we are limited in terms of the finances and funding we have to do that. But of course there is some transformation that can take place nevertheless. We have made the point before in this House that a programme for government that promises everything will be able to achieve very, very little. So we are very keen that the programme for government is really targeted on some key strategic priorities where over the course of the next 3 years we can genuinely add that value, recognising the challenges within the fiscal environment in which we operate. And that has to be about driving forward some key strategic initiatives, including childcare and affordable childcare, which we've referenced, but also that very, very important transformation piece to ensure that our public services, health, tackling waiting lists, supporting special educational needs, an education system that works for everybody, those are key priorities for the executive, and that will require transformation as well.
Padraig Delargy.
I thank the Deputy First Minister for her statement, and I note that the recent theme was around unlocking the opportunities of the economic and social opportunities of renewable energies. Can you talk me through the next steps in that process, please?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. Yes, I think there are many opportunities here in Northern Ireland. We've got now the announcement from the East West Council of the Enhanced Investment Zone. Now that is at a very early stage, but I think that provides the opportunity to shape that for what we want it to be. And I believe that that provides the opportunities to focus on emerging industries that can support good jobs, better jobs and the growth of our economy. And that must mean the identification of the opportunities around green tech and green growth. So there are of course a number of other initiatives. We've got the city deals that are rolling out, and I know that a number of areas are developing hubs and different initiatives in relation to the green energy space. We're leading at the moment in terms of hydrogen, and that's just one of the examples. So yes, we have a determination to identify all the possible opportunities for growth here in Northern Ireland, and there's no doubt that green growth and green tech is one of the key industries we will be focusing on.
Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister agree that the role of the British Irish Council is as relevant today as it was when it was first created? Thank you.
I thank the member for his question. Absolutely. Building relationships work. We are a small place, and of course it is in our interest to work with other jurisdictions, not least in situations where there are both opportunity and challenges. At a time of challenge where we are facing fiscal constraint, it makes absolute sense to talk to our closest neighbours, to look elsewhere at what initiatives and projects and policies that they are driving forward, what works in those jurisdictions, and bring what works there to Northern Ireland. We don't have to keep reinventing a wheel. We can look elsewhere. I often say be the magpies of the policy world, of looking at what has worked and what is suitable for here, tailor it for a particular set of circumstances. But that is best done through these types of forums where we've got 7 other administrations there, where we can listen, we can learn, and we can take forward some of those initiatives that we hear about.
Linda Dillon.
I can call you and thank the Deputy First Minister for the statement. Deputy First Minister, I agree with you on the green growth, and as an area I declare an interest. In Mid-Ulster is an area that has specific interest around the economic impact of that and the economic benefits, but also you have outlined here the health benefits, and particularly that around clean air and the need to engage with those stakeholders. Can you give us some idea of what that engagement looks like? Will it be with the health department and on other departments, but also with NGOs and advocacy groups?
Minister.
Absolutely. I think over recent years there have been more and more people engaged in this area. I think that's a very welcome thing, particularly a lot of younger people who are engaged in activism around climate change and driving forward that desire to see policy change within governments and administrations. I've also had the opportunity to speak to a number of local councils, and it's really good to see at a local council level that support for these types of initiatives and green growth, particularly under the City Deal initiatives. I think it's important, and one of the issues we talked about at the BIC was that balance across all of this. I think in some quarters and some sectors there's a little bit of a concern about the burden of climate change and meeting these targets disproportionately falling on particular sectors, and that includes our farming and agriculture sector, incredibly important sector for us here. But we need to recognise that whatever way that we roll this out, it must be done in a fair and proportionate way, and that no one sector disproportionately feels that burden, that we're really in this together and we're listening to all of the voices in this with a joint desire to reach these targets and improve the environment in which we live.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her statement today. I wanted to ask her how does the work of the British Irish Council complement the work of both the North-South Ministerial Council and also the East-West Council?
Minister.
I thank the member for her question. As I said in the statement in this House on the East-West Council, I really welcome that addition really to a number of these types of bodies that are all focused on sharing experience, building relationships and having that closer collaboration across these aisles. I do think that there had been that gap. Of course, the British Irish Council and the North-South Ministerial Council were products of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, but there was no body that looked at the internal UK relationships, and I'm really glad that we achieved that agreement with the UK Government to have and establish and to hold the first British the East-West Council. So look, I think all of this works together. We don't want this to be something that duplicates any of the other work, and I'm confident that it won't. But we have few enough opportunities to have those genuine conversations on policy. Policy matters. How it is implemented matters. How we deliver for people matters. And actually talking to each other makes a lot of sense at a time particularly of fiscal restriction and constraint.
Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her statement and answers so far. She mentioned the importance of cooperation and shared learning. Can she give an example of how discussions at the British Irish Council have helped to inform policy decisions for us here in Northern Ireland?
Sir.
Look, absolutely. I think even at this meeting where we were discussing the opportunities around green growth, it was really useful to hear what some of the other jurisdictions are pursuing. And one of the key points that came out is that we shouldn't be competing with each other across those 8 administrations and countries. We should be working together to make sure what we're driving forward is supplementary to and complementary to what is happening elsewhere. There's no point in spending a significant amount of money to be in competition. But one really good example actually was the £100 voucher that we rolled out here in Northern Ireland as part of our COVID recovery. That came about in terms of a discussion at the British Irish Council with the Government of Jersey, who had rolled out a similar scheme. And I know from speaking to many many of our small businesses or independent businesses or restaurants and hospitality how valuable that scheme was in terms of putting much needed revenue into their pockets and into their businesses. So it's a really good example, a real world example of a scheme that was taken forward following a discussion at the British Irish Council.
Mark Durgan.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her statement. If I could ask the Minister, how do we compare to these other jurisdictions in terms of our trajectory towards our renewable targets? And is there any learning we can take from elsewhere on planning, for example, to make our target more realistic and realisable?
Minister.
I thank the member for his question. The member will be aware of the very challenging nature of the targets that we have set. It was this place that decided to set those targets, and that includes an interim target in 2030 of, I think, about 48% of our energy coming from renewables. These are challenging, but it is something for us to drive towards. I'm very pleased to say that Northern Ireland is currently showing a very, very strong trajectory against that. We are one of the highest across these British Isles in terms of the electricity that we get from renewables at the moment. And indeed, I think that gives us a good foundation to work on for that. But there's no doubt that we have challenges here. Our planning system, for example, is slow, and when people apply for certain things that they feel is required in terms of meeting their targets, but that may take years and years to get through the system, then understandably there will be a delay in terms of the achievability of what they're trying to do. So look, I do think departments need to be very honest about this. I think in the next short while we will have to have that discussion where departments are looking honestly to say, look, how achievable are the targets that are currently set out? What are the actions that are required to try to get us to that point? Because I think that honest conversation is an essential part in terms of everybody, as I've said, driving towards that shared objective of getting to these targets as quickly as we can.
That concludes questions to the Executive Office. Thank you, Deputy First Minister. And I move to the Minister for Infrastructure, who has requested to make a statement. I call the Minister.
Plans to Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, I wish to make the following statement on the meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council in the transport sector held on Thursday, the 27th of June 2024. The meeting took place in the offices of the NSMC Joint Secretariat, Armagh, and was chaired by me. I attended this meeting with Eamon Ryan, TD, Minister for Transport, along with Mike Nesbitt, Minister for Health, attending as the accompanying Minister. The NSMC agreed that the A5 dualling and cross-border linked road projects, including the N2 Clontribrett to Border Road Scheme and Donegal 10T upgrades, are critical to the development of the region, improving road safety and stimulating economic growth. Ministers welcomed the announcement in February 2024 of a €600 million contribution from the Government of Ireland towards the A5 project and its support in advancing the N2 Clontribrett to the border and Donegal 10T upgrades. The Council noted that the A5, Donegal 10T and N2 road infrastructure projects continue to progress, with both administrations working collaboratively, including in relation to the mitigation of impacts on the River Foyle floodplain. Ministers noted that the establishment of a cross-border working group that would reinforce this collaboration specifically in the continued development of the N2 Clontribrett to Border Road Scheme and Phase 3 of the A5 and Ballygolly to the border, including the proposals for a seamless cross-border link road of approximately 3 kilometres in length to ensure successful outcomes through the planning process. The Council welcomed the progress on the implementations of commitments outlined in the New Decade New Approach Agreement of January 2020, in particular in relation to infrastructural investment. Ministers welcomed the progress being made on various cross-border greenways, including the Sligo-Enniskillen Greenway, the North West Greenway Network, the Ulster Canal Greenway and the Carlingford Lough Greenway. They welcomed the announcement by the Government of Ireland in February 24 of a €1.5 million contribution to enable the completion of an outstanding element of the cross-border Carlingford Greenway, a 1.6 kilometre boardwalk structure outside Neagh, as well as the funding provided by the Department of Infrastructure. Ministers noted that the Government of Ireland has commissioned an expert-led review on potential cross-border greenway opportunities in line with the commitment to create an island-wide greenway network. The Council welcomed the allocation of funding by the Government of Ireland of €12.5 million from the Shared Island Fund, with match funding from the Department of Transport to meet the total cost of introducing an hourly frequency rail service between Belfast and Dublin over an initial 3-year period. The NSMC noted the presentation provided on cross-border intercity rail services between Belfast and Dublin and on the All-Island Strategic Rail Review, and welcomed the progress in relation to the review and the intention to present the final review to the NI Executive and the Government of Ireland in July 2024. The Council noted the ongoing review of the potential for government support for renewed viable air routes from Cork to Belfast, from Dublin to City of Derry Airport as well. The NSMC welcomed the continued cooperation between DFI and DOT in matters relating to EU funding, and welcomed the decision in April 2024 to award €165 million from the Peace Plus programme towards the Enterprise Fleet Replacement Project. The Council welcomed progress with EU-funded Connected Europe Facility and Interreg projects, including A1 Belfast to Dublin road safety improvements, removal of major bottleneck on the North Sea Mediterranean corridor at Newry Warren Point, planning and design phase of the TNT priority route improvement in the North West multimodal transport hub, cross-border greenways and electric vehicle chargers. The Council noted the updates provided by the Department of Transport in respect of actions under the Sustainable Mobility Policy and related actions under the Climate Action Plans, and by the Department of Infrastructure in respect of the Transport Decarbonisation Policy development, including increasing sustainable active travel. Ministers noted that officials from both administrations will progress agreed cross-border sustainable travel and transport projects, continue to liaise on policy development and seek opportunities for further collaboration, and agreed that a further update will be provided at a future NSMC meeting. The Council noted current ambitions, mechanisms and governance arrangements in relation to biodiversity loss and climate action, mitigation, adaptation in the transport sector across the island of Ireland. The NSMC welcomed the operational practices across the transport sector in support of addressing the loss of biodiversity, and noted the presentation provided on addressing loss of biodiversity in the sector. Ministers noted that officials will be engaging in a number of cross-border initiatives, including an environmental themed workshop to showcase and share information on biodiversity best practice across the transport sector. The Council agreed to hold its next transport meeting in autumn 2024. In closing, Mr Speaker, or Deputy Speaker, my officials and I look forward to working with the Minister of Transport and their officials in all areas of cooperation in the transport sector. Thank you.
Minister, thank you for that statement. And for the first question, I call Matthew O'Toole. Mark Durkin.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Agus buíochas leis an éire as a right.
My thanks to the Minister for his statement.
British Government's €600 million contribution, £88.5 million of that contribution is earmarked in this year's budget. Given the Minister's announcement, well, his indication yesterday, very welcome indication of his intention to recommend approval, can he advise us if any money in DFI's own capital budget has been earmarked for spend on the A5 this financial year?
Minister.
There will be a small contribution from my department in this financial year moving forward. I have mapped out in detail to my executive colleagues how we will move forward with the propose to move forward with the A5 in the coming years. That sets out also the budgetary plans, both from my department and how we propose to spend the very much welcome contribution from the Dublin Government as well.
Deborah Erskine.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement today. The Minister briefly referred to the All-Island Strategic Rail Review. Can the Minister provide more detail on this review in terms of the next steps after it will be presented to the Executive and the Government of Ireland next month, particularly the discussions between the governments in the context as well of the Union Connectivity Review, and can he ensure, from my perspective, obviously, as a Fermanagh and South Tyrone MLA, that Fermanagh will be included, because we need to ensure we have regionally balanced transport network, and it is the only county not included.
Minister.
The next steps in relation to the review that we presented to the Executive and to the Irish Government later on this month, I hope, for their noting. The review is comprehensive. I have asked for a review of the review in relation to Fermanagh. It would be inappropriate for me to make any further comments in relation to it before presenting it to my executive colleagues, but I can assure the member that regardless of the outcomes, the review is open to ongoing analysis and deliberations, and the ambition of the review is to ensure that we connect all parts of this island, both rural and urban, with proper rail networks.
And thank you to the Minister for your statement today. Minister, in your statement you mentioned that the Neagh Southern Relief Road is intended to provide a strategic link between the A1 Dublin-Belfast corridor and the A2 Warrenpoint Road, and you'll know how dangerous the A1 Dublin-Belfast road is, and I'd be interested to know if the Minister can provide any more update in terms of the upgrade of the A1.
Sure. Thank you to the member for a question. I can confirm that following deliberations with my officials in regards to my capital budget, that I will be proceeding with the safety improvements to the A1 and proceeding them in a manner that it will be done in the one package rather than over a series of phases. Doing it as one scheme is much more economically viable, but it also ensures that that road, a very busy road where we have lost 40 lives over this last 20 years, is dramatically improved in its safety outcome. I'd like to note there's been many campaigners around safety on the A1, but I'd particularly like to note Monica Heaney, who has campaigned for safety on the A1 following the tragic death of her son Carol, and I commend her and others who have campaigned for that work, and I can assure them that that work will now proceed as I have lifted the embargo on it.
Andrew McMurray.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Is the Minister concerned about Irish Rail stating that an hourly service may add 20 minutes to the total journey for early morning commuters from the Belfast to Dublin service?
It has been raised and brought to my attention. My department has been engaging with Irish Rail in regards to this matter. I would hope that they will take on board our concerns around the potential for disruption and delays to the hourly service. Cross-border service, and I would hope for a positive outcome in that regard.
Danny Baker.
And thank the Minister for his answer so far. Has the North-South Ministerial Council agreed to include road safety as a permanent feature of the transport sectorial? Minister.
Thank the member for his question. Yes, it is a long-standing item on the sectoral work programme for transport. There are common causes across the island of Ireland in relation to road safety, in relation to crashes, and we can learn from each other's jurisdictions. And for me, it's an important learning opportunity and the sharing of experiences to be able to learn from both jurisdictions in this island. So it will be a standing item on our agenda.
Keith Buchanan.
Speaker, Minister, thanks very much for the statement so far. My question relates to the presentation that was provided to you on biodiversity in the sector. What's our objectives or the objectives of the North-South Ministerial Council on that? And you can give a wee bit more insight into that.
Mr.
Again, it's from learning from each other's experience in regards to this matter. The member will appreciate, regardless of your different opinions on the border of the island of Ireland, biodiversity doesn't stop at either side of the border, and we have common biodiversity across the island. So it's how we best manage that, and we learn from each other's experiences. There was a very interesting presentation given by both departments in relation to how we manage road verges and the various lands and pockets of lands that each department manages, and how we best use that to promote biodiversity and protect the biodiversity we have on the island.
Stuart Dixon.
Minister, in the context of the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review, the dualling of the Dargan rail bridge from the York Road to Lanyon is one of the most important pieces of infrastructure. It is not mentioned in the All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review. Does the Minister recognise that it would cause serious difficulties, particularly with rail traffic from the north-west, if this bridge is not dualled?
Minister.
Apologies to the member. I have no details before me in relation to that matter, but I'm more than happy to respond to them in writing.
Liz Kimmins.
Can Corlin, I thank the Minister for his statement, and there's lots of really positive progress, particularly affecting my own constituency, and one of those is the introduction of the hourly enterprise service between Belfast and Dublin, which we have lobbied heavily for, which is really important. So will the Minister agree with me that this will unlock huge potential for the economy here in the north?
Minister.
Yeah, thank the member for a question, and yes, she raises a very valid point. It's often, and I've said this in the House before, when we talk about the rail link between Belfast and Dublin, and when we improve the rail link between Derry, Cork and Dublin, it's often seen as us bringing trade and investment in the one direction, whereas I see it in a totally different light. The hourly service has huge economic potential for the towns and villages and communities from Newry right up through to Belfast, and I think when that service is put in place, we should be encouraging businesses to look at investment along the entirety of that rail line, because you can bring commuters, businesses to you now on an hourly basis. It has fantastic opportunities for all our local businesses and communities.
Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When does the Minister intend to make an announcement for the commencement of the Balnines bypass? Not one you mentioned today, but it will certainly help us get to these routes you mentioned quicker and safer. Thank you.
Minister.
A good segue into the statement, Harry. I will be making further announcements in relation to my capital programme in the next number of weeks, and I'll update the member. I can assure I will update the member in relation to the Balnines bypass.
Matthew O'Toole.
Deputy Speaker, Minister, there is lots of important things that you discussed at the NSMC. You acknowledge the connectivity of this island and the interrelationships between transport networks in both parts of the island. One of the strange things we do is subsidise long-haul air routes out of the north at a cost of £2.5 million to the public purse in order to, in some strange way, stymie Dublin Airport. It's not working. It's a waste of money. Couldn't that money be better redirected towards our rail network, active travel, or indeed anything else? Will he make representations to his colleagues, the Finance and Economy Minister, to do away with this preposterous waste of money?
Minister.
I'm involved in many strange things as Minister, but unfortunately that is not one of them. I have heard the member raise it on numerous occasions with the relevant ministers, and I'm sure they're taking his concerns under consideration.
I'm sure they are. Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, in relation to the A5, the Commissioner's report for the public inquiry has been with the Department for 10 months. It's been on your desk for 6 months. 5 people have died since February. You've told me you're being very careful, yet yesterday you made an announcement to the House about your intention 3 days before the election. Whilst I cautiously welcome it, I am sceptical. Minister, what is the small contribution from your department, and what are you doing as Minister for the Department for Infrastructure to ensure the funding will be found to deliver fully the A5 road?
Minister.
I suspect you're sceptical about a lot of things, Mr. McCrossan. I can't help you with that. I'm sure there's somebody who can, if you look around. But the timelines of my announcement have not been driven by an election. They have been driven by the requirements for me to follow a detailed and analytical examination of the PAC's report, driven by legal advice, scientific advice and other advice. I came to this point in time, whether there was an election or no election. The communications with my executive colleagues came about as a result of me completing that work in line with the advice from my officials. I have now communicated with my executive colleagues. The PAC report is on the way to my executive colleagues. I will be presenting a final draft of that report and recommendation to my executive colleagues in August. The PAC report will be published at that time, and I would hope that my recommendation to the executive will also be adopted for the A5 to move ahead.
Members, that concludes questions on the statement. The Speaker has received notice from the Minister for Infrastructure that he wishes to make a further statement. Minister.
Deputy Speaker, with you in one moment. Okay. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with your permission and compliance with Section 52 of the NA Act 1998, I wish to make a statement regarding the North-South Ministerial Council NSMC Inland Waterways meeting, which was held in the Canal Stores, Clonus, County Monaghan on the 19th of June 2024. The executive was presented by myself as Minister for Infrastructure and by Junior Minister Pam Cameron. The Irish Government was represented by Dara O'Brien TD, Minister for Housing, Local Government and Heritage, and Minister Malcolm Noonan TD, Minister of State for Heritage and Electoral Reform. This statement has been agreed with Junior Minister Cameron, and I am making it on behalf of both of us. I chaired the meeting, and the following is a note of what was discussed. We welcome the achievements of Waterways Ireland since the last meeting and the valuable contribution it makes to its various activities, including the launch of Waterways Ireland's 10-year plan, its digital transformation programme, and its nomination for various awards, including the Green Public Sector Organisation of the Year category at the Green Awards. The success of the Royal Canal Greenway and the ongoing work of the Grand Canal Greenway and the Ulster Canal Greenway, and progression of major projects such as the Barrow Navigation, Tullamore Harbour and Depot, Camden Lough and Connacht Harbour, the ongoing rehabilitation of Carn Row Weir on the Lower Bann, and the delivery of Phase 2 of the Ulster Canal Restoration Project. Waterways Ireland involvement in the development of the Shannon Tourism Master Plan and Earn Visitors Experience Development Programme, the development of its Assets Management Programme, its Business Continuity Framework, its Emergency Response Plan, on the implementation of its Health and Safety Programme and pursuit of ISO 45001 accreditation, and the introduction of a hybrid working policy, launch of its people strategy, and filling of key posts to enable the organisation to fulfil its statutory remit. We welcome the response of Waterways Ireland to climate change, biodiversity and sustainability issues, how Waterways Ireland has resourced itself and built capacity to enable success in addressing climate change and biodiversity loss, and how Waterways Ireland seeks to drive cultural change by embedding sustainability in the organisation. We approve Waterways Ireland Corporate Plan 23-25 and the business plans and budget grants for 22, 23 and 24. We noted that Waterways Ireland's annual reports and accounts for the years 21 and 22 have been laid before the Northern Ireland Assembly and both houses of the Oireachtas, and the annual report and accounts for 23 have been submitted to the Controller and Auditor General in both jurisdictions, and following certification will be laid before the Assembly and both houses of the Oireachtas. We noted the proposed updating by Waterways Ireland of Shannon navigation bylaws and the canals bylaws involving extensive stakeholder engagement, and that the body is in the process of reviewing submissions received as part of its consultation process. We noted that the terms of reference for an independent organisational review of Waterways Ireland have been approved by the Finance Ministers, and that an update on the position of the review will be provided at a future meeting. We consented to a number of property disposals and acquisitions. We noted the progress achieved in the restoration of the Ulster Canal and the plans for Phase 3 of the restoration of the Ulster Canal from Castle Sanderson to Clonfad. We welcome additional funding of 80 million for Phase 3 of the project from the Government of Ireland, and noted an event to mark the completion by Waterways Ireland of the Ulster Canal Restoration Phase 2, which took place later that day at Clonus Marina, County Monaghan. We welcome the commencement of construction of the Narwater Bridge, marked in an event in June attended by the Taoiseach, Taoiseach, Minister of State at the Department of Housing and Local Government and Heritage, and myself as Minister for Infrastructure. We welcome the Government of Ireland approved shared island funding for the total cost of the project, based on the successful tender price of €102 million plus VAT, and noted that the bridge is a major investment in landmark cross-border infrastructure, and we provide for car, cycle and pedestrian traffic connecting the A2 Newry to Warrenpoint dual carriageway in County Down with the R173 Omeath in County Lough. The NSMC also noted the significant benefits the bridge will bring in better connecting both jurisdictions and in the development of sustainable tourism in the East Border regions. The Council agreed to hold its next Inland Waterways meeting in late 2024. That concludes my statement on the Inland Waterways sectoral meeting. Thank you.
Minister, thank you. And for the first question, I call Mark Durkin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for the statement. Welcome much of what is in the statement, a lot of positive news on positive work being done. In terms of corporate governance matters, Minister, Waterways Ireland do not currently have a board in place. I believe that's an issue that was being considered by the NSMC. It had been raised at the previous meetings in 2021. Was this, did this feature at all at the most recent meeting?
Sure.
It didn't feature at the most recent meeting, but the member is absolutely correct. It is under review and has been currently looked at by the Secretariat, and a report will be brought to a future NSMC meeting about that matter.
Call Deborah Erskine.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. The Minister has provided an update on the ongoing work to review and update the Shannon navigation bylaws and the canal bylaws, and in evidence to the committee, Waterways Ireland officials advised that once that work is completed, there would be an aspiration that at some point in the future we would revisit the Earn bylaws to update them as well. Minister, the way we use our waterways and safety around the waterways has changed significantly over the years, and I see that as a local MLA. So updating bylaws need to reflect that. So what discussions, if any, has the North-South Ministerial Council had on updating the Earn bylaws, and if there has been none, can you give the House a commitment that this is something you will raise?
Minister.
I understand now the work has been completed in relation to the bylaws in the south. That Waterways Ireland will now move towards a consultation in relation to its bylaws in the north as well. So a consultation will be produced, and obviously members and other interested parties will be able to respond to that before it's brought further.
Cathal Boylan.
Could I welcome the Minister's statement and his answer so far? Minister, in your statement you mentioned the ongoing rehabilitation of Cairn Row Weir on the lower bound. Is this project nearing completion?
Sure.
Yes, I recently visited the project, and it is actually a very impressive piece of work and a very complicated piece of engineering that has been going on there, and can only take place during certain parts of the year because of the water levels within the band. But progress is being made well. Phase 2, the remaining length of the weir to the eastern side of the river and adjacent to the lock chamber, is due for completion in the summer of 2024. Sorry,
Baker.
the autumn of 2024.
Thank you, Minister. Danny Baker.
Minister, what plans, if any, are there to restore the Ulster Canal from Clonus to Lough?
Minister.
The restoration of the Ulster Canal to include a connection with Lough to Clonus, however, it has been a commitment in the Stormont House Agreement, the Fresh Start, a new decade near approach. Currently there is no actual plans in place to deliver those commitments, but I want to work along with Waterways Ireland and with the NSMC in ensuring that we do deliver on those commitments, because the tourism potential for us in completing that connection is huge. And I think we haven't fully harnessed the potential of our inland waterways in this jurisdiction to date for a variety of reasons, including a lengthy period of austerity moving forward. So I think those commitments that have been made in a number of agreements now have to be fulfilled, and I look forward to working with others in fulfilling them.
Keith Buchanan.
Speaker, Minister, what way can Waterways Ireland or your department solve the issue in the River Blackwater, the safety issue for access for boats to and from Lough Neagh, and was this issue discussed, and obviously the tourism potential that is there if that was opened up?
Sure. The River Blackwater, which I'm very familiar with, doesn't fall under the remit of Waterways Ireland, but I think it goes back to my comments to the previous question. We're not fulfilling the full potential of our inland waterways. And I think when you look at the River Blackwater, the connections to Lough Neagh, the Ulster Canal and others, we do have to find a mechanism to deliver the potential they have for tourism, leisure, and even the fisheries industry as well in those areas. And we are failing in that regard. So I think there has to be a review of how we manage those waterways to their full potential.
Andrew McMurray.
Thank you to the Minister so far. In addressing climate change and loss of biodiversity and sustainability issues within the statement, I was just wondering if the Minister could elaborate further on how some of these issues might be tackled and addressed.
Minister.
Waterways Ireland has increased focus on sustainable management of the natural environment of the waterways. Given its remit, it's obviously connected to the protection of biodiversity and ecology. In 2022, Waterways also adopted a 10-year climate action plan and will continue to deliver on this. The environment, sustainability and action plan are key priorities in its 2024 business plan and includes implementation of water management strategy and a heritage and biodiversity plan as well.
I call Linda Dillon.
Good and thank the Minister for his statement. As a representative from Mid-Ulster, but specifically from the Coal Island area, I have a specific interest both in the Blackwater into Lough and the extension of the Ulster Canal. We have a really good history in Coal Island around that, but I'm just wondering, on the back of previous questions, Minister, around that access through Blackwater to Lough, if you can tell us whether that you think the Irish Government will work with you on that and getting that access both ways, both into Lough, and that is coming right through the Blackwater and coming the other way, because Lough Rescue have a real problem at the moment in being able to access the River Blackwater in order to be part of rescue efforts whenever somebody gets into trouble.
Minister.
Thank you for the first question. I think, given the experience of Waterways Ireland in terms of its role across a vast network of inland waterways across the island of Ireland, it is ideally placed to support and work with organisations in relation to the River Blackwater and elsewhere. It obviously doesn't fall under the NSMC's remit as yet, but I do think going forward it would be useful to all if the remit of Waterways Ireland was broadened and it was allowed to support and work with communities, River Blackwater being an example, and there's many other examples as well.
Okay, members, that concludes the questions on that statement. I ask members to take their ease for a moment as we prepare for another statement. Members, the Speaker has received notice from the Minister for the Economy that he wishes to make a statement. Minister.
With your permission, I wish to make a statement in compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998 regarding a meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council in Tourism Sectoral format. This meeting was held in Armagh on the 24th of June 2024. Junior Minister Pam Cameron, MLA, accompanied myself representing the Northern Ireland Executive. The Irish Government was represented by Catherine Martin TD, Minister for Tourism, Culture, Arts, Gaeltacht, Sport and Media. The statement has been agreed with Minister Cameron and I am making the statement on behalf of us both. The NSMC welcomed progress report from the Chair of Tourism Ireland on the work of the board since the last NSMC tourism meeting in November 2020. The Council acknowledged the achievements of Tourism Ireland and the valuable contribution it has made to the sector, including its role to support the recovery of tourism following the COVID-19 pandemic. Ministers also noted Tourism Ireland's continued focus on embedding sustainability in its marketing activities. The NSMC noted that officials from both administrations have conducted a review of the work programme for the NSMC tourism sector. Ministers noted the outcome of the review and agreed the addendum to the work programme for the tourism sector. The Council welcomed the joint ministerial statements supporting sustainable tourism and agreed the establishment of a joint strategic coordination group to identify and examine opportunities that will support the sustainable growth of the tourism sector across the island. The Council approved Tourism Ireland's business plans and budgets grants for 2022, 23 and 24, which have Tourism Ireland and Tourism Ireland's 23 to 25 corporate plan, which have been completed in accordance with agreed guidance issued by the Department of Finance and the Department of Public Expenditure, NDP Delivery and Reform, and have been agreed by the sponsor departments and finance ministers. The NSMC noted Tourism Ireland's annual reports and accounts for 2019, 20, 21 and 22, which have been certified by the Controllers and Auditors General and laid before the Northern Ireland Assembly and both houses of the Oireachtas. Ministers agreed that the terms of reference for an organisation capacity review of Tourism Ireland will be considered. The Council approved an additional 8 posts to Tourism Ireland's staffing complement. The NSMC acknowledged the challenges faced within the tourism sector in addressing climate change and loss of biodiversity and noted the policy development and implementation in addressing these issues in each jurisdiction. The Council welcomed collaborative actions by the tourism agencies and the future ambition for the tourism sector on the island. The NSMC received a presentation on the Employer Excellence Programme by Falch Ireland and Tourism Northern Ireland and how agencies are working together to help make tourism an attractive career of choice while building a future pipeline of skilled employees. The Council agreed to hold its next NSMC tourism meeting in late 2024. I commend the statement to the Assembly and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Minister. I call Sinead McLaughlin for the first question.
Thank you, Minister, for your statement. Minister, we've spoken many times about how one of the biggest threats to the all-island tourism economy is the electronic travel authorisation scheme. Was this raised as part of the meeting, and will you undertake to put that at the top of the tourism agenda with the next incoming British Government?
Yes, it was part of our discussion at the sectoral meeting, and the Minister Martin and the Southern Administration understand very clearly the concerns that we have and the challenges that that would present to travel across the island and the impact that that would have on Tourism Ireland, which we jointly share responsibility for. It is my position, I had written to the previous administration, the outgoing administration in London, in relation to this matter. It is my intention that the Executive would take a position as a whole and present that to the incoming government in London at the earliest opportunity to ensure that we try and offset the plans that had been put in place in relation to this. This would have, undoubtedly, it's agreed by everyone in this chamber certainly and agreed by everyone in the tourism sector, that this would have a detrimental impact on our ability to grow tourism and to ensure that it is spread across the island, and so it's something that we're very determined to challenge.
Brett.
Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his statement. Minister, your statement references terms of reference for the organisational capacity review of Tourism Ireland. The Minister will be aware from feedback to the Department's tourism strategy that there is concern amongst tourism providers in Northern Ireland that Tourism Ireland doesn't adequately and equitably highlight Northern Ireland's unique offering on this island. Can the Minister indicate whether this review will ensure that Northern Ireland is rightly marketed by Tourism Ireland and there's not just a focus on the market in the Republic of Ireland?
Sure. Well, I think we need to ensure that if that is a perception, that is the terms of reference have to be fully agreed by both ministers. But where that perception exists, then we need to make sure that doesn't take hold, that is addressed. We have set up the joint coordination group, which will involve the 3 agencies and both departments working collectively together. And Tourism Ireland, from my experience, I'm very keen to promote all 32 counties of Ireland, and I know that they take great effort to try and do that. But if there's some sense on this side of the border, that people aren't getting the full promotion that they want, then certainly we can make sure that that perception is corrected. But yeah, I think when the review terms of reference are agreed, and we will have in our own kind of tourism reference group, which we've set up here, get behind some of that perception and see whether there's anything to stack that up. And if that is the case, then certainly happy to make sure that Tourism Ireland steps up in that regard.
Philip McGuigan.
I thank the Minister for the update on the meeting. Can I ask him if he could provide an update on the Shared Ireland Fund proposals for the Wild Atlantic Way and Causeway Coastal Route?
Well, we had hoped that announcement would be made around this time. I understand there's still some minor issues to be resolved with one of the agencies to get that in order. But there is a Shared Island contribution for promoting the Wild Atlantic Way across that part and right across the north coast, including Derry and Antrim. And that's to give some support to build up the capacity within tourism in those areas to take advantage of that brand, which has been extraordinarily successful in the promotion of tourism in Ireland. So that funding has been agreed. We just want to get it announced and get it out there very quickly and ensure that people can access that.
I thank the Minister for his statement. You've already touched on one of the questions I was going to ask, but really it was just to find out more information around the ETA scheme, particularly and specifically what engagements you've had with tourism organisations and border regions like Derry, like Museum of Free Derry, Visit Derry, and other organisations like that.
Sure. Well, there is a general sense across all the tourism organisations that this isn't good news, and that's why we have made representation already to the government in London. We didn't receive much by way of response in relation to that, and there have been discussions in the executive. I think there's a recognition across the executive that this is not good for tourism, and certainly not good for our economic growth and the potential that we have for economic growth around tourism. So there will be a renewed focus in the coming weeks from the executive, and I hope to bring a position there which will get support so that collectively we can bring that to the next incoming British government, rather than just simply coming from the Department of the Economy. But we do intend to pursue that.
Alan Chambers.
Deputy Speaker, could I ask the Minister for his assessment of the challenges of attracting new staff into the hospitality industry in Northern Ireland, and most importantly retaining them? And is there more that we could do to encourage more people to take up what can be a very fulfilling career in this industry?
Yes, I think the member hits on a point which is widely recognised and was part of the conversation. We got a presentation at the meeting, the tourism sector meeting, about efforts to try and promote tourism and hospitality as a career choice, rather than just something people get into part-time work and then move on or continue their studies and move on into other areas, that becomes a career choice. I have met Hospitality Ulster here, where we launched promotional material in terms of trying to attract people on the other side of 50 into working in the tourism sector. Potentially good news for himself and myself if this thing goes pear-shaped, but there is the opportunity for people at all ages to come into the tourism sector. And in terms of our own economic ambition of trying to get people who are economically inactive back into the workforce, tourism and hospitality always represent a sector that's easy to access. That it is accessible for people. They can go in on their own terms, they can pick up skills, they can then progress in that. So there is an emphasis on trying to have people understand that the tourism and hospitality sector is a good area for a career, not just for a part-time work. Of course, we are trying to invest, and I will be announcing later today about further investment in skills and support for skills getting into work. And of course, the tourism and hospitality sector is an important element of that. And so we want to work very closely with our colleges, our universities and our skills providers to make sure people have the necessary support in trying to access work, and particularly in relation to tourism.
You, Deputy Speaker. Well, Minister, I pulled my first pint in O'Till's pub 24 years ago, and I'm a few years off 50 yet, but I might take you up on your suggestion. You and I perhaps can be pulling pints together, free from the stresses of stormont. On the subject of hospitality, we know that a great part of the offer on the island of Ireland is our hospitality, particularly rural pubs, but in the north we've lost a lot of rural pubs, in part because of our licensing system and other economic pressures. What conversations has he had with the Communities Minister and others about ensuring that our licensing system and indeed our local producers, whether it's whisky, beer or other craft products, are properly geared up, particularly on this side of the border, to really capitalise on that? When people come to Ireland, they really want to experience the rural pub and that rural, that local produce.
Minister.
Yes, well, I agree with him in that regard, being a rural dweller myself. Not frequenting the rural pub as often as I would like, but the tourism task force that we're putting together, which with representatives from across the industry, along with officials, will take forward what was in the tourism strategy and turn that into an implementation plan. I fully expect that, as if all these things are not confined to one department, and that we will, in areas that overlap into other departments and other areas, that we will engage there to try and ensure that the entire system of government is as supportive as it can in terms of economic development. Economic growth is an executive strategy, is an executive priority, and tourism and hospitality fit very much into that. They're a significant employer, they have a significant regional balance, which again is one of my priorities. So I expect that task force will be starting to make demands of other departments and asking officials from other departments to try and develop things which are seen as potentially a barrier to the growth of our tourism industry, particularly as we want to see it grow right across the region and in rural areas.
That concludes questions on the tourism statement. Members, the Speaker has received notice from the Minister of Economy that he wishes to make a further statement. Minister.
Thank you, Lough Concordia. In February, I set out my strategic objectives for the economy: good jobs, productivity, regional balance, and net zero. All four of these objectives are underpinned by skills. The Department has therefore been recalibrating its skills agenda in line with these objectives. Before the Assembly goes into recess, I would like to update members on some of this work. Our skills ecosystem has many strengths: excellent universities, university colleges, as well as a modern college infrastructure, strong collaboration between industry and our further and higher education institutions, successful higher level apprenticeships, and a pioneering assured skills model. However, in 2022, employers found 13,700 vacancies difficult to fill due to lack of applicants with the required skills, qualifications and/or experience. This is more than double the 2019 figure. Between 2013-14 and 2022-23, enrolments in colleges fell from 180,000 to 117,000. The financial constraints imposed upon the Executive led to the creation of the Mazen Cap. This restricts the number of full-time undergraduates attending Queen's and Ulster universities, although it does not apply to students from abroad. Brexit has reduced our access to EU workers and deprived us of European Social Fund funding, which supported thousands of economically inactive people into work. The proportion of people aged 25 to 64 participating in education and training has fallen from 18% in 2016 to 16% in 2022, the lowest rate in these islands. When the Department received its budget in April, I created a ring-fenced fund of up to £12 million for skills interventions. I wish to use this fund to support various initiatives. Members will be aware that in March the British Government ended its funding for Skill Up. This was an excellent programme. It offered a range of accredited qualifications all the way through from Level 1 to Level 7. Courses were free and primarily online, and over 300 subject areas were available, including green technologies, digital, advanced manufacturing and engineering, and health and life sciences. In order to continue this good work, £6 million will be used to fund a new Skill Up programme. A further £1 million will fund Skills Focus and Innovate Us, both which are delivered by further education colleges. Skills Focus provides tailored training to businesses with fewer than 250 employees. Innovate Us helps businesses with fewer than 50 employees to acquire the skills necessary to engage in innovation. I have also allocated £800,000 to fund green skills development. This will include new training courses and apprenticeship content. £740,000 will support pathways into the childcare sector, supporting supply of workers into this critically important sector. I will also use £500,000 of the fund this year to launch a new public sector apprenticeship scheme, £479,000 to support industry upskilling in partnership with our trade unions. Funding is also available to support women into STEM roles, graduates with additional needs, and a productivity booster scheme. The Executive only has a one-year budget from Lough, however I intend to maintain a significant level of investment in skills funding for over the next 3 years. Last Concordia, the Skills Barometer identifies technical and vocational qualifications as our primary shortage. This contributes very significantly to our stubbornly low productivity. It is vital to grow college enrolments. As a first step, I have provided additional funding to colleges so that they can improve lecturers' pay. My department will work with colleges and trade unions to provide parity with teachers. And I will soon commission a review of colleges, which will help us realise their huge economic potential. Whilst our greatest shortage is at further education colleges, I am also concerned with the restrictions on higher education student numbers. I have therefore been working with officials to identify additional resources to increase student numbers and to increase MASN. While for some studying elsewhere is a positive choice, I want to ensure that everyone who wants to study here can do so. Regional balance is one of my 4 objectives, and that is why I put a strong focus on delivering the Executive's commitment to expand Ulster University's Magee campus to 10,000 students. That is my top priority. Today I am announcing that I am making funding available for an initial increase of around 500 undergraduate students at Magee. This funding will support students already recruited over and above the MASN cap by Ulster University, as well as students starting in September. Following discussions with the Department of Health, 30 of these additional places will be for allied health professionals, helping to address the crisis facing our health service. This announcement is only the start. The independent Magee Task Force will produce an action plan to deliver 10,000 students. Working together, we will deliver this commitment as quickly as possible and in a way that maximises the economic and social benefits for the North West. Another priority is ensuring that a university education is more accessible to those from underrepresented backgrounds. I want to support growth in this area across all our higher education institutions, and my department is working with Queen's, the Open University, St Mary's and Stranmillis University colleges to ensure that there are more places for students from disadvantaged backgrounds. As a first step, I am pleased to confirm that funding will be made available for an additional 50 places at Queen's from this September for students from underrepresented backgrounds. After consultation with the Minister for Education, I am also reinstating the funding for both Stranmillis and St Mary's University College that was cut last year, allowing them to continue to recruit students into their teacher education programmes and ensuring that we have teachers trained in the North in our curriculum and in our schools. My officials are also in discussion with the Department of Education around ways in which we can provide more flexibility in the way we manage student numbers at these institutions, which will help strengthen our financial sustainability. Research in our higher education institutions contributes to the growth of our knowledge economy and helps us to attract talent. I therefore intend to provide additional funding from September for research, including PhDs in economically relevant subjects. Queen's University Belfast will receive funding for 35 additional places this September. UU will receive funding for 16 additional PhDs at Magee. This will cost approximately £1.3 million this year. This builds on the additional £3.3 million for research I have already allocated to our universities this year, the doubling of the Higher Education Innovation Fund, which supports universities to translate research in real-world impact, and a 50% increase in the Connected programme, which sees FE colleges and universities working with small businesses to support innovation. All of these initiatives will increase the productivity of our economy. There are now over 13,000 apprentices, and I want to encourage more uptake into apprenticeship programmes from known inclusion gaps, including women and disabled people. Therefore, in the autumn, my department will launch an Apprenticeship Inclusion Challenge Fund. This fund will support innovative solutions to our known inclusion challenges throughout the collaboration with the education, business and community sectors. Whilst my department has a range of provision and supports for young people with special educational needs delivered through further education colleges, universities and across our vocational training provision, there are significant gaps in provision. I have therefore asked officials to review the current provision and to provide me with recommendations to improve support for young people with special educational needs. I have also asked my officials to examine legislative protections and bring back advice as soon as possible. It is my hope that practical supports and legislative protections can be strengthened in this mandate, and this will require collaboration across departments. While I am keen to ensure that as many as possible of our young people who want to study in the North can do so, I also want to ensure that there are fewer barriers to the movement of students on the island. And from next year, postgraduates from the North studying in the South will be able to access a tuition fee loan. I intend to ensure part-time students can also be supported. And we are ensuring that knowledge about the application process for universities in the South is strengthened in schools and throughout careers advice. The Irish Government have been proactive in providing funding for the expansion of Neagh and has also improved cross-border mobility by reviewing A-level grade equivalencies. There is certainly more work to be done, but I am encouraged by the promise of engagement to date, and I intend to build on it to make further progress. I have recently reached out to my counterpart, Minister Patrick O'Donovan TD, with a view to continuing that dialogue and to continue to remove barriers to cross-border study. I also want to see apprenticeship programmes across the island supporting the movement of apprentices across both jurisdictions. Further education colleges, given their geographical spread, actively build and maintain collaborative cross-border relationships at both sector and college level with their counterparts in the South. This has been key to access additional funding through initiatives such as Peace Plus to benefit all learners. And I will continue to build on the positive engagements that have taken place with ministerial colleagues in the South to develop a dual agenda for all-island provision. At present, students whose household income is below £19,203 per year are entitled to receive the maximum maintenance grant of £3,475 per year. As a result of the financial pressures on the Executive, this threshold for maintenance support has been frozen at the same level for many years. The outworking of this is that the number of eligible households has declined year on year. Given the cost of living crisis facing students, I am determined to improve this situation. The earliest that changes can be made is from August 2025. At that point, I intend to raise the threshold for families that receive the maximum grant. The precise extent to which I can raise the threshold will be subject to the resources available in 25-26. Last Concordia, the need for more skilled workers is a top priority for business. I will continue to work with Executive colleagues, members and industry representatives to bring more people into the labour market and equip them with the skills needed by industry.
Minister, thank you for your statement. For the first question, I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Minister, for your statement. And investment in skills is very, very much welcome. Minister, you have indicated that the increase of 500 undergraduate students at Neagh, this too is welcome. However, there's a bit of a caveat here. You have indicated that students have already been recruited and they have been funded. So there's 150 already recruited from Ulster University last year. So that is into it. So it's only 350 extra students this year. If we keep recruiting at this rate, by the year 2030, we will only have 8,000 students at Neagh. This is only bringing us up to 600. We really need to heighten our ambition and bring more students in at speed into Neagh in order to make it a viable university for a city the size of Derry. So, and what disciplines are these students coming to study in? Because we know you've said 30 in allied health. Where else are the students, the other 320, going to be studying? What courses?
Minister.
Well, I'd say we've been making significant progress in Neagh, and there's a tendency to try and downplay that progress from some sectors in Derry. I don't understand that, but nonetheless, we have been making significant progress. The 150 students who came in last year were funded at risk by the University of Ulster. And that, to me, demonstrates a commitment from the University of Ulster to growth and expansion at Neagh. That cost has now been covered by us, and it will allow for the recruitment of 500 students in total, of 500 students, including those ones that were taken in at risk. So we have to be clear about that. The intention, of course, is to ramp that up further. Where those students will actually go will depend on the clearing process over the course of the summer. And that will take place in the normal way that there is recruitment to universities. It is our clear intention, and it's clear intention of the task force, which met yesterday and continues to meet regularly, to look at the entirety of the requirements that there are to get us to the 10,000 numbers. We aren't setting this at a pace year by year of a level of recruitment, and that has not been the case, and it won't be the case. Our intention is to get as quickly as possible to that commitment, that executive commitment in NDNA to get to 10,000 students. The task force are working very diligently to assist us in that. Ulster University are playing their part. As I said, they took students at risk we are playing our part in that we provided the financial cover for them now to do that and to increase that again, and we will continue to do that in the time ahead. And I know that that is widely welcomed across both sections of society in the North West, and I would encourage everybody to get their shoulder behind that particular wheel and to drive this project forward.
Call Philip Brett.
Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his substantial statement and for his pre-briefing to me on the contents of it. The committee will welcome, Minister, the allocation of £6 million to continue the Skill Up programme. Could you give some indication in terms of how many course places that provides in relation to that £6 million? And then I particularly welcome the focus on funding that you've placed for Queen's University to fund those underrepresented backgrounds. The Minister will be aware that at Queen's University the most underrepresented background are those from working class Protestant communities, particularly the constituency of North Belfast that I represent. Could you give a breakdown of those 50 places in terms of how they will be allocated to underrepresented backgrounds?
Well, in relation to Skill Up, the member is quite correct. It has been very popular, very accessible, and the feedback that we have got supported that, and it got the lion's share of the funding available to go into skills, and we look forward to getting more detail as to the numbers of people who will join that and the types of courses. I think there was something like 300, a range of 300 courses that people could access, and so we're very pleased to be able to continue that on. In relation to the 50 places, we have made the funding available. Obviously, there is significant research which Queen's and other institutions have done in terms of that accessibility issue. I'd be very happy to get some feedback from the university and provide it to him in relation to the kind of numbers and the regions they expect that intake to come from.
Philip McGuigan.
Good. Last Collier, I welcome the statement, as the chair of the committee said. It's a substantial statement with a lot of positive actions in it. The minister touched on the work to improve All-Ireland study and including engagement with the counterpart in the south. Can I ask the minister perhaps what are the main barriers currently to cross-border mobility for higher education study?
Well, there are a number of issues where alignment and removal of barriers would be very welcome, because certainly in years gone by there certainly was a significantly higher number of students that were accessing universities both north and south from either part of the island. The Leaving Cert and A-levels, that equivalence that's required in terms of the award of points to secure entry. There already has been some work undertaken in that. There's more to do. There is a language requirement sometimes in relation to entry because of the nature of the Leaving Cert, where there's a broader range of subjects, and again that acts as a barrier. Information is a key that we aren't getting, perhaps that distribution of information on both sides of the border in terms of that access at university. And cost, there are higher living costs obviously in Dublin, which does put off some applicants, but there is a higher rate of student support for people actually attending London, where living costs are high, and we want to look at if something comparable could be put in place for students in London. So there are a range of issues. There has been some work already undertaken. I have had dialogue with the previous minister responsible, who is now the Taoiseach, but we haven't responsible for the new minister, Patrick O'Donovan, and we are very much intent on bringing that work forward to remove the barriers.
Patrick Delargy.
Thank the Minister for a statement, and as my colleague Philip said, it's very, very positive in a lot of areas. Minister, the question I want to ask is around careers, and obviously you've mentioned there's a huge amount of work ongoing with the Department of Education. Wondering, can you outline some of that work and how you intend that to progress in the coming years?
Sure. Well, we have, both ministers have come together with our officials. We have agreed that while there's a career service provided from the Department of Economy, and the schools are the primary deliverer of all that, we're concerned that there isn't a consistency in relation to that, and there isn't, in terms of the delivery, there isn't perhaps consistency in terms of making sure that young people, particularly that 14, 15-year-old bracket where they get careers advice, are fully aware of the range of pathways available to them in terms of continuing their studies. So we want to make sure that that is consistent, that it is provided consistently, that the full range of information is there. So as a kind of a first area of work, both myself and the Minister for Education have agreed that we will task officials with not only making sure that that advice is there, but then when you get into the education sector, that advice is consistently provided. It is important, particularly in a time when cost of living crisis mean access to universities and potential of taking on debt, that people are actually aware that there are a much broader range of opportunities available to them, and some of those don't involve, a lot of those can involve working and learning at the same time and not necessarily incurring that debt. So we just want to make sure that people are aware of that. And the nature of employment clearly is changing very, very rapidly. And advice that you're given to 14-year-olds now, in some cases we don't know the types of jobs that are going to be available at the time they come into the labour market. So we need to make sure that it's up to date as possible and that it's consistent.
Alan Robinson.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his update to the House today. Could he also update the House on what additional funding he intends to allocate to the Coleraine campus?
Sure. Well, the funding for Coleraine will come in under the UU's allocation, and UU are committed to all of their campuses to make sure there's continued growth. There was a specific NDNA commitment in relation to Neagh campus, which it's my responsibility to lead delivery on, but it's an executive-wide responsibility. We want to see availability on all of the campuses from UU, and they have stated many times that they're very committed to the continued development of the Coleraine campus.
Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome, as MLA in the Foyle constituency, the initial increase of the 500 undergraduate students at Neagh, which will support students already recruited over and above the MASN, as well as students in September. Likewise, the additional 30 places for allied health, and likewise the 16 PhD students. This is excellent news. Can the Minister give some insight into the work of the independent Neagh Task Force in the development of the ongoing action plan for the 10,000 students?
Minister. Well, the task force continues to meet regularly. I think it actually met yesterday, and it will continue to meet over the summer. Some of the areas they're looking at, I'm told, in the issues of accommodation, the issues of the relationship between the university, which is expanding and will continue to expand, between it and the residences around it, to make sure that Neagh is a good neighbour. There are precedents in that regard in relation to Belfast and how the universities have interacted with local communities that are working on. I know there were community representatives in at the last task force meeting having those discussions. They've also looking at the issue of accommodation, the issue of transportation for students. I know there has been some dialogue between task force and TransLink to make sure that those issues of the increased numbers of students and the transport requirements are identified early, and that action is taken to try and address those. So there is a range of work. The group has been meeting and been very proactive. It has been involved in the community in its discussions, and I think it is off to an excellent start, and we look forward to continuing to support them to get that outcome of the 10,000 students at Neagh.
Linda Dillon.
Good Leis Can Corleon, and thank the Minister for his statement. I think there are many positive initiatives in it that will certainly benefit the people of my constituency and the businesses of Mid-Ulster as well. But I'm particularly interested in your commitments to review provision for our young people with special educational needs post-19. And I'm just wondering, you said that you will need to work collaboratively with other departments, and I'm wondering what conversations are you getting positive feedback from those other colleagues. And just on that note, I would like to thank you for meeting with Alma White, who is campaigning on this issue on behalf of her son Caleb and the many other young people who are in this situation.
Minister. Well, I think like most elected representatives of any experience here, we will know we have met people in this situation in our own constituencies where they arrive at 19 and they are no longer the responsibility of the education department or further education, higher education, and they effectively fall off the edge of a cliff into a system, and there is little provision for them. So we are committed to trying to address that. That has been a problem and an inequality in terms of the treatment of those young people that has been going on for far too long. And if we can do anything in this institution, it's to provide services for people who need them most. That should be our ambition. And so I am very committed to working to try and find a resolution. As I did have a discussion with Alma a week or two ago, but it is an issue that I'm sure all of us here are familiar with, because all of us, I don't doubt, have had this brought to our constituency offices at some stage or another. So it will require collaborative work, and some responsibilities in regard to that fall to the Department of Community, some responsibilities fall to the Department of Health. But we can't allow this kind of silo issue to prevent us dealing with what is a very critical equality issue for young people. And so we're very committed. I've asked the officials to go off and look at that, to see if there are measures that can be taken in the interim, and if it does require legislation, then how we can progress that legislation at the earliest possible opportunity. And the ambition would be, if that is required, to have that done over the course of this mandate.
Justin McNulty.
Minister, in your statements you tell us the proportion of people aged 25 to 64 participating in education and training has fallen from 18% in 2016 to 16% in 2022, the lowest rate on these islands. To what do you attribute this decline, and what are the downstream consequences for our economy and our competitiveness?
Minister.
Well, I would attribute the decline to probably financial issues being number one. The fact is that it is the support year on year for universities has been reduced, so it's been difficult to increase numbers. It's difficult to increase, as I say, the level of support for students, and coming from households which have a low income has remained static because our budgets have been under pressure for so long, and that makes university inaccessible for a lot of people. And I think that does have a detrimental impact on our economy. It means that the number of people coming out with qualifications reduces. So that is the consequence of 14 years of austerity, that rather than growing the economy, we end up shrinking the economy because we're not investing in necessary skills and education for people. We have limited finances, and of course the Executive has set itself a priority, which is supported by this whole House, to engage in terms of getting a proper financial arrangement with the British Government, one which recognises our level of need. But clearly this is just but one statistic in terms of a deterioration of investment in public services, the consequences it has on individuals, but also the consequences it has on our potential for economic growth.
Mark Durkin.
Thank the Minister for his statement.
Positive statement. If I could just seek from the Minister a wee bit of clarification, or if he could elaborate on an answer that he gave my colleague there around where the new students, or what the new students are going to study. I think he says that would be cleared up through clearing, but if he could just provide some elaboration on that.
Minister. Well, as I say, some of the students that were taken at risk in the last year's intake, Ulster University covered those in the hope and anticipation that the department would provide the finances for that eventually. And as I say, that to me demonstrates their commitment to Magee. It also demonstrates our commitment in that we found the finances to support that, and we found further finances for additional students. They will go through, so I can't specify exactly where they will go, but we will ask the university over the course of the summer to give us some figures in relation to where that intake is going to. There is a clearing process that goes on over the summer in terms of applications to other institutions, and then who eventually ends up where they end up, whatever courses they take. But we're very happy to provide that level of information to the member over the course of the summer as it becomes available to us from the Ulster University.
Okay. Members, that concludes questions on the statement. I'll ask members to take their ease for a moment or two before we move on to a further statement. Thank you.
Next item of business is a statement from the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. I call Minister Muir.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, for this opportunity to make a statement to the Assembly on the Lough report and action plan. I am very conscious of the level of interest from members and the wider public in improving water quality across Northern Ireland, and particularly on our efforts to address the very specific and concerning challenges that we see on and around Lough Neagh. Addressing and improving water quality in Lough Neagh was therefore rightly identified as a key priority for the Executive at our first meeting. We are all, I think, also clear in our recognition that the issues and challenges associated with Lough Neagh will not be resolved overnight, nor will they be resolved by my department alone. They need a strategic, evidence-based and cross-government approach. This is a long-term project. There is no quick fixes, but it's vital that we make a start. For that reason, I brought a Lough Neagh report and action plan to the Executive a few weeks ago. While it remains under consideration by the Executive, I will continue to work with my Executive colleagues to obtain their approval as soon as possible. I have a responsibility to ensure that the actions that my department can take and those that are not reliant upon Executive approval are taken and taken at pace. The time for action is now. Before we embark upon our summer recess, I therefore want to update members on the work now underway within my department and the work we will take forward in the coming months. Before I continue, I want to express my thanks and complete gratitude to all the officials who have worked over many, many months in relation to this report and bringing it to this moment today. I'm very grateful for them, very grateful for the work that they've done morning, noon and night in relation to this, and what they will do over the time ahead to implement the actions which we're going to talk about here today. Lough Neagh is of huge importance to people here. It is our most important natural resource, supplies 40% of our drinking water, and its significance to those who depend on the lough for business and recreational purposes cannot be overstated. The appearance in 2023 and recurrence this year of algae blooms is well documented. We have seen how the impact of the blooms can be devastating and wide-ranging, especially as they spread to other waterways, including our world-renowned beaches and coastline. The state of the lough has also attracted not only local, but national and international attention. And it's not the sort of attention Northern Ireland wants or needs. We know too that the policies and programmes we have advanced in the past have contributed to creating the impacts we are now witnessing. We also know that excess nutrients in the environment cause pollution in our waterways, and we also know the main contributing sources are agriculture and, to a lesser but still a significant extent, wastewater from both treatment works and septic tanks. The October 2020 Phosphorus Stock and Flows in the Northern Ireland Food System Scientific Report on the AFBI website attributes high nutrient phosphate levels in Northern Ireland's water bodies as having three main sources, that being 62% from agriculture, 24% from wastewater treatment works and 12% from septic tanks. Provisional Lough Neagh Pacific source apportionment data produced by AFBI follows a similar pattern. Given that we can identify the problem, we also know that this is where the majority of the solutions lie. Before turning to the specifics of Lough Neagh, I also want to make clear, Mr Speaker, that given the size of Lough Neagh's catchment, actions to address the issues at the lough need to be Northern Ireland-wide, strategic and cross-cutting. That is why my first priority was to bring to the Executive Northern Ireland's first environmental improvement plan, a plan that includes a clear focus on water quality. Mr Speaker, I brought that to the Executive in March. The EIP is a wide-ranging plan for significantly improving the natural environment and is a statutory requirement under the Environment Act 2021. It was consulted on as a draft environment strategy, and once Executive approval has been obtained, it will be published as Northern Ireland's first environment strategy and laid in the Assembly. The statutory deadline to adopt the EIP passed in July 2023. The Lough Neagh report complements and supports the actions and targets in the EIP. Turning to the work we have in hand, while it would currently be inappropriate to publish a report and action plan currently under Executive consideration, I can assure members that it was developed through joint working by my department and other departments, particularly the Department of Infrastructure and also the Department of Justice. I can also provide assurance that it contains evidence-based actions underpinned by science, which will aim to both tackle the immediate issue of blue-green algae blooms in the loch and to secure longer-term improvements in water quality across Northern Ireland. Ensuring that the actions are evidence-based was absolutely crucial, and I confirm that the action plan has been informed by the work of the Science Advisory Group, whose core membership comprises of scientists, professional experts from universities and science organisations across the UK and Ireland. The report sets out the various factors that came together to such devastating effect in 2023. Pollution, namely excess phosphorus and nitrogen, entering our waterways, climate change resulting in record high water temperature, and the presence of zebra mussels, an invasive species known to disrupt ecosystems by impacting water clarity, all contributed to the crisis at Lough last year. Turning to action. The report proposes that actions are grouped within 4 key pillars. Firstly, education, empowering knowledge and skills and encouraging best practice. Secondly, incentivication, investment and innovation aimed at motivating and funding actions which will drive the adoption of behavioural change. Thirdly, regulation, our statutory obligation to protect the quality of our water. And lastly, and importantly, enforcement, taking strong, meaningful action when compliance with regulation fails. This sequencing reflects the principle of early intervention, that we take action first to try to make sure that problems don't occur or get worse. And we do that through education, through incentivising the right behaviours, and through effective regulation. But have no doubt, where enforcement is needed because people are not complying with the conditions of funding or are breaking the law, my department and the Northern Ireland Environment Agency will not hesitate to take enforcement action. Going into more detail, the plan as currently drafted contains 37 actions. Some of those require executive approval, either because they are new or because they cut across responsibilities of more than one department. My focus today is on briefing members on the 20 actions that are not in that category and that DAERA is now delivering. We are advancing at pace a review of the Nutrients Action Programme. My officials will continue to engage with stakeholders on proposals for the revised action programme as part of the review process, and the revised NAP regulations could be available for introduction in early 2025. My officials are ensuring education and training programmes, including water quality monitoring outreach programmes, to deliver upon the detailed nutrient status of their soils provided by the innovative Soil Nutrient Health Scheme. My department is also planning to provide training in compliance and environmental performance to slurry spreading contractors. We will deliver a Lough catchment-wide awareness campaign on education and enforcement practices through a departmental mail shot to raise awareness. We will scope the expansion of the Sustainable Catchment Programme into the Lough catchment areas. This already successfully operates in, for example, the Upper Band catchment area, which I visited on site a few weeks ago. I was greatly encouraged to meet farmers, Rivers Trust, AFBI and Ulster University staff. I was immediately convinced of the benefits, and hence I want to see wider rollout, funding permitting. The third Cycle River Basin Management Plan and programme of measures will be reviewed as an overall water quality improvement strategy for DAERA. I will bring a revised River Basin Management Plan to the Executive as soon as possible. Officials have been commissioned to undertake an independent scientific review of the environmental impact of sand extraction on the Lough environment. This is part of the wider programme of work to better understand the pressures on Lough and how they interact, and also to inform a conservation management plan with measures to restore ecological balance and resilience. I intend to continue my engagement with colleagues in Ireland and go and see their agricultural sustainability support and advisory programme in practice. This initiative targets areas with poor water quality in order to turn it around. There would be real benefits to learning lessons from what's happening across the border and seeing how we can incorporate such one-to-one engagement with the agricultural community to areas in Northern Ireland. My department is also leading on a small business research initiative to explore potential feasible, innovative and affordable solutions to treat or reduce blue-green algae blooms. It should be recognised that there is scope for physical, chemical or biological or a combination of solutions. Any solution must, however, not contribute to further environmental degradation and also comply with the legislation and environmental designations. My intention is to launch the SBRI in the coming weeks. To date, 44 individuals and companies have come forward raising different solutions for the blue-green algae in Lough Neagh. A further small business research initiative-based project will be taken forward to improve the sustainable utilisation of livestock slurry and develop demonstrator sites to process livestock manure and slurry, the plan is actually to announce this very soon. This is one of a range of measures to reduce phosphorus inputs from agricultural sources. Put simply, Mr. Speaker, we have a problem with slurry and manures. There's too much of it, and it's part of the cause in terms of nutrient overload in Lough Neagh. My vision is to view slurry and manures instead as a resource, which are processed sustainably, generating, for example, electricity plus byproducts for export. We can do this because there are already many examples of such practices already in action. We will also establish and deliver a livestock dietary emissions challenge through the DEFRA-led Dairy Demonstrator Project to formulate and test on-farm livestock diets which reduce ammonia emissions, phosphorus losses and greenhouse gases in dairy herds. It's anticipated contract awards are due very soon. My department has already put in place an interagency monitoring protocol for blue-green algae in collaboration with AFBI, the Public Health Agency and Food Standards Authority. The protocol, which is available on the department's website, sets out the roles and responsibilities of organisations and individuals, provides guidance as to how water users should consider blue-green algae risk, and details how my department is monitoring bloom events this year. This is the first year of operation and the approach will be reviewed at the end of the season. Turning to farm support. Whilst agriculture has contributed to the nutrient loading in Lough Neagh over the past century and more, we must recognise that our farmers will provide a significant part of the solution in delivering the mitigating actions. It is both unfair and wrong to castigate farmers as part of some entirely unproductive and divisive blame game. Ultimately, government has to take responsibility. Acknowledge what was advocated for decades now has clearly had consequences. We accept the problem and are determined to fix it together. My department's new Farm Support and Development Programme is designed to move us from where we are and where we have been to a much more sustainable farming sector. It will prioritise and drive approaches that benefit our environment, address ammonia and phosphorus-related issues, reduce the risk of pollution and help deliver the reductions in greenhouse gas emissions that the law now requires. And it will also do so by supporting our economically significant agri-food sector. It will also include a Farming with Nature package to support farmers to protect and enhance water quality and reduce the risk of pollution arising from farmed land. And in keeping with my focus on education, we will bring forward new knowledge transfer schemes to replace the business development groups and farm family key skills, which have recently come to an end, and a new innovative package of training and support for agri-professionals will help them better assist their farmer clients in these and other areas. That is in addition to the training CAFE will provide for farmers to enable them to address water quality and build their understanding of nutrient management to significantly reduce losses of nitrogen and phosphorus into our waterways. Whilst previous direction in terms of agricultural policy may have been known as favouring intensification, direction is now clearly about sustainable productivity, and I emphasise sustainable, embedding the fact that environmental and economic sustainability are intertwined. Environmental sustainability, improved and, importantly, sustainable productivity, building resilience and ensuring effective functioning supply chains is at the core of the new Farm Support and Development Programme, built through a process of co-design with stakeholders, with new schemes and measures being introduced at pace. I will speak a little more about this as I feel it's important to dispel any myths or misunderstandings that may exist. The new way forward is key to give farmers and our wider agri-food sector the confidence that a strong, sustainable and successful future can be achieved. Change is essential to implement this vision in the context of the biggest issue facing us all, namely climate change. How we deliver that change, that, may I note, is already occurring at many farms across Northern Ireland, is of fundamental importance. A journey is already being travelled by many. My department and I as Minister am passionately determined to do this in partnership with farmers, processors, environmental NGOs and others. Strong relationships are key in this, and I will not be found wanting in prioritising dialogue and engagement. Nor will I seek to dodge the difficult issues and look to kick cans down the road. I feel it's important to be straight and clear with farmers about the science and evidence as it presents itself and what is needed to fix the challenges we face together. It would be disingenuous to do otherwise. I owe it to each and every farmer in Northern Ireland and both the banks that lend to them plus our supply chains to achieve a future where each and every week the farming press is oozing with positivity and where there is strong competition to get into farming as the career of choice for more and more. I am also working with the Finance Minister in terms of the future agricultural budget from Westminster and the Economy Minister on wider issues such as skills. On the issue of restricting the use of chemical fertilisers containing phosphorus on grassland, it falls within the category of an action requiring executive approval, and I am more than happy to take questions on this as realities of what is proposed are way off what is actually misunderstood. Essentially, where you don't need chemical fertilisers containing phosphorus, we will seek to save both the environment and the farmer financially by using science and evidence, including the Soil Nutrient Health Scheme, to achieve what I feel is scope to reduce usage. A fertiliser database is also proposed to record fertiliser movements, just like what has been successfully introduced across the border. In all these areas I am talking about today, science and research will have an important role, as will learning from good practice, north, south, east, west and beyond. Mr Speaker, tackling the problems at Lough will require significant investment. My department, like all other departments, is working within a very tight budget underpinned by significant resource pressures. Nevertheless, I am reprioritising to ensure that we make a start in turning this crisis around. I have already made £6 million available for Lough from my department's budget. That's £2.8 million for resource and £3.2 million for capital investment. The £2 million resource for the Northern Ireland Environment Agency will fund, amongst other things, additional staff to be recruited with a firm focus on enforcement and other work in relation to Lough. I also welcome the additional £1.5 million funding provided in due monitoring to support actions in the Environmental Improvement Plan relating to Lough. I am also conscious of the ownership issue and its importance to many people, and my own preference is for community ownership. I am aware that the Lough Partnership is currently undertaking research and an initiative on the future management and ownership of the Lough. I intend to actively engage in that initiative, and I've sought a further meeting with Earl of Shaftesbury following his recent comments on this matter. On environmental governance, as I've said before, I believe in an independent environmental protection agency. It was a commitment under New Decade New Approach, and I am working with officials on next steps, which I intend to announce over the summer, further to the environmental governance scoping review I commissioned upon taking up office. In terms of regulation and enforcement, a plan that talks lots about education, investment and incentivication, but says nothing serious about regulation and enforcement just won't cut the mustard. We need a balanced, evidence and science-based approach capable of turning the situation around together. Enforcement is important, but as we all know, the need to resort to enforcement action is ultimately a sign of failure. It's much better to ensure that pollution and environmental harm doesn't occur in the first place, but a robust, fair, proportionate and targeted enforcement regime is essential, acting as a deterrent and championing the principle that the polluter pays. That's why I've put more resources to the Northern Ireland Environment Agency, and we're working to set up an enforcement task force focused on the Lough catchment area, in areas of highest risk, including addressing the issue of cumulative breaches regardless as to source, whether they be agricultural, wastewater treatment works, domestic septic tanks, industry or otherwise. An independent review, including consultation around environmental crime sentencing framework concerning fines and penalties, in conjunction with the Department of Justice is also key, and something which I will continue to seek executive agreement on. There are many other items in the report and action plan which I have not referenced today, like the Environmental Crime Sentencing Framework Review, as they await executive approval, alongside, importantly, Department of Infrastructure-related matters concerning wastewater infrastructure. Whether it be establishing the Lough Science Platform, scoping what makes most effective septic tanks and considering a grant scheme to encourage replacement of the old ones, or different tree planting interventions, there's lots that can be done to improve water quality in Lough Neagh. On those critical areas where partnership working across government, stakeholders and beyond is critical, be it the Conservation Management Plan for Lough Neagh, reinvigorating the catchment stakeholder group, a grant scheme to support organisations working to improve water quality and conservation in Lough Neagh, or commissioning the Innovation Lab to generate solutions and long-term vision to improve water quality using a Forever Mourns partnership type model. These are the items that I await executive approval on. As I have said many times, Mr Speaker, sadly there is no quick fix for Lough Neagh. The issues surrounding the lough and the wider water environment are complex and very challenging. Addressing these issues will require changes to our behaviours and practices, and are determined to build and sustain a culture of environmental responsibility, fostering an attitude of zero tolerance to pollution. Successful delivery and oversight of the actions to address the problems at Lough Neagh, and more generally to improve water quality across Northern Ireland, will also depend on engagement, consensus building and the creation of strong partnerships across government, the public and private sectors, including local government and also in the community. The elements of the Lough Neagh Action Plan that I am sharing with members today are instrumental to delivering my vision for a healthy, resilient environment with high water quality status and the environment standards which support biodiversity and nature recovery in a living and productive landscape. It's also crucial to enhancing the health and well-being of our citizens. I look forward to updating the Assembly again when the report and action plan receives executive approval in its entirety. I will do all that I can as Minister, but urgently need executive approval for key actions to deliver a cross-cutting, combined approach and interventions already agreed between my department and the Infrastructure and Justice Ministers, but awaiting executive sign-off. We have run out of time. Each day that passes where the plan is not agreed by the executive is another day lost to fix the problems beamed across TV screens across the world. I will say in closing, that I believe that it is important that we learn lessons from the past. My Lough Neagh report and action plan is focused on the future. It will enable targeted, proportionate and sustainable actions through partnership workings. I am determined that it will make a difference for the better. Thank you, Mr.
And I thank the Minister as well for his statement today. It is rather unfortunate, however, Minister, that you're making a statement on your own on Lough Neagh without executive buy-in to it. Can you advise me, Minister, you announced there that there were 37 actions, 20 of which are within your own remit, and I understand why you've had to make this statement. But can you give us any indication at all why there isn't buy-in and support for the remaining 17 actions, which obviously require, as you outlined, cross-cutting and other departmental input?
I thank the member for his question. I circulated the Lough Neagh report and action plan. I received some comments. I updated the report to reflect those comments, and I've heard nothing since. I continue to engage with executive colleagues in relation to the report and action plan. Hope we can agree it, because it's important as an executive we work together and we can deliver these actions collaboratively. One key thing that's said to me by stakeholders is they want a joined up approach. And that's what I want to achieve, and that's what we need to be able to do as part of the report and action plan. We also need to deal with those cross-cutting issues, so wastewater infrastructure. I'm working very closely with John O'Dowd, and I'll take every opportunity, including today, to make a call for more funding for John O'Dowd in terms of Northern Ireland water and wastewater infrastructure. But also need to work with the Justice Minister in terms of that review of that sentencing framework in terms of fines and penalties. I believe we can get this report agreed. I think it was important I came here today to say what we're doing in relation to this, because people are despairing. They want hope that there's a plan to turn this around, and hopefully today I've given people a good idea of the actions my department has taken and my commitment to this. I'm putting my shoulder to the wheel on this. I'm passionately committed to this issue, and I'll not rest until we get this report and action plan fully agreed by the Executive, and we can make progress to turn the situation around, because we owe it to the people of Northern Ireland.
Declan McAleer.
I thank the Minister for his statement. Minister, in paragraph 37, you made reference to the sustainable utilisation of the livestock slurry project. Have you any indications of what the main benefits that will be, both to the farming community and also for the improvement of water quality? Thank you.
And thank the member for his question. We hope to make awards in relation to that very, very soon. And there's key benefits associated with this, because as I've outlined in the statement, we have a problem with slurry. We have too much of it, and we want to move it towards being viewed as a resource. This is the second stage of the SPRI initiative in relation to that, and I think this is something I speak to farmers quite regularly in relation to this issue, and there's real desire so that we can scale this up. So we're going to move at pace in relation to this, and hopefully that this is something that we can actually be leaders here in Northern Ireland around being able to have a problem, but also then be able to deliver solutions around it. And I think that's something I'm very, very keen to scale up. And hopefully in the days ahead we can make more announcements in relation to this.
Deborah Erskine.
I thank the Minister for his statement today. I understand that the Minister is keen to remove SORPI arrangements following a review instigated by previous Ministers, Minister Poots and Nicola Mallam. Via the Infrastructure Committee, we've been raising questions in relation to the pollution incidents which have occurred as a result of NI water overspills. You said overspills is to a lesser extent in our waterways compared to agriculture, but technically that's not true, because in truth we fully don't know. In response to the committee, the Infrastructure Minister confirmed that there were 724 storm overflows. Only 60 of these are deemed satisfactory, and only 260 have been assessed. When will the rest be reviewed, and will he commit to jointly funding the eventuation monitors so that we can truly monitor the overspills, which will help in arresting the pollution incidences as a result of our wastewater treatment?
Minister.
So the REFUS report, which I mentioned in my statement, details a lot more in terms of the background, in terms of the apportionment data that we have, and it's on the AFBI website, and I encourage members to look at that in terms of where the figures have came from. I'm happy in terms of if people want to meet with the Chief Scientific Advisor in my department to outline the evidence base behind this, but I'm very confident in the figures that I've provided to the House here and where in terms of the sources of pollution are. The key issues is we need to be able to address the issue, and that's about investment in Northern Ireland water, and also in terms of the interventions I'm talking about in terms of my department. SORPI is under review, and I've been engaging with officials on that, and we were working through that over the time ahead because I don't feel it's fit for purpose. I don't think it's my role for the DERA to fund essentially DFI and then in turn Northern Ireland Water in terms of ventilation monitors. That's something for Northern Ireland Water to take forward with their own respective ministers. I do believe that rollout of the ventilation monitors would be beneficial, and it's something I'll be following up with John around this issue.
John Blair.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister firstly for taking action when others appear to be delaying things. And I'm wondering if the Minister agrees with requests from angling associations and others, following recent very serious fish kills, that fines and penalties for environmental crime need to be reviewed. And in addition to that, if he agrees that executive parties and all political parties need to step up and make clear their position on fines and penalties for environmental crime.
Sir. One of the key actions in the report which I'm seeking executive approval on is a review, including consultation, and the review will be independent in terms of the sentencing framework around environmental crime and the fines and penalties associated with that. Why is it in there? Okay, why is it in there? Because I hear this concern day and daily in terms of this issue. So it's important we look at it. It's important we do an independent review, we do a consultation. And one of the concerns that I hear very regularly is from angling groups. And we've had far too many fish kills here in Northern Ireland, not just in recent weeks, but in recent months and years in relation to that. So it's important we look at this issue, and it's absolutely key that we take it forward. And a report that doesn't deal with that issue doesn't have credibility, not with me, but with the public. And this is a constructive way forward in terms of an independent review around these issues, and that review will deal with the relationship between the fines and penalties through the criminal justice system and also cross-compliance penalties. So we'll consider that, and I understand that issue, and it will do that. But we need to do an independent review around this issue. We need to consult on it, and we need to consider it, because the current situation at the moment, many people, including myself, are not content with it. So let's try to address it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the statement and for briefing the Deputy Chair of the Committee and myself this morning. At paragraph 72, Minister mentions setting up of enforcement task force. Given previous experience, Mr. Speaker, this will be seen as a farmer bashing mechanism. What assurance can he give us that that will not be the case?
Minister. That's a false assertion, and I reject it. That's not what I'm about. I'm about working with farmers and working with everyone in here to turn the situation around. But it's important that we have resources around enforcement, because it's a key issue in terms of Northern Ireland Environment Agency having the ability to investigate where there's alleged breaches around this. But we're also investing in relation to education, incentivication and also regulation. And there's significant work being done between myself and the Finance Minister in terms of the future agricultural budget around this, because what we need to do is we need to assist farmers in the just transition that we're heading towards, and that's what we're doing in relation to this. But I think it's not fair to categorise it as the member has outlined. That is not fair, and it does injustice, great injustice, to the overwhelming majority of farmers who are doing a good job, who are abiding by the law, and are good custodians of the countryside. And I think it's important I say that, and I think it's important that people do not misrepresent all farmers in the comments that they make.
Nicola Brogan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister.
It's very welcome to see developments on Lough Neagh. We know how important it is for the people around the lough. The Minister will know that on the 22nd of April this year, my colleague Declan Kearney wrote to him asking that he meet with the eel fishermen that have been and continue to be devastated by the effects of algae bloom on Lough Neagh. Can the Minister indicate when this meeting will take place, and whether his plan will include support schemes for fishermen directly impacted by the algae bloom?
Minister. Thank you, Member, for a question. I'll have to check my diary to see when that is. If we need to move it forward, we can see if we can do that, hopefully in the very near future, because we understand the importance of it. In terms of grant support schemes, within the current varies of my department, we're quite limited in relation to that issue. I will continue to engage with people, because there's many people who are affected as a result of this, but also limited by the budget that we have and the other challenges we have around these issues. But let's have that meeting, let's engage around these issues, and let's see if we can find a way forward.
John Mahal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your very thorough statement and responses so far. Can you outline a bit further what your engagement with the Earl of Shaftesbury has been to date regarding the ownership of Lough Neagh, and can you give an assessment of what exactly is holding up this long-awaited Lough Neagh action plan?
Thank the member for her question. I met the Earl of Shaftesbury, contrary to reports from others, on the 21st of February this year, and I'm meeting them later this month. And I'm looking forward to that engagement, because I think it's important that we do engage around this issue, particularly further to his comments. In terms of what's holding this up, frankly, folks, I'm in the dark. What's holding this up? I received an email from a DUP Westminster election candidate, and it states, "Good afternoon, Minister. I am disappointed to learn that a 30-point plan for addressing the problem with pollution at Lough Neagh has not been progressed. I would be grateful if an update on what is happening with this situation could be provided, including the steps being taken forward to get this moving forward." I recommend that he speaks to his party leader.
Hear, hear. Linda Dillon.
Can Corlia and thank the Minister for this statement, and as a resident that lives close to the shores of Lough Neagh and the beautiful area of the Ocean Bay, this is really close to my heart. So you have focused heavily on the issue of agricultural discharge, rightly so, but we also seen a shocking BBC expose into the hundreds of environmental breaches at Bymouth Park. Does your plan also include details on regulations and penalties for companies and corporations that contribute to the polluting of the Lough?
Minister. This is one issue that is quite important, and those reports were very concerning for not just me but for many people. And the issue of cumulative breaches is something that we are looking at, because that was one of the issues that has been raised with me, that we should address those issues, and that's something that we are actively looking at.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his very detailed
statement, because I do know how passionate he is about this and how many times he has brought it to the executive. But can I ask him, in regards to fines and penalties, the Supreme Court has just ruled that water companies can be sued for nuisance and trespass for dumping sewage, even if there's been no negligence or deliberate misconduct by the water company. Will the Minister study that ruling by the Supreme Court and see how applicable it could be here to Northern Ireland, especially in regards to Northern Ireland Water and the Department of Infrastructure?
Thank the member for his question, and I will follow that up, and I think that is useful. As I outlined to Deborah around this issue in terms of the governance of Northern Ireland Water and Sorpy, that's something that we are actively looking at, and I think we do need to look at that, because let's be clear, as Minister, in terms of this report, it's very important I send this message out, that all sources of pollution are something that we're going to focus upon. This is not just focused on agriculture. This is focused on wastewater infrastructure, septic tanks, industry. Everything is going to be looked at as part of that, and that's why we're doing this work with Northern Ireland Environment Agency in terms of the Sorpy and how we regulate Northern Ireland Water. And that's something that's very, very important that we do that. So I will follow up the point you made, and thank you for raising it.
Andrew McMurray. Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Could the Minister, or could I ask the Minister how the report deals with NI water and wastewater infrastructure?
So this is one of the cross-cutting actions that fall to the Department of Infrastructure, and hopefully when we get the report agreed we can outline it in its full, including this issue. The key impediment around this is funding. It was discussed yesterday at the Executive around the need to fund Northern Ireland Water, and it's something I continue to engage with Minister O'Dowd on.
Anya Murphy.
Colleen, I'd like to thank the Minister for his statement this afternoon. Given that blue-green algae is an all-island issue, what cooperation have you had with your colleagues in the South?
Thank you very much. These are issues that have been discussed quite widely within the North-South Ministerial Council, and there's great opportunities. So I'm going to go down south to see their ASAP scheme, which is outlined in relation to this, and I'm really, really keen to step this up. I'm very keen to get the report published, and then we can work with our colleagues in the South to see what more we can do. To be fair, there's lots of reports come out recently, and there's been lots of initiatives in the South where they've made really good progress. So I want to be able to garner that knowledge and see how we can take that forward. There's good work already being done around science and research, and I think that's really, really key, because we need to do science and research so we know where we are at the moment, but also we can evaluate the progress we need to achieve.
Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement outlining the actions that his department has taken, even in the absence of wider executive agreement. Minister, you mentioned discussions that are happening with the Department of Finance and the UK Government in relation to the future agricultural budget. Could you provide an update on those discussions?
I've had very, very productive discussions with the Finance Minister around this, and we're on the same page. We're intending to make joint representations to the UK Government around this. There's been further development in regards to this issue in terms of formulating what our engagement will be. Obviously there will be new ministers on Friday no matter what government is returned, and it's something that we're quite keen to achieve, because it's important we support our farmers and agriculture in Northern Ireland, and a key element of that is about enabling them to achieve a just transition, and part of that is the funding that we can provide to assist with in relation to this. So I'm on the side of farmers. We're working together, both the Finance Minister and I, to ensure that they can be properly funded and assisted in the work that they do, and it's something that I think it's to the benefits of ministers working together and delivering for everyone in Northern Ireland.
Lord Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement. Minister, last Friday the editorial in the newsletter said that Stormont was right to note the biodiversity and ecological breakdown in Lough Neagh. Yet that article went on to say that the Soil Nutrient Health Scheme, which you've referred to today, is being posed by the DUP. Would you like to comment on this editorial?
Minister. Yes, so I read the editorial of the newsletter on Friday, and it ended and it stated, "There is no inconsistency in adopting those pro-farming stances, but also saying that any business of any description has, even if just through negligence rather than intent, played a major part in the pollution of Lough Neagh, must know that it will face severe fines, and it must know that soon this huge environmental problem can be alleviated." That's what the editorial of the newsletter said on Friday, and I value all opinions in relation to this. What's clear is there's a strong public will to address these issues. And can I say around the enforcement piece, that's what the newsletter is saying, and it's an important contribution to this. But my heart, my soul and my passion is to ensure that we don't have these pollution incidents occurring in the first place. So how do we do that? We do education, we do engagement, we do incentivication, and we do regulation. And if we're resorting to enforcement, that is a sign of failure. So let's get the report agreed. Let's get a balanced approach going forward. There's nothing to fear from this report. There's everything to gain.
William Irwin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his statement to the House. Paragraph 42, I welcome the paragraph where the Minister states it's both unfair and wrong to castigate farmers as part of some sort of entirely unproductive and divisive blame game, and I welcome that. But the vast majority of farmers want to play their part in the benefiting and less pollution in Lough Neagh. There are, as the Minister's already said, some new technologies that can make a big difference in slurry and manures. Will the Minister give an undertaking that he will try through the Executive to get funding to ensure that those new technologies can be brought forward?
100%, and I entirely agree with every single word you've said. We need to get funding to assist farmers so they can make the changes around us. They're doing a good job. Overwhelming majority are. Okay, we're talking about enforcement for those where they're contravening the law, but we need to assist farmers in the journey ahead, and I stand with them in relation to that. So that's why I'm working with the Finance Minister in terms of representations to the UK Government, so we can get funding, so they can get the technologies, so we can achieve this transition. We talked earlier this morning with the Chair and Deputy Chair around the technologies that are available and the need to be able to roll that out at a much faster pace, because I'm seeing a real thirst for change. A journey is already being undertaken in relation to agriculture. I want to support people in that journey. We need to go fast, we need to change, and I understand the pace of change and the scale of it is really, really significant for people. And I understand the nervousness around that and the concern. And part of today is to address that. Okay, to understand that people, I am on their side, but we are focused on changing this, because none of us want to see the scenes that have occurred in Lough Neagh to reoccur. None of us want to do that. So let's get this fixed. Let's work together around these issues, and let's get the report and action plan agreed. If it wasn't able to get agreed yesterday, let's get it agreed next week. Let's move on, and let's get things delivered for the people of Northern Ireland.
Well, Brett. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his statement, and can I also thank him for reading out representations from the Democratic Unionist Party. I hope his party leader is as open at representation she has received when she's dragged before this House this afternoon. But just turning to the issue in hand, Minister, the 1.6 million that was allocated to cleaning up this important issue in the budget, does the Minister share my surprise at opposition that was received to that allocation from some quarters within the Executive and indeed from the official opposition?
Minister.
I'll not respond to their comment about my party leader, who I have greatest respect for and is acting entirely in line with their legal responsibilities around this issue. In terms of the funding around Lough Neagh, it's important that we fund all interventions, and it was disappointing that not everyone in the Executive was able to fund and to be able to support the funding around the requirements for Lough Neagh as part of the budget process. But we're very good in this place, okay, about going and telling us everyone what the problem is. We need to focus on actually coming together and getting this turned around, okay? And people have found it difficult to support what's within this. Hopefully today that brings people a bit closer to be able to say that this report is a balanced approach. It's an approach about working with people and turning it around. And the ultimate measure of achievement will be that we can turn around here at the end of this mandate and say that we not only were able to turn the environmental situation around, but we're able to give hope and confidence to the agricultural community in Northern Ireland. And I think we can do that, because I see that within the farming community here in Northern Ireland. So let's put aside our own particular views and everything else in relation to this and focus upon solutions and get the situation resolved.
Philip McGuigan.
Ken Collier, I welcome the statement and the Minister's commitment to solving this issue. In his statement with regard to the Small Business Research Initiative, the Minister indicates that so far 44 individuals or companies have come forward offering solutions. I'd be interested to hear from the Minister or the Department how any of these solutions are going forward, or if any of them are going to make any significant impact to the problem.
There's a wide mix of different suggestions that have came through, and officials will be working through those, and I think it's important that we allow that process to be undertaken. The committee will be aware of some of them that have came through. Some may have more merit than others, and it's important we evaluate those. I think it's also put on the record that there's no quick fixes in relation to this. We do need to put the fundamental causes of this rather than the initiatives which are about dealing with the outcome of the problem.
Minister, one of my earliest formative memories is sitting in a kitchen on Crumlin Road in Glenaevy, eating Lough, Neagh eel freshly cooked off the frying pan. And it was a special memory for me with my dear Auntie Rita, God rest her soul, and my Uncle Barney. To what extent do you take responsibility for protecting the Lough Neagh eel, which is a delicacy in France and elsewhere across Europe? And have you met with the fishermen whose livelihoods depend on the Lough Neagh eel?
I engage with a range of stakeholders, and I've been engaging with them going forward, and I'm aware of the concerns that you have raised, and I've also been invited, and I look forward to taking up that invite in the time ahead to Lough Neagh eel supper. I've been told that it is something to be enjoyed, and I'm looking forward to attending that.
That concludes questions and statement. The next item of business is a motion to approve a statutory rule. I'll ask the clerk to read the motion. Point of order, Mr. Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, in the previous round of questions, a member in this House used the word dragged a minister into this House. Speaker, can you rule for this House that when the rules of this House provide for a member to be called to this House to answer questions on a topical subject, that the word dragged is inappropriate and contrary to the standing orders of this House?
I'm not aware that it's contrary to the standing orders. Whether the member should have used the terminology or not is a matter for the member, but it certainly isn't out with what would be in Erskine May. So we'll move on to the next item of business, which is to approve the statutory rule, and the clerk to read the motion.
That the draft Insolvency Monetary Limits Amendment Order Northern Ireland 2024 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister for the Economy to move the motion.
Beg to move, Can call it.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed there should be no time limit in this debate. I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion.
I'm seeking the Assembly's approval for the draft Insolvency Monetary Limits Amendment Order Northern Ireland 2024. The order increases 3 of the monetary limits for access to my department's debt relief scheme. The scheme was set up in 2011 and assists some of the most vulnerable people in our society to obtain relief from problem debt. It is based on a similar one that operates in England and Wales and is administered by my department's insolvency service in partnership with debt advice charities. It gives individuals who are burdened with relatively low levels of debt and who have few assets the opportunities to obtain relief from those debts. The scheme is not administered through the courts as is the case for other insolvency procedures. Instead, application to the scheme is through an approved debt advisor working within the charitable sector. If all the eligibility conditions are met, the official receiver, who is an official within the Insolvency Service, makes a debt relief order. This order protects the individual from action by their creditors for a 1-year period, at the end of which their liability to pay the debts listed in the order is fully extinguished. The scheme is not intended for those who have accumulated substantial levels of debt, nor is it for those who possess significant assets and could afford to make payments to their creditors. Therefore, it's important that it is clearly defined monetary limits for those who wish to access it. There are 3 such limits provided for in this order. They are that the total amount of an individual's debts, the total value of their assets and their surplus monthly income must not exceed specified amounts. The order increases the limit on total debt from £20,000 to £50,000, the limit on total assets from £1,000 to £2,000, and the limit on surplus monthly income from £50 to £75. There is a 4th monetary limit that is not included in this order. This limit relates to the value of a motor car owned by an individual who is seeking access the scheme. A vehicle for domestic use is not counted as an asset if its value does not exceed a prescribed amount. As the legislation by which this amount is prescribed is enshrined in regulations that relate to court procedure, it can only be amended by the Department for Justice. Accordingly, my officials are liaising with their counterparts in that department to make the necessary changes to legislation. One final amendment to the scheme relates to the application fee. Until recently, anyone applying for a debt relief order had to pay a £90 fee to the department. Whilst to many this fee would appear modest, it has proved a significant impediment to many individuals on low income from seeking debt relief. I have therefore also approved the removal of the application fee from my department scheme, which came into effect from the 17th of June 2024. This means that the application to the scheme can now be made completely free of charge. The increases brought by this order and the removal of the application fee will have a significant impact on the ability of those in financial difficulties to free themselves from problem debt. It will allow more people to access my department's debt relief scheme, and in particular those on low incomes with no means of repaying their debt and who are most in need of assistance. It will allow them to make a fresh start free from the consequences of living under a debt burden. The order which you have been asked to approve has been agreed with the department's committee. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I believe that it should now be approved by the Assembly.
Philip McGuigan. Philip.
And thank the Minister again for his engagement up until now. It's been a busy day for the Minister in the House, and it's, as I said to him earlier, it's almost as if he wants to keep me out of my constituency today. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on behalf of the committee as chairperson of that. As the Minister has indicated, this House is aware the Department's debt relief scheme is aimed at providing relief to those individuals with relatively low levels of debt, few assets and limited income. There are prescribed monetary limits that an individual must meet if they are eligible to apply to this scheme. This rule, coupled with the recent and very timely decision by the Minister to remove the £90 application fee, will make the scheme much more accessible. Accordingly, it is understood that a further will be needed to increase the value of the car a debtor can own to £4,000, all of which are very welcome measures and will bring us in line with other parts of the United Kingdom, namely England and Wales. The committee considered this rule on the 12th of June 2024 and noted later that the examiner of statutory rules had no concerns in respect of the regulations. The committee reviewed the consultation on the related matters, noting that many of the users of the scheme were women with dependents. Members felt that with the changes embodied in the order are welcome and will provide a more inclusive option for debt relief. The committee therefore indicated that it was content for the order to be affirmed by the Assembly, and as chair of the committee recommend that all members support the Minister in his endeavours here this morning. Thank you.
Philip McGuigan.
As we've just heard, the purpose of the change is to increase the prescribed amounts of overall indebtedness to 50,000, the monthly surplus income to 75, and the total value of property a debtor can own to £2,000. It's also an intention to remove the application fee, currently set at £90. So I want to thank both the Minister and the committee chair for outlining the detail of this amendment, along with the rationale for it. So it's not my intention to elaborate really, but I do want to acknowledge the importance of providing support for people who experience problem debt and to recognise the contribution that these changes will make to allow people on low income with low levels of debt and limited assets by widening access to debt relief orders and ensuring more people can make a fresh start free from debt. I also want to thank Advice NI for the briefing they provided to the committee on this issue and for the work that they, along with others, do in offering advice and support for people navigating their way out of debt. This is a welcome change and I'm content to support it.
Minister for the Economy.
I'd like to thank those who contributed to the debate, and particularly to the committee chair and the committee for their scrutiny of this order and support for it. I think Philip McGuigan makes an important point in relation to the support that we need to provide for people who find themselves in problem debt, and in particular the work that charities and organisations do in that regard. I'm glad that this is providing some level of assistance, moving us in the right direction after a gap of some time when we should have been moving on these issues. So I commend the motion to the House.
The question is that the draft Insolvency Monetary Limits Amendment Order, Northern Ireland 2024 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Next item of business is the final stage of the Defective Premises Bill. I call for the Minister of the Communities to move the final stage.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
The final stage of the Defective Premises Bill has been moved. The Business Committee has agreed there should be no time limit on the debate. I call for the Minister for Communities to open the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To begin with, I wish to thank the Executive, the Committee for Communities and Assembly members for their cross-party support for this important bill at all stages of its progress under the accelerated passage procedure. I welcome the final opportunity to explain why I am pleased to have progressed this vital piece of legislation with urgency for the benefit of all of Northern Ireland's citizens. I would also like to address some of the concerns raised by local industry. The ultimate driver for this bill is my firm belief in the principle that our citizens should have the same legal protections in respect of defective premises as their counterparts elsewhere in the United Kingdom. This bill will introduce amendments to the Defective Premises Northern Ireland Order 1975 DPO and the Limitation Northern Ireland Order 1989, and will extend the duty to cover works done in relation to an existing building. The bill will amend the limitation order in respect of the time periods in which action may be taken in Northern Ireland when defects occur in dwellings or buildings which contain dwellings. It will extend the limitation period in which legal action may be brought here from the current 6 years to 15 years prospectively and to 30 years retrospectively. This proposed legislation is intended to capture cases brought using the Defective Premises Order which are ongoing, including those cases which are under appeal. This bill ensures that our citizens here in Northern Ireland are afforded the same opportunity as those in England and Wales to address defects that have caused their home to be uninhabitable. The Executive recognised the urgent need to address the disparity that currently exists and close the gap between the privileges enjoyed in England and Wales and those afforded to our citizens. It was for that reason I undertook to introduce this legislation at the earliest possible opportunity and requested accelerated passage. Mr. Speaker, I am aware, as are other members, of the concerns raised by the local construction industry in relation to the potential impact of this bill. It's important to note that this legislation is only a small part of a much wider suite of legislation that my officials are currently working on that will further match the protections provided to citizens in England and Wales under the Building Safety Act 2022. This will reduce even further the disparity between here and other jurisdictions in regards to residential building safety and will ultimately further strengthen and support the protections available to Northern Ireland's citizens. While the urgency demanded by this legislation did not permit extensive engagement across industry, I would like to assure members that my officials will be engaging comprehensively with all relevant stakeholders on the much larger body of work associated with residential building safety. In bringing this bill forward, I have carefully considered the representations made by industry practitioners and weighed them against the potential human cost to owners of defective premises in terms of financial hardship, mental anguish suffered, and the potential to prevent loss of life. I would highlight that this legislation is not being introduced with the intention of targeting an industry, but with the ultimate aim of protecting homeowners in the rare instances where things do go wrong. By way of example, the ongoing High Court case has highlighted that the costs associated with defective premises can, and indeed have, run into the many millions of pounds. The overall cost, of course, does not take into account any detrimental impact on the owner's health and well-being. Additionally, as we are all too aware, as a result of the Grenfell tragedy, of the potential risk to human life when it does go disastrously wrong. To put the potential impact of this bill on the construction industry into perspective, it should be said that on the whole, the Northern Ireland construction industry is hallmarked by its resilience and the quality of the work that it delivers. As a consequence, situations as highlighted by the current High Court case are, thankfully, the exception. In fact, in Northern Ireland, there have only been 3 cases in the nearly 50 years of the legislation being in place that cite the 1975 order. Simply put, claims arising as a result of homes becoming uninhabitable under defective premises legislation are rare indeed. Not because the existing legislation is irrelevant, or that there is only a 6-year liability period, but rather I would suggest it is the quality of our local construction industry and that of our design professionals. This is evidenced by the fact that we simply do not frequently see homes being deemed uninhabitable here in Northern Ireland. In lieu of extensive engagement at this stage, in order to determine how this bill might impact on our local construction industry, my officials have looked to England and Wales, as the same provisions have been in effect there for 2 years. Indeed, many of our local industry's construction professionals have been operating for the last 2 years across jurisdictions under these provisions. Whilst I am aware that this legislation is likely to impact on the cost of insurance products, such as professional indemnity for designers, I also understand that the industry in England and Wales has been adapting to these challenges for the past 2 years. However, I would stress that there has been no evidence in England and Wales of a significant increase in claims arising under the new legislation during that period of time. Given that claims are so infrequent, my officials have been liaising with their counterparts in the UK and have begun work to try to prevent insurance companies unfairly profiteering from construction professionals as a result of this legislation, much the same way as they have done to protect residents of high-rise buildings from extortionate insurance costs while their buildings are being remediated from unsafe cladding. My officials will continue to maintain close liaison with colleagues in other jurisdictions to monitor this position. Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that any increase in costs or the challenge to our construction industry must be considered and measured in the context of costs and suffering that has already been borne by some of our citizens, and the cost and pain and the potential loss of life that this legislation will help to prevent in the future. This bill represents an important first stage of a wider substantive piece of work to create a new building safety environment in Northern Ireland, and this will of course be subject to extensive and formal consultation. Subject to the Assembly passing the bill today, it will come into effect the day after royal assent. This will address the unfair disparity in legal protections that currently exists regarding defective premises here in Northern Ireland. I hope that all parties can give this bill their full support today, and I commend it to the Assembly.
Daniel Crossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I have stated at the various stages of this bill, accelerated passage is not the proper way to do business in this House. It has led to a number of concerns being raised, concerns that I raised at the Committee for Communities that were thrashed out between members, but also across this House over recent weeks as well. I do believe that it would have added to the bill and certainly would have provided reassurance had we have had the committee stage of this bill to ensure due scrutiny of the bill in itself. That said, the Minister and the Department were adamant to proceed on the basis of accelerated passage to ensure alignment with the rest of the UK. There are a number of concerns that have been raised, and the Royal Society of Ulster Architects have been, as one of the witnesses actually that attended the committee, have been very vocal in relation to the concerns that they have in relation to this legislation. 4 areas that they've outlined in correspondence to me just this week and other members across the House is that their concerns are that hundreds of Northern Ireland homeowners seeking to claim under the cladding safety scheme are likely to be disadvantaged if the Defective Bill passes. 2, passing the Defective Premises Bill will not mean that the people of Northern Ireland will be afforded the same protections as those in England under the Building Safety Act 2022. 3, the Department of Communities has been on the go slow in answering questions relating to the Defective Premises Bill. As a result, MLAs are being asked to pass a law with robust information on its unintended consequences. The Department for Communities has demonstrated a fundamental misunderstanding of the implications of retrospectively extending the liability period to 30 years for claims under the Defective Premises Order. And it goes on, and also within the correspondence addressed to myself and other MLAs, they've said that they had written to the Department on a number of occasions, and the responses to the Department were slow, albeit non-existent, and in fact their most recent concerns won't be addressed till actually the bill passes. So I'm a wee bit concerned, Mr. Speaker, as to whether or not the Minister has taken on board the concerns that are shared by various stakeholders out there. He has cited a number within the construction industry that the Department are engaging with, but the the Royal Society of Ulster Architects have been very, very, very vocal in terms of their concerns, and I would be keen to know from the Minister if he would update the House as to what engagement he's had with them, whether he's taken on board their concerns and why they're not going to receive a response to their very legitimate concerns until after this bill is voted on today. That is a concern for me and for other members as well. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the Minister and the House will be conscious that I tried to bring forward an amendment in relation to providing further protection for those whose homes will be affected by mica, pyrite, rack or any form of defective material that would render their homes unsafe and for them to be unable to live in them. It is a scourge that is causing huge amounts of stress across the island of Ireland, particularly in bordering counties around Donegal. And a key question for the Minister, following what he said to this House at a previous stage of this bill, is that if someone comes forward to his department whose home is 15 years old and it is crumbling with mica, are they protected under this legislation, or what protections do they have under this legislation? Because from what I've gathered from the Minister previously, he feels, and the Department feels, that those that are affected are adequately protected. So I would like a very strong reassurance in relation to that. And I think the Minister, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, does understand that it is a very serious issue and that anyone that is currently affected are in a very stressful situation. I do believe we're only about to see the tip of the iceberg in relation to this, that constituencies right across Northern Ireland and across the border as well is very badly affected in relation to it. It is just, it doesn't make any sense that homes across West Tyrone and parts of Castledare, Cleator, Ahiarn, Strabane, down to Derry, Fermanagh, South Tyrone wouldn't be affected by these defective materials when so many thousands of people have had whose homes have been destroyed as a result of these defective materials just a few short miles over the border. The border is free-flowing. It doesn't really exist in practical terms for someone like me and others who live along those areas, and I have every view, and I am very, very clear that quite a significant number of homes in my constituency and neighbouring constituencies are affected and potentially will be affected as a result of this when the effects of it become obvious in the not too distant future. So I would seek that reassurance from the Minister as well. And I think it is important if the Minister, Mr. Speaker, would just outline what exact engagement the Department have had with stakeholders, because the main criticism that I'm certainly receiving in my inbox and to my office, as I know other MLAs are, is that there has really been minimal engagement, that the concerns have not been listened to, and there's been very little reassurance given in relation to the potential impact of this legislation or the unintended consequences of it. So I would seek those reassurances and updates from the Minister, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ciara Ferguson.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak on the final stage of the Defective Premises Bill, which aims to reform the limitation period for claims relating to defective premises. First, I want to emphasise today that our party's support for the case for reform is focused on addressing existing legislative disparities facing our citizens to support affected residents who are also seeking legal redress. We acknowledge that the use of accelerated passage should be rare and the development of legislation advanced using the full formal scrutiny process. All people must have the right to feel safe in their own home. We have a duty to collectively ensure that absolutely no one is left behind in this respect, and as an Assembly we must make sustained improvements in respect of building safety and standards. As with the previous stages of the bill over the past couple of weeks, we reiterate that we are working off assurances from the Minister and the Department that they have recognised the importance of proactive consultation with residents, industry experts, building managers and public sector clients. I'd just like to say once again, we want to affirm the need for the development of a much wider piece of legislation regarding building safety here in the North to deliver only the highest standards of residential safety, responsibility and accountability during the design, construction completion and occupation of buildings. Thank you.
Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and as a member of the Communities Committee, along with my colleague Maurice Bradley, I wish to welcome that we have reached the final stage of this Defective Premises Bill. We are all too aware of the desire to establish parity with the rest of the United Kingdom in this matter. So I again commend the Minister for Communities for taking responsibility for this matter, for bringing forward this short bill, and to all parties for accepting and supporting the use of accelerated passage for the bill. This will change the period of liability for defective premises in Northern Ireland from just 6 years to 15 years going forward and 30 years previously. We have heard concerns raised by some relevant bodies which represent elements of the construction industry, but we are satisfied that this short bill is appropriate to public needs and to fairness. In due course, as the Minister has said, we do need a wider package of legislation in Northern Ireland, similar to the 2022 Building Safety Act in England and Wales. But for now, it is right that the Minister has enabled us to address the specific issue of establishing parity on the period of liability through this short bill. Thank you.
Sean Mulholland.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I just want to thank the Minister. I welcome the opportunity to speak on the final stage of this defective premises bill. The principle of parity has been the thing that has driven us from the get-go for this, and I welcome the opportunity for owners and tenants and residents of homes here in Northern Ireland to be afforded the same rights as tenants and owners in England and Wales. And I want to echo the Minister's I suppose, acknowledgement of the quality of our industry here, our construction industry, and our design professionals. That really hasn't been much of an issue up until this point. For me, in your statement, Minister, the thing that I took most, I suppose, comfort from was your acknowledgement of the need for a wider substantive piece of work around our building and construction industry. I think protections within the sector to ensure safe, fit-for-purpose homes being built and lived in is absolutely essential. And I and other members of the committee have echoed that in the need for something more thorough, more substantive around that. Mirroring, I suppose, of the Building Safety Act 2022 in England. And I welcome the engagement of the Minister and his officials with myself and other members regarding any concerns that we have had. But again, I just want to, I suppose, to follow up on what have been the engagements that the engagement that the Minister has had with stakeholders. I know that we have had quite a substantial amount of communication through as a committee, so it would just be good to get just a wee bit of an outline on that. And again, just welcome the fact that we are once again bringing our tenants and our owners in line with those in England and Wales.
Andy Allen.
Can I too thank the Minister and his officials for the manner in which they have engaged with all members on this important piece of legislation. And the Minister and other members have outlined the importance of this legislation, so I don't intend to rehearse that. But clearly, as the member opposite and my committee colleague did highlight, there are those who have significant concerns with this legislation, and those have been highlighted by him, so I don't intend to restate them. But I would like to hear from the Minister as to the Department's position and the Department's engagement with those stakeholders to allay their concerns, and also the commitment of the Department that they will continue to monitor and observe, because it is not always the case that we want to take things forward by accelerated passage, but there may well be exceptional circumstances such as this where we need to avail of that mechanism, and it was the will of this House that we chose to take this piece of legislation forward by that mechanism. But it's important that the Department don't stop in its duty, and I'm not suggesting that is the case, but it's important that they continue to monitor and evaluate any piece of legislation. So I'd be interested to hear from the Minister in respect to that, how he intends that his officials and department will monitor this legislation as it's implemented and make sure that there are no unenvisaged, unintended consequences impacting the wider sector. And then Finally, Mr Speaker, I'd be keen to hear from the Minister as to the time frame and what he's doing, because it has been previously suggested that it might be the next mandate before we see the further piece of work around building safety, that important piece of work, what he's doing to ensure that that maybe can come forward a bit quicker. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I just want to briefly rise to, notwithstanding some of the comments that have been made around the preference for full committee scrutiny that my colleague Daniel McCrossan outlined, and indeed acknowledging the wish for key stakeholders to have ongoing engagement with the Department in terms of implementation of this legislation and the broader building safety agenda. I welcome the fact that the Minister has moved on this agenda with speed. I have an interest in this policy area. I also, in my constituency, a particular case that was brought to the attention of this House and indeed broader society in Northern Ireland, that of Victoria Square. But of course this legislation is designed to be much broader than that and will address the anomaly that arose around the defective premises order in relation to property owners in Northern Ireland. I welcome the fact that the Minister acted with took responsibility. Whenever we came back, there was some initial it wasn't quite a dispute, it was a discussion about where departmental responsibility lay. One of the complaints we often make about the devolved departments is siloed mentality. I think in this instance there was a relatively constructive and productive move towards one department taking responsibility and bringing in this legislation. So I welcome the fact that that has happened. I echo what others are saying, that this obviously, I would hope that this is the beginning rather than the end of a conversation and a programme of reform around building safety that will include other departments, most notably the Department of Finance, where building regulations, part of the policy for building regulations sits, and also the ERA department too, in a post-Grenfell and indeed post-Micah and Pyrite age. We're not actually post-Micah and Pyrite, as Daniel McCrossan rightly said. We are still uncovering the depth of that. People, homeowners will expect, and indeed people who rent will expect us to be as front-footed and ambitious as we can be in terms of what we are doing to redress issues where defective premises arise. So I welcome the fact, notwithstanding the fact that I do want to see more post-legislative engagement, I welcome the fact that this has been brought forward by the Minister. I also welcome the fact that, although I missed the beginning of his remarks, business is moving quickly. I hope is able to confirm that this obviously would include cases where there is a case under appeal, so homeowners where there is a case under appeal would be able to benefit from this legislation. But I also hope more broadly that this is a signal to people out there that this Assembly can take seriously the question of building safety, but it has to be the beginning rather than the end of that process. And as Daniel McCrossan said, there now has to be a process of very detailed consultation with affected stakeholders and also with those stakeholders in terms of the broader building safety programme. But with that, I will conclude my remarks. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Call on the Minister for Communities, Gordon Lyons, to wind.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I would like to thank everyone who has contributed to the important debates at each stage of the bill's passage through the Assembly. I have listened carefully and would like to take this opportunity to respond to a number of the points that have been made. First of all, in response to Mr McCrossan, I have to take issue, I suppose, with the first thing that he said, in which he said that accelerated passage is not the proper way to do business. It is certainly not improper for us to do this in this way. Standing orders provide for legislation to be taken through in certain circumstances. I agree, as I have said in the Chamber before, it is not always the ideal way to do business. It is not the preferred way to do business, but I would strongly argue with the member in his remarks that it's not a proper way to do business, Mr Speaker. I do thank the member, however, for bringing to the attention of the House today some of the comments that have been made by our SUA, and I think it is important that we address those today. The first issue that the member had raised was in relation to a potential disadvantage for citizens in Northern Ireland when it comes to the cladding safety scheme. It's important to note that the cladding safety scheme is the same scheme that is offered in England, and there's no evidence to suggest that applicants to cladding safety schemes, the cladding safety scheme in England, have been disadvantaged by the introduction of the corresponding legislation in England. There's no evidence locally to suggest that residents of affected buildings will be disadvantaged here in Northern Ireland, because the cladding safety scheme, quite rightly, requires applicants to demonstrate that they have exhausted potential avenues for redress, including through insurance companies, developers or builders, prior to being granted access to funding. So this legislation helps to ensure that those avenues are appropriately explored and exhausted before grant funding is made available to applicants. And this is used to make sure that public money isn't used to remediate buildings where a private organisation should be liable and accountable. Secondly, he makes the point that we will not be afforded the same protections as those in England under the Building Safety Act 2022. This bill will introduce the same liability periods both prospectively and retrospectively as currently exist in England and Wales, ensuring that our citizens are afforded the same protections as their counterparts. But it is important that we note that this legislation is only, and I can see it's only a small part of a much wider suite of legislation that my officials are currently working on that will further match the protections provided to citizens in England and Wales under the Building Safety Act 2022. So this will reduce further the disparity that exists. There has been a number of comments made in relation to how this department has responded to those that are interested and the engagement process overall. We did talk about this in previous stages of the bill, but I'm happy to outline for members that the department has engaged with the following stakeholders, albeit not always at ministerial level. The Office for Product Safety and Standards, Finance UK, RSUA, the Committee for Communities, the Attorney-General for Northern Ireland, DLUC and other jurisdictions, the Building Safety Regulator, residents and residents groups, practitioners and industry professionals, OLC, the Departmental Solicitor's Office and Ulster Garden Villages. I also am aware that RSUA have been in front of the committee. As I've said, my officials have met with them where their concerns were raised, and in February, prior to the legislation being proposed, officials invited all interested stakeholders within the industry to an event where they stated that the future legislation would closely mirror the Building Safety Act 2022. Indeed, industry officials expressed a desire to see parity because they work across jurisdictions. So I believe that that engagement has taken place. But importantly, when we see further aspects of the Building Safety Act being brought in here and the further work that my department intends to do, there will be very close engagement with the industry, both at an official and ministerial level, and I hope that that goes some way to addressing the concerns that Mr Allen has raised as well. The other issue then that the member for West Tyrone had raised was in relation to this idea that there's a fundamental misunderstanding among MLAs or among those in my department about what this legislation does. I hope through the course of a number of debates now I've made it clear that we all have an understanding of exactly what this is for and exactly what it is that we are trying to do. The other issue that the member raised was in regard to defective materials. I stand by what I said in the last debate. I don't intend to go over that all again, but I can confirm to the member that the legislation provides opportunities for homeowners to seek redress from any person taking on work for or in connection with the provision of a dwelling or the carrying out of major work on that dwelling that has subsequently been deemed uninhabitable due to poor workmanship or poor building materials, because that does not change what is in the existing order that I quoted in the previous debate. I will give way to the member
for providing that clarification. Minister, in the context of an individual being affected, so just hypothetically, it was Matthew O'Toole has a house in Tyrone, say, and his house has, he doesn't by the way, but his house has Mike in it, and it's 15 years down the road since it was constructed. The contractor has gone bust. What support or what redress is there for that person that's affected in that situation, because ultimately that's what we're going to be facing. A lot of these contractors that build various houses or estates won't be there. What support is going to be there in this legislation for the likes of say, Matthew or others that are affected as a result of Micah 15 years down the line? Does this provide protections?
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy for the Leader of the opposition to intervene if he needs to declare an interest at this point. But I can confirm the bill has not amended the scope of the original duties set out in the 1975 order. There's nothing in the bill that would prevent a builder or designer from taking a separate action under contract law against a supplier or manufacturer that has provided defective products. So I'm not able, I suppose, here to make a judgment over each of over individual cases that the member may bring, even if they are hypothetical. But I'm simply setting out what the legislation will do, and I hope that that brings some comfort to the member, and that there is an understanding of why the amendment that he had previously suggested was not introduced, because we didn't believe it actually added anything extra. But I believe that the protection that he is looking for is already there, because it's not just about per workmanship, per building materials also falls under that. I think that I have addressed most of the other issues that were raised. I welcome the Deputy Chair of the Committee and Mr Kingston's support for this bill, and I agree with Ms Mulholland when she indicates that there is a wider piece of work to be done, and there will be continued engagement in regards to that, and fully agree with what she has said about the importance of that engagement. Just in relation to Mr O'Toole's remarks, he wasn't in the chamber at the time, but I am happy to repeat that this proposed legislation is intended to capture cases brought using the defective premises order, which are ongoing, including those cases which are under appeal. Yes, I think.
Minister, how do you propose that professional firms, architects, deal with fighting legal cases from potentially 20 years ago plus, where records weren't kept in the same manner that they are kept now, and the fearfulness of older architects, especially who are close to retirement, and the downstream consequences for them potentially of this legislation, and how fearful they are about potential implications for their businesses and for their families?
Yes, well, as we have already outlined before, the defective premises order sets a very high bar for plaintiffs wishing to pursue an action. Not only must they show that there is a defect, but that the defect has rendered the dwelling uninhabitable, they must also demonstrate to the court that the architect in question has contributed to the property being uninhabitable. So a defendant, of course, may produce evidence to rebut any of these claims. But look, my officials have only been able to find 3 cases in the last 48 years in Northern Ireland in which the plaintiff has cited the 1975 order, none of which involves an architect. Looking further afield, 4 cases were identified in England and Wales which cited their Defective Premises Act 1972, and in one of those cases an architect was found liable due to the failure to satisfy the conditions of the contract with regards to ensuring the quality of the builder's work. So I hope that that addresses the point that the member has made. Mr Speaker, as I said in my opening remarks, this bill acts as an important first stage of a wider substantive piece of work to create a new residential building safety environment in Northern Ireland, and I look forward to bringing this important work to this House in due course. And this bill will address the unfair disparity in legal protections that currently exist regarding defective premises here in Northern Ireland. And finally, I would just like to take this opportunity to thank everyone involved for their time and effort in progressing this bill. Mr O'Toole said that we sometimes are accused of having a silo mentality in this place, and I think that we have demonstrated over the last number of months in relation to this piece of work that has not been on display in this circumstance. There was an issue that was brought to our attention of the disparity that exists, and this could have been an argument back and forward. At the start of this process, I had zero responsibility, my department had zero responsibility for this issue, but we worked together with the Finance Minister and with the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. We came to an agreement about how we can take this forward. We got agreement at the Executive and we work together well in this House. And it doesn't always happen, Mr Speaker, but I do want to place on record my sincere thanks to those parties right across this chamber who have worked constructively on this issue. And I hope that that will continue, because these are important issues for the people of Northern Ireland. We haven't fought too much, Mr McCrossan. We haven't squabbled too much. We've had, it was all going so well.
Extent are you concerned about the representations from the Royal Ulster Architects in relation to the fact that they're concerned about experienced professionals highlighting to them that they believe that this legislation could bring around a situation where innocent parties are being held liable for the fault of others? And should that not be enough for serious consideration? But does this not mean that doesn't seem to have been the case in this instance? Instead, it appears that from their perspective there is a hands over the ears strategy being adopted.
Absolutely not. We have considered all of these issues. We have engaged. We have listened to the concerns that have been expressed. But ultimately, it's not for me to decide whether somebody is liable or not. It's for the courts to decide. And what we are doing here today is allowing that process to take place in line with what is happening in England and Wales. As I was saying, I thought that we were approaching this in the right way. I sincerely want to thank Assembly colleagues for the constructive way in which they have approached this. I think that this is good for the people of Northern Ireland, but I believe it is only the start of the work that we need to do in regards to building safety. I look forward to continuing that work, and I hope that we can continue in the vein in which we have been doing over the last few months. So, Mr Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the Defective Premises Bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The final stage of the Defective Premises Bill has passed. The bill has passed. Next item in the order paper is the second stage of the Budget Bill number 2, and I will have take our ease for a moment or two, see if the Minister will be here, because we're a little ahead of schedule. Order. Order. The next item on the order paper is the second stage of the Budget number 2 Bill. I call the Minister for Finance. Second stage of Budget number 2 Bill has been moved in accordance with convention. The Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate. I call on the Minister of Finance to open the debate on the bill.
This second stage debate today follows the Assembly's approval yesterday of the supply resolution for the expenditure plans of departments and other public bodies as detailed in the main estimates 24-25, and also approval of the supply resolution for the statement of excesses for years between 2016 and 2023 to regularise a prior expenditure. Accelerated passage of the Budget number 2 Bill is necessary to ensure royal assent is obtained before any departments reach the cash limits for 23-24 set in the vote on account, which was agreed by the Assembly earlier in the year. I am very grateful to the Finance Committee for confirming that, in line with Standing Order 42, the Budget number 2 Bill can proceed under accelerated passage. I thank the Committee for its support in agreeing to accelerated passage. The Assembly's agreement of the Executive's final budget for 24-25 on the 28th of May 2024 allows me to bring this Budget number 2 Bill to the Assembly to seek the legislative authority for the expenditure of the departments and other bodies for the remainder of the financial year. The Assembly's Standing Order 32 directs that the second stage debate should be confined to the general principles of the bill, and I shall endeavour to keep to that direction. This bill will give effect to the main estimates for 24-25 and authorise the cash and use of resources on services to allow departments and other public bodies to operate for the remainder of this financial year. The bill will also regularise expenditure identified by the Public Accounts Committee and will authorise cash and use of resources over the years as identified in its published report. Copies of the budget bill and the explanatory and financial memorandum have been made available to members today, and the main estimates 24-25 and statement of excesses for years between 2016 and 2023 were laid in the Assembly on the 19th of June. The bill will authorise the issue of £25,255,627,000 from the Consolidated Fund and the further use of resources totalling £28,772,794,000 by the departments and certain other bodies listed in Schedules 1 of the bill in the year ending the 31st of March 2025, that is this financial year. The cash and resources are to be spent and used on the services listed in column 1 of each schedule. The Budget No. 2 bill will authorise temporary borrowing by the Department of Finance for 2024-25 up to £12,627,814,000 to be repaid no later than the 31st of March. This is a normal safeguard to allow the efficient management of the Consolidated Fund and does not authorise any additional expenditure. The bill will also authorise excesses for prior years for the purposes specified in Schedules 2 and 3 of the bill. One point that I do wish to draw the House's attention to is that while the vast majority of expenditure by all departments is done on the authority of statutory powers provided through legislation by this Assembly, there are occasionally some, usually small, functions which may from time to time be done on the sole authority of the Budget Act. Table 5 of the main estimates 24-25 document sets out a summary of expenditure resting on the sole authority of the Budget Act. For some of these items, expenditure, the amount involved is greater than the Assembly would normally be asked to approve or is over a longer period of time. This is mainly due to the absence of an Assembly which prevented the legislation being taken forward in the normal way, and I would expect this to begin to be addressed in coming months. The numbers contained within the budget bill are significant, and I am sure members will agree it's not an easy task to translate those figures into the delivery of public services on the ground. The reality is that this crucial piece of legislation is required to ensure that all day-to-day public services which we all rely upon can continue to be delivered to our citizens for the remainder of this financial year. On that note, Mr Speaker, I will conclude, and I will be happy to deal with any points of principle or detail of the Budget No. 2 bill that members may wish to raise.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Deputy Chair of the Finance Committee, Diane Forsyth, pardon me, for speaking on behalf of the committee at yesterday's supply resolution motions on the main estimates and statement of excesses. As members are aware, a quirk of standing orders means that time is not afforded to me separately for my roles as Leader of the Opposition and Chair of the Finance Committee. In time debates, this has meant that I have asked the Deputy Chair to speak on the committee's behalf to ensure that the committee's views are given the appropriate prominence, and she has graciously agreed to do so. I would ask again that standing orders are reviewed to consider this ongoing anomaly. It may affect someone else other than me at some point in the future. Indeed, it could affect one of my party colleagues or any other party that elects to or is in opposition at some point. The Minister wrote to the committee on the 30th of May requesting that members grant this budget bill accelerated passage. The rationale being that the vote on account of 65% will run out in the autumn, making it necessary for the bill to have finished its stages by that point. After considerable discussion and briefing from the Department, the committee agreed to grant the Minister's request at its meeting on the 26th of June. Therefore, I can formally state that the Committee for Finance has granted accelerated passage to this bill. So, if it passes this stage today, the bill will proceed to consideration stage in December following the recess. The committee, as might be expected, has regular briefings from departmental officials regarding the budget and a range of related issues. Most recently, the committee was briefed last Wednesday on this bill, as well as on the June monitoring round and the statement of excesses. It often seems that these briefing sessions are weekly. Indeed, the committee will receive further briefing tomorrow on the June monitoring round and the provisional outturn for 2023-24. I thank those officials on the committee's behalf, particularly for their candour and willingness to engage in discussion and, on occasion, debate. As we heard from a number of contributors to yesterday's supply resolution debate, there has not really been sufficient time for statutory committees to fully engage with this budget. Additionally, it has become clear that a number of departments have been less than forthcoming in providing appropriate information to these committees to allow them to perform their statutory scrutiny role. This cannot continue. And I would just add in parenthesis, Mr Frew was correct to raise the question yesterday about the adherence to the provision in the Functioning of Government Miscellaneous Provisions Bill, an amendment which I believe he brought forward back in 2021, which requires that departments give their committees due notice of bids for monitoring rounds. It does not appear that that has been happening, certainly not happening with any degree of consistency. And I think, given that this Assembly agreed to that provision when it passed the Functioning of Government Miscellaneous Provisions Bill back in 2021, it is important that, to put on the record that adherence to that by departments for their statutory committees is important. In fact, it's critical, and departments need to understand that the word statutory and statutory committees exists for a reason. The Finance Committee has an overarching responsibility to support other statutory committees in their budget cycle scrutiny. Indeed, the committee has already agreed that this is a strategic priority for members, and we intend to discuss further in the autumn ways to consider in which that support can become more practical. The committee will confront the executive with its statutory responsibilities to all committees, and all options are on the table. The committee's engagement on the content of this budget has not been limited to discussing it with Department of Finance officials and seeking the views of other statutory committees. The committee undertook an engagement exercise that the Deputy Chair reflected on when she spoke on the committee's behalf at the debate on the budget at the end of May. As this debate does not have time limits for speeches, I can expand on the report that the committee published following its engagement. So, Mr Speaker, the committee agreed that in the absence of sufficient time to undertake a call for evidence on this budget, meaning the 24-25 budget statement, sufficient time to take a call for evidence on that budget and to undertake a short inquiry, publish a report and organise a take-note debate, which we would have liked to have had at some point in the last month or two, members would instead undertake a targeted engagement. To that end, the committee organised a short round of evidence session with the Fiscal Council, the Ulster University Economic Policy Centre, the Nevin Economic Research Institute, the Pivotal Think Tank and Neagh. Additionally, the committee wrote to a limited number of stakeholders who would be in a position to give an overarching view on the budget, focusing on its content and how that might reflect a strategic approach or otherwise, as well as what might help to make the budget more accessible to both stakeholders and the wider public, and any gaps they identified. The committee also sought the views of the other statutory committees. Again, I would like to offer my thanks and the committees to all those who participated. The exercise, though short and specific, proved to be very fruitful, and the committee has been able to identify a number of distinct themes around the 24-25 draft executive budget. These include the challenging nature of the budget, the problems associated with another single-year budget, the need for a programme for government, the lack of scrutiny applied to this budget, the need for strategic budgeting to support economic growth, the importance of childcare, reform and sustainability, fiscal issues and revenue raising. I know it has been said repeatedly, but I'm going to say it again. This is a challenging budget. The limitations of this budget envelope following years of underfunding mean a significant number of bids put forward by departments could not be met, with the same occurring yesterday with respect to what was a sizeable June monitoring round pot. The Executive Restoration Package settlement from the UK Government went some way to meeting pay pressures at that time. However, members must be mindful that there are still outstanding pay claims, and any claims already met create an annual charge on the budget. Further pay claims will come annually as public servants seek pay recovery following years of pay freezes. The Fiscal Council has noted a real-term fall in resource and capital in this budget compared to the 2023-24 budget as a red flag. Sir Robert and his Fiscal Council colleagues see a further red flag in every department having budgeted for a 3% wage, having budgeted for 3% wage growth, meaning they have started the fiscal year with an inbuilt wage cost pressure. While the budget is 7% higher than the Secretary of State's budget for 23-24, it is 2% less than the final plan departments were working to by the end of 23-24. In their response to the committee, employers for childcare acknowledge the, quote, unprecedented burdens on the 2024-25 budget, highlighting challenges such as rising childcare costs, continuing high levels of economic inactivity, deprivation, public sector pay, regional imbalances, skills shortages, hard to fill vacancies across many sectors, relatively low productivity and competitiveness, and long health waiting lists. The timing of the budget also adds to its challenges, and the Fiscal Council believes that ensuring future budgets are set in advance as part of a normal budget cycle will also help manage ongoing budget pressures. Rightly, much has been made about this being our 10th single-year budget in a row. Respondents to the committee advocate that multi-year budgets offer significantly greater stability, certainty and sustainability for executive departments and the economy more widely. The committee understands that the executive's ability to set multi-year budgets is constrained by what the UK Government does. However, single-year budgets see rash decisions being made in deploying funds if these need to be used before the cliff edge of the end of the financial year, made worse by the budget exchange scheme being too limited in scope and size. As has been said by many, it is vital that a programme for government is in place to facilitate good budgeting. Social Enterprise NI told the committee that each executive department should have a series of policy interventions sitting under programme for government objectives. Neagh strongly supported this stance, highlighting the need for an accompanying investment strategy. PFG objectives should be linked clearly and effectively across departments, with the budget clearly following these priorities. A PFG would make budgeting easier. Both the Nevin Institute and Pivotal highlighted to members that there is a distinct lack of any strategic goal setting underpinning this budget. The Fiscal Council also notes that the PFG would help to ameliorate budget pressures over the next few years, and it includes the lack of an agreed programme for government as a red flag in its budget assessment. The Chartered Institute of Public Finance and Accountancy's Northern Committee advocated budget stability and sustainability through a 5 to 10 year PFG with strategic objectives to which all departmental and ALB business plans will align. Numerous members have expressed their concern about the lack of scrutiny the budget has received. Assembly statutory committees, as previously mentioned, have received little opportunity for scrutiny. Their scrutiny is based on statute and should not be seen in any way as being at the discretion of the corresponding department. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you and others in this House would agree that it is important, as I did earlier in my speech, to underline constantly the word statutory in relation to the committees of the Northern Ireland Assembly. They are not, as some other committees are in other jurisdictions in these islands, simply there for scrutiny purposes as and when it suits them. They have a statutory rule which has to be respected and must be respected by executive departments. In the absence of a public consultation, scrutiny by these committees becomes even more important. It is stifling and worrying. The considerable talk from executive ministers and officials that this has been an exceptional budget must be borne out by better practice and significantly greater transparency. Lack of consultation and scrutiny means that the usual process of challenge and sense testing of this budget is absent. The UU's Economic Policy Unit highlighted to members the need for strategic budgeting to support economic growth. They suggest departments must put much greater emphasis on the aspects of their remit that drive economic growth through their budgeting. Indeed, this should have formed a key strand of a PFG. We need a greater focus on in-work training and strategic investment around capital and skills. Plans should be developed to give working adults greater access to careers advice, particularly those in vulnerable industries and sectors, the EPU said. The committee heard a number of times how skills deficits act as a constraint on the growth of our economy. Levels of qualification and educational attainment here, as well as our levels of economic inactivity, are some of the worst in these islands. Issues around our skills shortage deficit were referenced by a number of key stakeholders, including the CBI and SIPFA. Social enterprise NI further suggests that social value must be at the core of government spending. The Construction Employers Federation advocated an infrastructure commission and be prioritised in budgets going forward. It is vital the Executive maximise this use of the Reinvestment and Reform Initiative to ensure that the £220 million available, as highlighted in the ERPS, lots of acronyms today, the Executive Restoration Package Settlement, is used in the current financial year, and the Minister might be able to give us an update on that in her remarks. Many who provided a response to the committee on the budget stated that good quality childcare is a key element in creating a solid foundation for addressing our skills deficits and growing our economy, as well as a vital part of any forthcoming PFG. The lack of affordable, readily available childcare creates a poverty trap, with some people unable to go out to work and unable to access opportunities to acquire skills. Packages of skills support need to be linked to the provision of childcare, and free childcare should be provided at further and higher education campuses to enable parents to access the learning and skills development opportunities that these provide. Employers for childcare welcome the resources the Executive has made available for childcare, even though it is too small. They are concerned that the funding is accompanied by detailed proposals for delivery across department, with education being the predictable locus of spending, their view being that it needs to be more cross-cutting. The CBI supports the reduction of the service cost of childcare for working parents, and NICFA strongly advocated the reform of childcare. Reform and sustainability were highlighted by a number of contributors to the committee's work. The committee heard the issue for health is not necessarily only resource, it is also reform. The strong message is that reform is now essential against a backdrop of a challenging budget and the sustainability required by the Executive Restoration Package settlement. Stakeholders insist the Executive must improve its communication with the public about what reform or transformation means. It is almost always associated with closures in health and education, rather than increased opportunities and services. Local provision does not always equate to the best provision, we were told. Fiscal issues and revenue raising have been brought into focus by the Executive Restoration Package settlement. The Fiscal Council has highlighted that the settlement is providing 5% of this budget. The Council believes that the level of in-year transfers to departments in 23-24 highlights the underfunding that NI faces. That is an issue that the Committee's Deputy Chair highlighted in the supply resolution debate yesterday. We are pleased that the interim fiscal framework confirms the fiscal floor at 24% going forward. We must all strive to provide appropriate proof that this is still not efficient, and we would welcome it being higher. That this was in evidence presented to the committee. The committee would happily, and I say this in my role as Leader of the Opposition, to support the Minister and her officials in this particular endeavour. The Neagh Institute suggests revenue raising is not the answer to our budgetary challenges, rather that the devolved administrations need to be properly empowered by the British Government to work. The Fiscal Council states that an increase in the regional rate would need to be significant to make an impact on the budget, while the Ulster University Economic Policy Centre suggested that new ideas around rates might be worthwhile considering for revenue raising. And there was a very useful evidence session with the different economic policy groups and think tanks, covering a whole range of questions on relating to revenue raising and executive financing more generally, which I'm sure the Minister's officials will have watched and taken into account. Sadly, this has been all too brief an account of the themes arising from the Committee's engagement on this budget. However, the full report can be found on the Committee's web pages. So to conclude, Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Committee for Finance, the Committee for Finance supports the bill and endorses, as I said earlier on, accelerated passage of the bill. Now, I will just make some remarks in my capacity as Leader of the Opposition, having said quite a lot as Chair of the Finance Committee. This is the last opportunity before we break for the summer recess to have a robust conversation about where we are as a devolved administration, what plans we are setting for the people who sent us here, what aspirations we have for them and the public services that they require but that are in a desperate state at the minute, where we want to go and the vision we want to provide for them. Yesterday, we saw a June monitoring round which allocated money that is, in and of itself, welcome, despite the fact that it happened in clear breach, in my view, of basic civil service rules, 3 days out from an election, in what was a fairly shabby display of party politicking. But did it represent a strategic plan for the people of the North? Did it represent a strategic plan for how we rescue public services, how we grow our economy, how we ease economic inactivity, how we reduce waiting lists, how we rescue Lough and tackle our biodiversity and ecological crisis? It didn't do any of those things. It didn't set a strategic plan that the people of Northern Ireland can judge the executive by. Yes, we welcome the fact that allocations were made. We welcome the fact that there's increased funding for certain areas. But until there is a programme for government with meaningful targets and multi-year budgets attached to them, it will be hard for the people of this region to properly conclude that this executive is serious about change. Of course, we don't even know that the First and Deputy First Ministers are committed to staying in their jobs, because neither of them will commit to not resigning from their roles and collapsing the executive, let alone engage in a serious discussion about reform of these institutions. Yesterday's main estimates, just to cover some of the detail that we are debating, yesterday's main estimates did include a very large set of what is sometimes called black box spending, is more technically called spending under the sole authority of the Budget Act. That is spending that is happening because there is not specific legislative authorisation for that spending. It is too large. Much of that funding is essential, including on welfare mitigations, but it would be helpful if it can be regularised, and I know the Minister has, in fairness, acknowledged that she will seek to regularise much of that spending. The argument for accelerated passage of the budget bill, which the Finance Committee has agreed to, the argument for accelerated passage of the budget bill is habitually and perennially that if we didn't do it, then the money would run out. I do think we need to get slightly real about claiming all the time that money is about to run out. I think it's particularly the case when that argument was effectively made yesterday for rushing through a monitoring round 3 days ahead of an election. We are slightly taking people for fools to believe that key public services are going to fall over if spending allocations are made on a Friday as opposed to a Monday. We need to get real about strategic policy making, strategic priority setting, and when we return to this chamber in September, we will hopefully have a programme for government in the not too distant future. We will have a new UK government which hopefully will be about to deliver, or perhaps will even have already delivered, a comprehensive spending review. At that point, there will be no more excuses for the executive in terms of giving us a comprehensive multi-year plan. There won't be any more excuses for simply divvying out money in party political stunts a few days out from an elections. What the people, the public of the North will expect to see is a proper, costed, thought-through plan to rescue public services. We welcome the fact that new allocations have been made to the health service, to schools, to roads, but for it to mean something in the long term, for it properly to build and rebuild our public services, it has to come alongside a strategic, multi-year programme for government with costs, targets and timelines. That is what the official opposition has called for over the past 5 months, and it's what we will continue to call for in our work following the recess. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. As question time begins at 2 p.m, I suggest that the Assembly takes its ease until then. The debate will continue after the urgent oral question, and the next member to speak will be Nicola Brogan. Thank you.
Members, it is time for questions to the Minister of Finance, and we start with listed questions. Questions 2 and 3 have been withdrawn, and I call Connie Egan.
Number 1, please.
Minister.
Public services across many sectors are in critical need of investment to ensure the quality and efficiency of service citizens quite rightly expect. Transformation is also essential if the Executive is to put its finances on a more sustainable footing. The financial package for the restored Executive includes £235 million of ring-fence funding for public sector transformation. This provides £47 million each year over a 5-year period. The Executive agreed on the 9th of May to my proposed approach for making quick progress on the use of this important funding. I have now established and appointed members to an interim Public Sector Transformation Board chaired by the Head of the Civil Service, Jane Brady. The interim board has been working at pace and, supported by my officials, issued a call for transformation proposals on the 31st of May. These have now been received, and I am pleased to report that all departments have submitted proposals. The interim board is currently assessing proposals to determine which ones are genuinely transformative and how projects could be prioritised to make the most effective use of the funding available. It will then make its recommendations to me on that basis. Work is also ongoing separately to develop the terms of reference for the board. Once all of this is completed, I will bring recommendations to the Executive for agreement. While this funding will in no way tackle the magnitude of issues at hand, I am committed to using it as effectively as possible to develop and implement a model of delivery which will stimulate the wider transformation of public services.
Connie Egan for supplementary.
Thank you. I thank the Minister for her answer. It's good to hear of the work so far of the interim board. Can I ask a timetable for the plans to establish the board on a permanent basis?
Sure.
So the board has been established on an interim basis to allow us to make progress in relation to the funding for this financial year. We didn't want to be in a position where we weren't able to receive proposals and spend the 47 million and potentially be in a position that you could lose some of that money or have to ask for it to be reprofiled. So we will be seeking to put the board on a firm and permanent basis, and I anticipate that once the board has completed its work in terms of developing terms of reference, which will then come back to the Executive over, I would imagine that will happen over the summer months, and then come into the autumn we will be looking at the membership more widely and the terms of reference. We have established it with 3 members, 3 permanent members to the board, but we may look to the mechanism for bringing on other independent experts that are able to provide specific advice in relation to particular projects.
Another supplementary, Philip McGuigan.
Last Collier. Can I ask the Minister what are the criteria that departments need to meet and how will proposals be assessed? Minister.
The letter from the Interim Transformation Board to departments had requested that proposals aim to achieve some or all of the following objectives: increased financial sustainability of public services, to transform the model of delivery of public services to improve effectiveness and efficiency to meet increased demands and improve outcomes for citizens, and prevention or cost savings and early intervention. Further guidance was also provided through the pro forma, which departments were asked to complete. Large-scale proposals of £10 million or more, which pass an initial sift, will undertake an additional process for application and assessment given the higher levels of transformation investment sought. The Interim Transformation Board may also take advice from subject matter experts to inform their decisions and or ask to meet departments to discuss and understand their proposals better.
I call Diane Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Question 4, please.
Minister.
The Ulster University Economic Policy Centre work is underway. Initial desk research has been conducted and the lead researcher is currently conducting interviews with relevant stakeholders. This is a specific piece of research to assess the economic impact of the differential pointages across our 11 councils in line with the Centre's research priorities and considering the merits or otherwise of a uniform business rate in this context. The report is due to complete in autumn. In tandem with this, the member will be aware of my desire to strategically align our rating system with the Executive's priorities for governments. Rates are our only devolved tax currently, contributing £1.5 billion to public services, and so it makes sense for it to align with the Executive strategy.
Diane Forsyth for supplementary.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the Minister for her response. And the recent consultation that was released by the Department looked at reliefs already in place and begged the question from many sectors who weren't afforded discounts, would they see those? So in terms of this full review, looking at our local businesses, our town centres who are decimated, what can we tell our local businesses that we will see a date as to an action point for help on their business rates?
Minister.
So the consultation that was undertaken earlier this year in relation to the rating measures was it was focused on revenue raising, and so the focus of it was quite specific and quite in terms of the questions it was asking about particular reliefs. My officials have briefed the Finance Committee in relation to the responses received. So I plan to publish that report in due course after the election, and I plan to make a statement to the Assembly to outline my approach in relation to taking forward any recommendations in relation to the rating system in the short and medium term, as I continue to assess how we can best make that system work to meet our local needs.
Thank the
Minister for her answer so far. Minister, can you please outline some of the specific ways in which you're currently supporting businesses?
Minister.
Since taking up this post in February, I have already secured holding the regional rate increase to the inflationary rate, as opposed to the 15% increase that was being pushed by the Secretary of State, and I have reinstated the Back in Business scheme to incentivise the use of empty units in our towns and cities, and also restored the Rural ATM scheme. My department has also renewed the Small Business Rate Relief Scheme for 2024-25 and has delivered on its commitment to more frequent and regular revaluations by setting the valuation date in legislation for Reval 2026. This was just the work of our first 100 days as an executive. Around 75% of non-domestic ratepayers occupying property here get some form of rate support. That includes 57% of all pubs getting some form of rate support, 65% of the hospitality sector as a whole in receipt of support via the Small Business Rate Relief Scheme, over 63% of retailers getting some form of support, with 80% of this support provided to small retail properties with an NAV of 15,000 or less. Almost 30,000 businesses from our tax base of just under 75,000 businesses get small business rates relief, and 4,474 manufacturers pay the lowest business rates in these islands, getting 70% off their rates by virtue of industrial derating tax relief, which is unique to this jurisdiction.
Matthew O'Toole.
Minister, in the centre of Belfast, what is now somewhat ridiculously known as the Tribeca project, there is thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands, perhaps even more, of foregone rates, either through reliefs or through properties progressively being allowed to get into dereliction. That project has still not been developed, getting on for 20 years afterwards. Can I ask, would you look with LPS and officials in other departments and Belfast City Council at how the rating system can properly target getting that area of Belfast back off its knees and to be the destination it needs to be?
Minister.
So some of the rates reliefs that the member refers to, some of those have been considered as part of the rating consultation, so we will be considering those in terms of the next steps from the report that I know the member will have had sight of as Chair of the Finance Committee. I think it is important that we look at how we can best align what we are trying to achieve through our rating system with what the economic vision that the Executive has set also. So I will be working with my counterpart, the Economy Minister, and also the Communities Minister, because there are cross-departmental interests there, and my officials will be engaging with the Department for Economy officials as to how we can best make sure that what we are trying to achieve aligns.
Earlier Flynn.
Question number 5, please.
Minister.
At the time this question was submitted, there was no clarity on the timescale for the June monitoring round. I am pleased to say that the Executive has now agreed my recommendations on the June monitoring round, allocating £213.1 million resource and £57.5 million capital to departments. This included £122 million to the Department of Health, £35 million for the Department of Justice, $29.5 million for the Department of Education. It also provided £20 million of capital DEL to the Department for Communities for social housing. In addition to this, £43.7 million was provided to the Department of Education for the EA pay and grading review, allowing these staff, our classroom assistants, our school bus drivers, our school cooks, some of whom are amongst the lowest paid in the sector, but who play a vital role in supporting our children and young people, to move on to the new pay scales from the start of this financial year. I did carefully consider whether June monitoring round should proceed during the pre-election period, and my view is that this process represents the normal and routine business of the Executive. There was also an urgent need to provide funding certainty to departments and to those delivering services, our public sector workers and those relying on public services, including people on waiting lists and all of those education workers I have just spoken about. And even a short delay would have presented risks. Knowing that funding was available, I could not stand by while departments took potentially damaging decisions that might be avoided once additional allocations were confirmed. And proceeding as we have also allowed for proper Assembly engagement without the House needing to be recalled during recess.
Flynn for supplementary.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for that answer. And just as a supplementary, in terms of yesterday's announcements and the funding that was announced, did any of that include additional funding that was secured as a result of the Fiscal Framework Agreement?
So, following the agreement of the interim fiscal framework on the 22nd of May, the needs-based factor of 24% will apply from 2024-25 to all new Barnett consequentials arising since the Executive was restored in February. It will apply when the Executive's funding relative to British Government spending in England falls below its relative need of 124%. The funding provided by the financial package, which accompanied the restoration, will be exempt from this calculation, meaning that it will apply in both 2024-25 and 25-26. So in the funding allocations that were made yesterday, there was an additional £23.9 million as a direct result of the signing of the interim fiscal framework to the spring statement announcement from Treasury back in March, and additional funding applied to other Barnett consequentials, which we anticipate from Westminster Mains.
I call Deborah Erskine.
Mr Deputy Speaker, question 6.
Minister.
I have been deeply concerned about the impact of branch closures for some time, which is why I called senior representatives from the local banks to attend a round-table meeting with me last month. I used that meeting to urge them to protect our local branch network and maintain access to cash and banking services, particularly for those in rural communities and vulnerable customers, such as those on low incomes and the elderly, who still rely heavily on their physical banks rather than digital banking. I stressed to them that they have a responsibility to all their customers in impacted areas, and emphasised the importance of quickly rolling out further banking hubs. And I intend to hold a further roundtable discussion in the autumn to follow up on these matters.
Erskine for supplementary.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for her answer. I welcome the fact that there will be a follow-up in autumn, and I look forward to hearing the outcomes of that as well. These services are vitally important for the rural area. These banks make corporate decisions with no thought or regard for the local people of rural areas. Is there anything that the Minister can do in terms of measures to make sure that the decisions are rural-proof? Because this is corporate decision-making, and ultimately we're only asking and urging. So just to see what the Minister can do on that. Thank you.
Minister.
And I thank the member for that. As she will know, neither my department nor the Assembly has any legislative authority in relation to banking and finance, so there is a somewhat limited role that my department can play in directly influencing the decisions by local banks, which, as you have rightly said, are largely commercial. I'm deeply concerned, though, about the impact of all of these bank branch closures, which have been considerable over the past couple of years on our towns and villages and rural communities. And so I'm keen to use whatever influence I can as Finance Minister, both with the banks themselves and also with the powers in London, to press them to protect branches and services here. I'm still concerned about the closure of branches, given the wider societal impacts that they have on local communities, in particular in rural areas for small businesses that very much rely on their local branch. There has been some work done by the Financial Conduct Authority in reviewing access to cash. They are due to publish recommendations in the autumn, and I know from the conversations that I've had with Cash Access UK and Link that guidance, when it comes, may help improve some of the decisions around the access to cash in rural areas and banking hubs and where they are located.
Lisa McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for her answers so far.
Answer to this point, and being from the rural community again too, where I've seen all the banks close in Castledearg and many of those even in the larger town of Strabane, I'd ask the Minister what can she do to support those who are less digitally literate to access online banking facilities. Sure.
So it's vital that banks proactively work with customers to encourage digital and financial literacy, which is something that I pressed upon them when we met on the 1st of May. In addition, my department has a small digital inclusion team to promote online services and to give people the skills, confidence, motivation and trust to navigate the online world. The Go On NI programme provides free digital training sessions in libraries, community centres and hubs throughout the north. These digital skills sessions introduce digital technology to people who are not familiar with going online and support people who want to improve their skills online. There is a particular focus on older people at times throughout the year, with specific events taking place during Safer Internet Day, Positive Ageing Month and Get Online Week. In the 23-24 financial year, the programme helped nearly 7,000 people with digital training, with 92 sessions taking place within libraries and community hubs in the Fermanagh and Omagh District Council area, for example, and people can contact their local library to enrol on these courses.
Cara Hunter.
Minister, you will be aware of the bank closures in our constituency of East Derry and Kilrea, Garva, Dungiven and more, and undoubtedly this has been detrimental for our constituents. I'm aware financial services are a reserved matter, but in your role as Finance Minister, what can we do to ensure that our rural constituents are not left behind when it comes to banking services?
Minister.
Yep, and the member is quite right. One of the reasons that I'm so concerned about the closure of the branch network is the impact on my own constituency and on constituents, particularly in rural areas. As I have outlined in terms of my response to Deborah, we do have limited ability in terms of directly influencing the decisions that banks take in their own commercial interest. And as I have said, it's my plan to reconvene that banking roundtable with key stakeholders in the autumn, bringing together the likes of the Financial Services Union, business bodies, consumer and community organisations, the Post Office, credit unions, Link, Access to Cash and UK Finance, which is the banking industry representative body. So my officials will be setting up that meeting in due course.
I call Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Question 7.
Minister.
The overarching objectives of the investment fund are to address market failures and accelerate and increase investment in private sector-led development, infrastructure and low-carbon projects, to secure private sector and/or public sector leverage to achieve sustainable financial returns, maximise the impact of public sector intervention and deliver economic growth. To date, the fund has provided just under £170 million of loans in support of 14 projects, supporting over 5,100 jobs. £47 million of these loans have been repaid. These loans have been across a range of sectors, including office developments, hotels, student accommodation and mixed-use developments. I recently visited the site of the new Dunluth Lodge Hotel near Portrush. This is an excellent example of an investment supported by the fund, which will help to create high-quality jobs and encourage economic development on a more regionally balanced basis. The fund's record to date has been a very positive one in terms of the level of funds invested, the jobs supported and the total value of development supported. The investment fund remains open for applications and I would welcome further interest for those seeking to take forward suitable projects.
Ciara Ferguson for supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for that very detailed explanation of the work so far and particularly the success around the 5,100 jobs. Could the Minister perhaps elaborate on how the fund supports low-carbon projects?
Minister.
So, of the 14 projects supported to date, 13 are expected to achieve an Energy Performance Certificate of A or B rating. The fund has also invested £50 million to support 3 energy-efficient office development projects during this time, which are estimated to have resulted in an annual CO2 saving of 771 tonnes. The Oakland Apart Hotel in Belfast has also achieved WELL Platinum building status as it uses 100% renewable energy, is partly powered by on-roof solar panels and heated with air-source heat pumps. It also sends zero waste to landfill. I recently met with the fund managers and was pleased to hear of their ongoing aim to seek opportunities to diversify projects supported both geographically and in terms of the sectors supported. We have also discussed the need to continue to pursue opportunities to invest in low-carbon schemes.
Owen Tennyson.
And thank you, Minister, for that answer. Minister, you have outlined that the Northern Ireland Investment Fund is a debt-based scheme. Do you see any scope for the creation of a new equity-based scheme specifically targeted at the transition to net zero and investment in those areas of the energy market where there's market failure?
Minister.
I thank the member for that question, and the member will be aware that I have recently established in my department a new budget sustainability team, and we will be looking at opportunities to identify ways in which we can make the best use of our funds. So we will be open to looking at all options in relation to how we can leverage funding to support public investment.
Call Nicola Brogan.
Ceist over Hartlead Hall. Question number 8, please.
Minister.
The Fiscal Council has made a significant impact in improving transparency, scrutiny and understanding of our public finances since it was established in March 2021, publishing 18 reports to date. In particular, it was instrumental in providing the independent evidence base that enabled me to successfully negotiate and agree the 124% needs-based factor in our interim fiscal framework. As the Council was first established as a non-statutory body, I am now taking forward legislation that will underpin its work on a statutory basis. I secured executive agreement last month to the Policy for a Fiscal Council Bill, which will safeguard its independence and ensure its continued access to information. Significant preparatory work had already been undertaken in developing the bill, and the Executive also agreed that the Office of Legislative Counsel would complete the drafting. It is therefore welcome that the bill has been included on the Executive's legislative programme for this year.
Nicola Brogan for a supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister also.
Assessment of the impact that the Fiscal Council has had to date, please.
Minister.
Well, in my opinion, the Fiscal Council has had a significant impact. during its short time. Their assessments are insightful and are highly valued. They make a difference in terms of improving the transparency, scrutiny and understanding around the budget and monitoring process. They have produced a range of impactful reports, including assessments on our budgets, sustainability reports, technical reports and a comprehensive guide to public finances here. Their independent evidence has helped support our case to the British Government around a level of relative need. They have also signalled the cliff edge to public finances that would have materialised in the very near term as a result of the Executive Restoration Package settlement. This independent scrutiny was valuable for elements included in the recent signing of the interim fiscal framework. Their work with various stakeholders, including providing evidence to the Finance Committee, has also assisted in increasing understanding of public finances and provided valuable opportunity for discussions on need, sustainability and future planning.
Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers. Just picking up on that point around the evidence, can you please outline your opinion in terms of how much that evidence will inform negotiations with the Treasury on the permanent fiscal framework for Northern Ireland? Thank you.
Minister.
So the work of the Fiscal Council so far has been really helpful and useful in providing that evidence. I recently established a new team in my department to take forward the work to develop and agree the final fiscal framework. That team is already considering what further evidence on our level of need can be provided and whether any further analysis is needed and who might be best placed to undertake that. So they have and will continue to engage with the Fiscal Council, given the significant evidence base that they have already provided, with counterparts in other departments to understand if there's additional evidence there that in other departments that we can use in making that case for a higher level of need, and other experts in the field as well. So we will continue to consider how we can build on the robust independent evidence that we already have regarding our relative need from the Fiscal Council.
Call Deirdre Hargey.
Question now.
Minister.
So I have previously indicated to members my intention to bring forward a bill to amend the current law on marriage and civil partnership in 2025. I am proposing to put non-religious belief marriage, for example humanist marriage ceremonies, on an equal footing with religious marriage, and to raise the minimum age for marriage and civil partnership from the present 16 to 18. There was almost unanimous support in consultation responses to increase the minimum age to 18. These are important proposals for which I have requested the support of executive colleagues. Work is at an advanced stage, and once the executive approval is secured, my officials are ready to engage with the Office of Legislative Counsel on drafting the relevant amendments. I hope that agreement to proceed with the drafting of a bill will be secured at earliest opportunity.
Argue for supplementary.
You nearly answered my supplementary in terms of just of a time scale to progress this. It is good, obviously, that there's been those additions, and it's just in terms of the consultation responses that they support all of that, and just really if there's a more definitive timeline at this point that can be given.
Work is at an advanced stage. My officials briefed the Finance Committee on the marriage and civil partnership a number of weeks ago, and members were supportive of the changes. I circulated a paper to executive colleagues on the 21st of May, and I asked for it to be tabled at our executive meeting on the 13th of June. So once executive approval is secured, my officials are ready to engage, as I said, with the Office of Legislative Counsel. I would have liked to have been in the position to have secured that executive approval before summer recess, but I am hopeful that the legislation can be introduced next year and the law can be amended before the end of this current mandate.
Brian Kingston for a quick supplementary. We're down to 1 minute.
Okay, well, maybe if I can go straight to the supplementary, just to question number 10, and to highlight the need to ensure that the new government at Westminster will support the need for a final fiscal framework. Signed,
as the member will be aware, the interim fiscal framework on behalf of the Executive on the 21st of May. That agreement marks substantial progress on the position within the financial package and, importantly, includes a firm commitment to review the Executive's funding before the cliff edge in 26-27. It also provides us with a platform to build upon the establishment of the Joint Exchequer Committee, which formalises arrangements for negotiation of a more comprehensive fiscal framework. I have repeatedly made the case for further investment in public services, and I am committed to continuing to do so at every opportunity. As well as raising this with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, I also raised it with the Shadow Secretary of State.
I'm going to stop you. The member had indicated for a supplementary and was accepted for what we thought was a supplementary, so if you're content to wind now very briefly, we'll move on to the next section. Thank you, Minister, for your cooperation. Members, that ends the period for listed questions. We now have 15 minutes of topical questions. Question 7 has been withdrawn, and I call Matthew O'Toole.
Speaker, Minister, you acknowledged today, and indeed in a written answer to me on the 25th of June, you said that the factual report summarising consultation responses in relation to the revenue-raising measures consultation could not be published because of the pre-election period. Now, that is just a factual response summarising consultation responses. It doesn't set out your policy or executive intention. It's simply a factual summary of other people's responses. You said today, and you said in a written answer to me...
Mr. O'Toole.
This is important, Deputy Speaker. You said to me that it couldn't be published because of the pre-election period. Why is that? Why could that not be published, but a £300 million monitoring round could be published?
Minister.
So I have been very clear that I considered the pre-election guidance in making the decision to proceed with June monitoring round. I did so on the basis that June monitoring is normal and routine business of the Executive, and therefore it's appropriate to proceed with it during the pre-election period. It is, given the financial pressures right across our departments, it was vital that they had confirmation of the additional funding allocations as soon as possible to give certainty to make decisions. I also think it was important to give certainty to all of those who rely on those services, whether they are healthcare workers, those on waiting lists, our classroom assistants and school bus drivers, and all of those parents who may be able to benefit from the childcare. Any delays in June monitoring could risk overspends or lead to greater adverse impacts than would have been the case had decisions been taken earlier.
O'Toole, supplementary.
Your position is that 4 days difference would have jeopardised public services, but you also say that a routine report setting out consultation responses without any policy intent could not be published because of a pre-election period, but totally normal and routine business to have an exceptional Monday morning executive meeting, for 3 podiums to be set out in the Great Hall for you, the First and Deputy First Minister, to have a press conference.
Mr. O'Toole,
that apparently is routine business. Minister, with respect, I think you're taking us for fools, and I think you and your department have jeopardised civil service integrity and impartiality by pushing yesterday's monitoring round.
Minister.
I have set out my position in relation to June monitoring and pre-election guidance to Mr O'Toole on, I think this is now the 4th occasion. I considered the pre-election guidance, I considered that June monitoring is normal and routine business for the Executive. The pre-election guidance is clear that each case should be considered on its own merits.
Perhaps an opportune time to remind members that questions should be concise and introductions short. Keith Buchanan.
Minister, you mentioned earlier in your remarks about business and domestic rates of bringing an income of approximately £1.5 billion a year. How buoyant is that figure year on year, and how much of that is short of unpaid rates? And what could that figure be if all rates were paid?
Minister.
So, just see if I can find the figures for this year. Yeah, so 1.5 billion is what was raised last year. And obviously that's a really important contribution to the delivery of our public services. Rating debt varies year on year. At the 31st of March 2024, the value of the outstanding rating debt was £180.5 million. That has been reduced somewhat in the interim. Land and Property Services is continuing to collect all outstanding rating debt. And there are a number of arrangements in place for those who face rating debt and those who are struggling to make their rate payments. And I would encourage anybody who is in that position to make contact with LPS.
Buchanan, supplementary.
Thank you for that information, Minister. And following on from the approximate £180 million of outstanding debt, at what point in time does your department write that off? You know, is there a period of time that you look back after 4 or 5 years and say you've wrote off? Have you any figures for that?
Minister.
So I'm not sure that I would have those figures in front of me, but no, it is not written off after a period of time. There is a very limited number of circumstances within which written debt will be written off. For example, if somebody dies or a company goes bankrupt, I would be happy to write to the member and to share the detail. I think I have shared it already in response to written questions as to how much of that debt refers to what particular year.
Gary Middleton is not in his place, so I call Trevor Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Minister, and my main body of questions I was going to ask the Minister actually, what specific bids the Justice Minister has made in relation to policing numbers in terms of additional finance?
Minister.
Find the other answer. So there was resource bids from the Department for Justice totalling £274.7 million for PSNI, an additional capital of £16.4 million sought for maintenance and enhancement of the PSNI estate. Further to this, £18.7 million of ring-fenced resource del. As the member will be aware, however, both resource and capital bids in the monitoring round far outweighed the level of resources available. And the Executive has agreed to provide an additional £35 million of resource del to the Department of Justice.
Trevor Clark for supplementary.
Can I thank the Minister for that answer, and indeed thank the Minister for making a bid in terms of the additional finances? Given that the Executive, all of the Executive parties had made a commitment in 2019 in terms of signing up under taking a new approach, in terms of resourcing the police to an adequate level, at what stage are you, Minister, going to get serious about funding the PSNI sufficiently to allow those numbers and allow the Justice Minister to bring those numbers back to where they should be?
Minister.
And I would put on record my thanks to the Justice Minister for her constructive engagement both in setting the budget and in relation to June monitoring. She was very clear about the pressures facing the PSNI and right across the justice system, and I have taken on board what she has said in relation to that. And I think that, and I'll not put words in her mouth, but I think that she would recognise that I have tried to make additional allocations to support the Department for Justice, with £95 million additional in the budget in 24-25 that was announced on the 25th of April, and then with the additional funding in June monitoring. I think that we all recognise the challenges that's facing us in relation to our public finances, and I am committed to continuing to make the case to the incoming British Government later this week that we do need to see proper investment in our public services, and that includes for the Department of Justice.
Joanne Bunting.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Is the Minister aware that numerous retired police officers are being contacted to say their pensions have been overpaid, some for as long as 16 years?
Minister.
So I'm not sure that that's something that has been brought to my immediate attention, but I would be happy to write to the member in response to it, but go ahead with your supplementary.
Joanne Bunting, supplementary.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister. This follows on from a similar debacle involving prison officers' pensions, which is rumbling on. Clearly something is going badly awry if these pensions are being miscalculated to that extent and it's not noticed for as long as 16 years. I'm aware there's also involvement from the DOJ, but will the Minister undertake a review to establish what is going on to lead to such grave errors with public funds and considerable distress for all those involved?
I would encourage the member to write to me with some of the details in relation to that, and I will be happy to take that on board and to give that consideration.
Okay, Alex Easton's not in his place. Question 7 has been withdrawn. I move on to Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Minister may be aware that there is a VAT consultation happening from Treasury. Could she give her assessment of that consultation?
Minister.
So obviously VAT is a reserved matter. My officials engage regularly with their counterparts in Treasury, and we have made the case on many occasions and will continue to make the case that, for example, we should see the ability to reduce the VAT for hospitality and tourism, because we are, in particular circumstances with having competition from the south, where businesses there are at an advantage in relation to that particular issue.
Deborah Erskine.
Thank the Minister for her answer. I'm pleased to hear in terms of that ongoing engagement. One particular issue that I am concerned about is the taxi industry. And in 2014 there were 16,000 taxi licences. At the beginning of this year it was down to 7,500. The taxi industry is worried about VAT changes and what it will mean for their industry, because it could result in operators potentially going out of business or taxi drivers not going into the industry. So will the Minister commit to listening to the industry, and will she put input into the Treasury's VAT consultation on this issue particularly?
Minister.
I would encourage the member to write to me on that particular issue, and then I can share that with officials and we can take a look at that and involve it in the ongoing consultation that they have with their counterparts.
Call Cathal Boylan.
Could thank the Minister for her answer so far, but could I put to the Minister, how is June monitoring supporting investment in the school estate?
Minister.
So, as part of the June monitoring allocations, £15 million of capital will be made available to the Department of Education for special educational need, minor works and other statutory minor works. The Department of Education requested this funding to meet additional pressures which have been identified for specialist provision in mainstream schools placements and for other urgent works across the schools estate. And I'm sure we are all regularly contacted by schools in our own constituencies who are impacted by that. The allocation of funding will provide for urgent health and safety works and for statutory works in order to keep schools open and children safe. In addition, the Department of Education was allocated £29.5 million to address a range of issues, and that's in addition to the funding for the Education Authority pay and grading review.
Cathal Boylan.
Carmarget, I'm going to thank the Minister for answering. And just a wee follow-up question in terms of, could the Minister outline how she has provided support in relation to the EA pay on grading?
Minister.
So I wrote to the Chief Secretary to the Treasury on back in April to ask for £180 million to be reprofiled in 24-25 from the repurposed funds in the financial package to support Education Authority pay and grading review workers. With the significant and detrimental industrial action imminent, the Education Minister had written to me seeking my support for a proposal that would allow him to make an offer to trade unions. The Education Minister requested that the Executive allocate £43.7 million in June monitoring round towards the assimilation of these important workers onto the new pay scales with effect from the 1st of April. And I've been working very collegiately with the Education Minister to find a way forward for these workers, and I'm pleased to advise that that allocation has now been provided for in June monitoring. The Executive also committed to provide funding for a non-consolidated recognition payment in lieu of back pay to eligible staff in 25-26. This will be from the repurposed funds within the financial package. However, utilisation of that funding will only occur if Treasury doesn't agree to my request.
Patrick DeLargy, and we're down to 2 minutes. You may not have time.
Thank the Minister for her answer so far. Minister, 2 questions. I'll throw them on together then. Are you supportive of further investment in social housing, and also have you discussed social housing issues with the DFC Minister?
Minister.
So I was glad that the Executive was able to agree £20 million for new social housing in the June monitoring round. There was a very limited pot of capital available to us to allocate and a huge volume of bids. That was also the case when we were setting the budget. So I was pleased that we were able to allocate the significant portion of money available in June monitoring to social housing. I understand that will enable around an extra 200 new social homes to be delivered, but we are all very aware of the constraints that have existed in terms of our capital budget, and I am very committed to working with the Communities Minister to identify how we can take forward further investment into our housing. We are all very aware of the demand for new homes. I met with the Communities Minister on the 24th of June to discuss the housing supply strategy. I've encouraged him to look at ways other sources of funding could be utilised to see if there's opportunities there to increase the supply of new social and affordable housing. And I will continue to work collegiately with both the Communities Minister and other executive colleagues on this important issue.
Padraig Delargy for 30 seconds supplementary.
Thank you. Answered.
Okay, time's up. Can I ask members to take their ease for a change at the top table before we move on to the next item on the order paper? Thank you.
Thank you. Order. Matthew Toole has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Justice. I remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should continue to rise in their places. The member who tabled the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Justice to update the Assembly on her department's position on appealing the High Court ruling on the Justice, Sexual Offences and Trafficking Victims Act, Northern Ireland 2022, pursuant to the publication of a story regarding such an appeal in the Belfast Telegraph.
I call the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The report in the Belfast Telegraph that I am appealing the judgment is factually incorrect. I have made no decision as yet on appeal. In my consideration of the way forward and informed by legal opinion, I wrote to executive colleagues on the 28th of June to make them aware of the consequential impacts of what is a profound constitutional ruling by the court, which will have repercussive impacts across every Stormont department and the legislative process, and to seek their views on that point. The legal advice available to me makes clear that there are potentially far-reaching ramifications for the Assembly and all departments. This is the first time the High Court has used the power in Section 6 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998 to declare provisions to be outside the legislative competence of the Assembly and not law. It would be hugely remiss of me not to make my executive colleagues aware of the extent of the judgment in this respect. The court judgment declared that sections 12 to 14 of the Justice, Sexual Offences and Trafficking Victims Act Northern Ireland are not law, as they are outside the legislative competence of the Assembly, since they are incompatible with the applicant's Article 10 rights. This incompatibility finding is a very narrow one, which could be addressed in a number of ways, including by legislative amendment. These clauses are not the reason for any potential appeal. I intend to give further consideration to a justice-specific response to this aspect of the judgment, irrespective of any decision whether or not to take forward an appeal. However, the judgment imposes a high standard of rationality upon the reasoning in the Assembly and committee debates during the passage of legislation. This is likely to generate future challenges to legislative competence based on a forensic dissection of the quality and rationality of Assembly and committee debates. This is a finding which imposes a threshold standard upon the legislative process, which will be difficult to meet in practice. The approach taken by the court risks undermining the effectiveness of the Assembly. The assumption that a matter not debated has not been adequately considered is not in line with the reality of the operation of the political scrutiny process, which cannot be fully considered by simply reading Hansard or committee minutes. It is on these constitutional matters and their potential impacts alone that I sought the views of executive colleagues. While any decision on an appeal is for me to take, it is important, given the wider ramifications identified, that I consider their responses before making any decisions as to the way forward. The deadline for responses is 5 p.m. today, and when I have reached a decision, I will ensure, as I previously promised, to notify MLAs as a matter of urgency.
Well, Mr. O'Toole.
Thank the Minister for her answer. Minister, you said that a decision hasn't been made, but the reporting is clearly that you are minded to appeal, and that was the argument that you made to executive colleagues. It's important to acknowledge that given the timelines you've outlined, you yourself are seeking to leave office in 48 hours' time, so you may not be there to make this decision. People do expect honesty and humility from their public representatives, so acknowledging the constitutional context in which you've made that argument, can I ask, Minister, given the representations from advocates for a free press and victims of sexual crime, do you or do you not support and continue to support post-death anonymity for sex offenders?
Minister.
Well, I think perhaps if the member read the judgment rather than the Belfast Telegraph, he would have a better grasp as to what the issues are, because the judge did not find that post-death anonymity was inappropriate or that it was out with the legislative competence of this Assembly. They found that there was an adequate opportunity to challenge during the lifetime of a suspect their ability to be able to publish their details. And as I have said very clearly already, there are legislative fixes for both or either or none of those issues. That is not the issue on which I was consulting executive colleagues.
Thank you very much for the Minister to come along and just give a bit of clarity. And I suppose we're here in the context of the High Court having spoken and struck down the defective clauses within the bill, because they are incompatible with the European Convention rights around Article 10 in terms of press rights and freedom of expression. And I suppose Sinn Féin are opposed to any appeal of this judgment. I would like to ask the Minister then to outline what steps and timeline, if she has it, to address the defective clauses and ensuring that the bill meets the needs of victims of public interest, but importantly corrects the balance of Convention rights.
Minister.
That is a matter for another day. The pressure that is currently before the Department is the one to decide on whether or not the overall judgment should be appealed on the constitutional issues which arise from it and which flow from it. However, as I've said, there are a number of opportunities, including during this term, when that imbalance that was decided on by the court can be redressed. Alternatively, them being struck down means that they're no longer in operation, and therefore we could simply allow that to continue as is, with no control whatsoever over the publication of people's names who have been accused of, but not charged with, or convicted of any offence.
Mr Speaker, I'm grateful to the Minister for clarifying her position, but before there would be any doubling down on spending public money which could be put towards essential frontline services, could the Minister perhaps outline what consideration she will give in weighing up her decision as to whether the principle is worth it, her likelihood of being successful, and whether or not any such challenge is of greater merit than the existing need that exists in her department?
Well, I'm glad that the Chair of the Committee has asked an insightful question with regards to cost, because it is important. The cost to the Department of the Judicial Review up to this point have not been significant. Cost to the Department of any appeal would be similar. However, consideration of costs will of course form part of my consideration on the way forward. However, the substantive consequential impacts of the judgment will be the primary factor in my decision. The cost to the public purse, Mr Speaker, and to the Assembly and committees of having to spend time taking evidence on and debating and minuting those exchanges on clauses which are non-controversial and widely agreed will in all likelihood be way more significant than the cost of any appeal. And so I have to weigh all of those factors up, and also the degree to which there is consensus around the executive table as to whether or not this is a matter of importance. And ultimately, that is the consideration that I will get when the deadline has passed by 5 p.m. this evening.
Bobby Butler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And the Minister will be aware that we met first on the 19th of February to discuss Section 12, which is part of the repeal by Justice Humphreys. In that regard, and given the public interest in this and the further outreach by victims of historical sexual abuse and crimes. Has the Minister had any meetings with any of those bodies in that intervening time and taken into consideration the impact of this law on how they feel?
Minister.
I have indeed had representations and indeed a direct meeting with a number of bodies who represent people who are in that space. There was no intention by me as Minister, by my officials, by Sir John Gillan, who recognised and asked that there would be anonymity up to the point of charge, or by any member in this House who passed that legislation to cause any harm or distress to any victim. Quite the contrary, the Sexual Offences and Trafficking Victims Bill was brought forward with a view to enhancing the protections for victims, both within the court and in wider society. And it's important that we reflect on that. But I am absolutely clear. There was no intention on anyone's part to cause harm, nor would I ever wish to do so.
Philip Brett.
Thank the Minister for providing an update to the House this afternoon and to the Leader of the Opposition for tabling the question. Minister, in a previous contribution, the member for East Antrim placed much importance on the editorial of the newspaper in speaking in support of the stance that he has taken. They have described any attempt to appeal this judgment as wrong-headed. Would the Minister agree with that editorial that any appeal would be wrong-headed? And secondly, can she confirm that any appeal would require the approval of the Executive as a whole and wouldn't be possible for the Minister to do that acting alone?
There are two issues that the member has raised. The first is, should I take my legal advice from the KC and senior counsel who are intimately engaged with this case, or from the editorial of any newspaper? And I think that the answer to that one should be clear, even to the person who raised the question. I will take my decision based on the legal advice, not on opinion and on editorialisation of this, because actually there have been unhelpful mistruths and miscommunication around what has been asked, and it would be helpful again if people would return to the original judgment when they are looking at these. In respect of my ability to take forward an appeal as Justice Minister, it is clear that I do not need executive approval to appeal. At this stage, the decision is mine to make, because DOJ, the primary finding was for DOJ, and therefore it was not a cross-cutting issue. However, I have recognised that the matter is of significant importance, and I have gone to executive colleagues to make them aware of the wider constitutional matters raised in the judgment to seek their point of view. I will take those views into account in consideration of the correct way forward.
That concludes the urgent oral to the Minister for Justice. We now return to the Budget Bill number 2, and I call Nicola Brogan.
I want to start by thanking the Finance Minister for bringing forward this budget bill, particularly given the very challenging time pressures which her and her officials were under. Bringing forward a balanced and fair budget is challenging enough at the best of times, but doing so after 14 years of British Government austerity, when bids for funding far outweighed what was available, required exceptional skill. In addition to dealing with the chronic underfunding the North has been subject to from successive British governments, it must also be noted that the Minister had to develop a single-year budget. This is far from ideal, but unfortunately, as we are in the last year of the current spending review, a multi-year budget simply wasn't possible. However, I am hopeful that as we move into the new spending review period, a multi-year budget will be developed to give departments the certainty they need to be able to plan ahead. This budget has been a challenging one for all departments. In terms of resource scale, there was only £1 billion available for allocation, set against bids totalling £3 billion. There was a similar picture in capital DEL. Within the allocations, health was prioritised as it received over 50% of the available funding. Indeed, health has received an additional £1.6 billion, as well as more than half of the funding made available during June monitoring. This underlines the point that health is a priority for Sinn Féin, even when it has limited resources. The budget aligns with the key priorities set out by the executive parties, which are expected to be included in the programme for government. This includes the £25 million set aside for childcare and £47 million for transformation. As a member of the ERA Committee and my party's spokesperson on environment, I also want to specifically mention the £1.5 million being made available for Lough, Neagh. Earlier today, the DERA Minister updated us on his Lough Neagh report and action plan, and I hope that this helps to reassure those who live near the Lough that departments are working together to protect and restore it. Of course, very many worthy and important projects will not receive the vital funding they need. Unfortunately, the British Government's previous budget delivered cuts amounting to £1 billion, decimating our public services in the process and having a disproportionate impact on those already struggling most with the cost of living crisis. I know that the Finance Minister has been relentless in her battles with the Treasury to secure the funding the North deserves. The interim fiscal framework, which the Finance Minister has secured, will go some way to addressing the British Government's chronic underfunding here. The agreement sets the fiscal floor at 124%, meaning for the first time in a generation, the North will be funded at or above its relative need in future years. This is a radical change to how the North is currently funded and will help us to mitigate against British Government underfunding in the future. This new interim framework also alleviates the concerns about us facing a cliff edge in 2026, as the fiscal floor will be baselined at the relevant spending review period. The Minister has done excellent work within the extremely limited powers available to her to mitigate as much as possible the effects of Tory austerity. However, in order to be able to provide the kind of budget stability and security we require, then we must see greater devolution of fiscal powers to the Assembly. The current system gives the Treasury, who are not accountable to the people here, far too much of a say over our finances. Undoing the damage caused by years of British Government austerity and underfunding will require greater flexibility around budgets, greater borrowing powers and more fiscal devolution. Gur miagad.
Leanne Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and as I rise as DUP Finance spokesperson, I will be brief as we cover today much of what was discussed yesterday in this place on our finances. The DUP, led by Gavin Robinson MP, have long championed a new needs-based funding model for Northern Ireland, and without our work, it would not be possible to be moving forward on an improved funding basis today. However, we have been consistent in our stance that the current financial position is not sufficient, and Northern Ireland needs a long-term plan for our finances to enable us to move forward on a sustainable basis. We are in an extremely challenging budget cycle. It is not ideal that we move once again to a single-year budget position, but we understand that multi-year budgets are a shared goal of all within this executive when we move to align with the new comprehensive spending review. It is not ideal that we are progressing a budget without a programme for government in place, and the need for its urgent agreement and publication is immense. It is also not ideal that once again we are progressing this budget by accelerated passage. However, within our Finance Committee research, we noted that every budget bill ever moved here was by accelerated passage, and it is an attractive goal to hope that this Executive and Assembly could potentially set a new first by bringing the first ever budget bill forward through a full scrutiny process, and let's hope for that in the future. However, today we are where we are. We face incredible challenges on our public services. Every department have been awarded significantly less than they have bid for, yet compromise has been found. With departments under pressure, the potential to run out of funding in year for outside factors like demand and statutory services under the existing 65% vote on account, it is necessary that we progress this budget through accelerated passage to keep our services running. Satisfactory scrutiny of the budget has been noted, but a number of departments led by their ministers need to be clear, open, transparent and honest with their statutory committees on their plans and how they will live within their budget allocations, and each committee will speak to their own specific issues, which I am grateful that many of them have shared with the Finance Committee. Difficult decisions need to be taken, and as a country we cannot afford for any minister or department to blanketly overspend due to any dissatisfaction with their budget allocation and expect the Assembly to approve additional resources to continuously plug the gap without plans to transform services. Transformation and the delivery of improved value for money needs to be a key priority of this Executive in exercising its functions. We need to see improved cross-departmental working, the removal of siloed working and the removal of duplication of tasks. This budget needs to be approved to keep Northern Ireland public services running, but it also needs to be used as a baseline with a commitment to transform our public services, because the 2026-27 financial cliff edge at the end of the financial settlement period will be upon us very soon. We cannot continue to roll forward continuously. We need transformation now. We need a programme for government, a plan, and we need to see delivery. Our DUP team are committed to this delivery and committed to continue the fight for improved finances and a better future for Northern Ireland, and we support this bill today.
Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And further to Assembly approval of the supply resolutions yesterday, I rise on behalf of the Alliance Party to support the budget bill at second stage. I'm also supportive of the bill proceeding via accelerated passage in order to ensure that departments have the statutory authority needed to draw down cash and avoid the risk of reaching the spending limit set in the previous vote on account. The Executive's agreement on the final budget for 24-25 has enabled us to get to this point and, as has been rehearsed on multiple occasions, has occurred in turbulent and challenging circumstances. The restoration of the Executive on the 3rd of February left an incredibly short time period for the budget to be developed and meant that we are now proceeding in the absence of proper consultation and in the absence of a programme for government. We also come to this debate off the back of a period of sustained underfunding by Westminster, loss of EU funds due to Brexit, and a cycle of stop-start government at the Assembly which has left our public services creaking under enormous pressure. That damage will not be undone in a matter of weeks or months, or even over the course of this year, but rather will require sustained effort over many years underpinned by stable, functioning and effective institutions. This Assembly, Mr Speaker, is as stable today as the day before it last collapsed. I may sound like a broken record, but if we are to create the kind of political certainty and stability that is required to support transformation of our finances and public services, we must reform these institutions and ensure no single party can ever again hold them to ransom. We must also build on the progress of the interim fiscal framework, hopefully in partnership with a new UK government. That must include a fiscal floor which is appropriately baselined and set at the correct level, recognising our unique policing and justice need and incorporating issues such as taxable capacity and benefit rate sensitivity. Convincing Treasury of those arguments will require strong, independent evidence, and time is of the essence ahead of a potential spending review later this year. Aside from the establishment of a budget sustainability team within the Department of Finance, we aren't clear in terms of the timetable of when that evidence will be provided or how the independence of that evidence will be safeguarded. It remains my view that an independent commission should be established at the earliest opportunity to provide evidence on our funding formula. Devolution of additional fiscal powers, of course, should also be on the table, though we are still largely in the dark around the Department's priorities in that regard. A phased and pragmatic approach should be adopted, recognising the risks associated with devolution of additional powers and also the capacity of the Executive to take on significant new powers. However, there are obvious contenders such as landfill tax and stamp duty, which could be levied in a manner consistent with the Executive's priorities and agenda. There are also areas where there are significant consensus, for example the expansion of RRI borrowing powers and increased budget flexibility and the ability of the Executive to carry a reserve. Of course, there is also a need for significant public sector transformation, and I welcome the progress that has been made under the Minister in terms of setting up the Interim Public Sector Transformation Board. The Executive must finally break free of the inertia which has stymied its predecessors, particularly in the two largest spending departments. That includes finally setting out a pathway to reconfigure and transform our health service as envisaged by Bengoa, and also taking steps to assess and reduce the costs of division in our education system and in our wider society. However, Mr Speaker, we are aware that even were all of these elements to be in place, the state of our finances are still largely dependent on decisions taken at Westminster. No amount of local revenue raising could mitigate the cuts which have been implemented at Westminster over the past 14 years, nor, I would argue, is it fair that people in Northern Ireland be asked to pay more and yet receive less. That is why our engagement with whoever is in government after Thursday's election matters. And I hope there will be a strong team of MPs from Northern Ireland there to advocate not just for fair funding, but to scrutinise our fiscal rules and to champion a fair and progressive system of taxation which properly invests in our public services. And Mr Speaker, it's important to say that despite all of the constraints and challenges, progress is being made in many important areas. A £25 million investment in childcare sends an important signal about the Executive's direction and priorities and will provide essential relief to working families. The £40 million announced for the pay and grading review for education workers represents significant progress for often undervalued workers. There are, however, also areas where more work is required. Whilst the additional funding for Lough announced yesterday is welcome, it does not match the scale of the problem, the ambition of the DAERA Minister, or I'm sure the Finance Minister, or the expectations of the public. Indeed, I remain concerned more broadly that climate change is not being adequately considered by the Department of Finance when assessing bids, and that a fundamental reappraisal of the draft investment strategy does not appear to have happened, either following the publication of the climate change legislation or the Economy Minister's economic vision. Again, I understand the time constraints in this mandate. I know that we are just back, but I hope that when we're talking about future budget bills, we will have made significant progress in these areas. Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate that when we debated the budget itself back in May, we were told by some that we should oppose it. That would have been an enormous act of self-harm, upending our negotiations with Treasury, putting at risk the progress made to date, and plunging our public services into even further disarray. The folly of that strategy, I believe, has been laid bare. If we want to be taken seriously as a negotiating partner and secure the additional funding in our public services, which we all agree is needed, we must govern responsibly. And passage of today's budget bill is an important step in that direction. Thank you.
Tom Elliott.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And speaking on this budget bill debate as Chair of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee, and I welcome the opportunities to speak on this bill. The committee is focused on working with the Minister and his department to achieve the best outcomes within its budget allocation. It is worth highlighting that the lack of a programme for government makes it more difficult to support and scrutinise the Minister's spending decisions, and scrutiny has also been hampered by having no sight yet of the Department's business plan for 2024-25. I imagine those business plans may need a substantial revision now after the meagre June monitoring allocation of £5.5 million, given that the Department bid was for £28.8 million, including £11 million for bovine TB programme delivery, £7.8 million for farm support and development programme delivery, £3.9 million for environmental improvement plan, which included the Lough delivery scheme, and £3.8 million for green growth and climate change. Mr. Speaker, it was of concern at the time to hear that the Minister was relying on June and subsequent monitoring rounds to meet statutory and contractual elements. We were right to be worried. The £5.5 million allocated would only cover half of the £11 million for bovine TB compensation. That is only half in the one bid. Clearly, tackling climate change actions and supporting agriculture have not been seen as areas of focus in this June monitoring round by the Department of Finance, or indeed in the main budget. The committee will need to see where this leaves the Department, particularly in regard to the statutory obligations that are not covered and the unfunded contractual pressures. This also means there is still no funding to reverse the 2023-24 decisions that were taken to help DAERA live within last year's budget. Moving on to the budget itself, I am going to quickly remind members of the allocations for DAERA and then move on to some specifics that the committee discussed with officials at our meeting on the 6th of June. The total net resource budget of around £624 million for 24-25 is significantly lower than the total provision for 23-24, which was around £764 million. The total net capital budget of £95 million for 24-25 compared to £97.5 million for 23-24. However, these allocations do not come close to what was bid for by DAERA, so although any additional resource is welcome, it is very hard to be hugely positive about the £5.5 million announced for DAERA in the June monitoring, as it won't even touch on the sides of what is needed. In terms of capital, the bids from DAERA, including the earmark bids, were £155 million, of which only 61.2% are marked as inescapable and pre-committed, and the total allocation is well below that required at £95 million. At its meeting on the 6th of June, we heard from officials that there are huge challenges for DAERA. DAERA bid for £95.8 million resource DEL, which was against the opening 2023-24 position of €155.2 million capital DEL from a zero base. However, it received only an additional €15.2 million resource DEL and €95 million capital DEL. There is also the €332.5 million of Treasury earmarked resource, which is almost 58% of the total resource DEL allocation. This means only 42% of the Department's resource allocation is funded by the Executive. The Committee heard that a number of resource DEL issues impacted this year. For example, the in-year significant funding of 2023-24 public sector, which did not roll forward to this year. We heard of contractual pressures such as pay and pensions, and also unfunded statutory obligations in the Department, such as the TB compensation and the Office of Environmental Protection. On a somewhat positive note, and I've looked for one, officials advised us that although less than 16% of its resource DEL bids were funded by the Executive, almost $244 million allocated would still allow a significant amount of business as usual work to be taken forward by the Department. However, difficult decisions have been made by the Minister around staffing and operating efficiently to prioritise funding towards his top two priorities of tackling climate change and protecting our natural environment. Members considered a range of areas of the budget allocations, and I will mention a few of those now. The TB compensation is a statutory obligation, and yet DAERA are relying on in-year funding. When pressed on this matter, the Committee were advised that if the €11 million bid wasn't met in June, then there were another two bites at the cherry in October and January. And if that did not happen, they highlighted that TB is a volatile disease and the rates can fluctuate. This does not appear to be good planning to meet a statutory obligation. The Committee raised concerns about the lack of indication of the cost for potential remediation options for Mobai, as officials advised that the business case has not yet been finalised and signed off by economists, and consultation of proposed options has yet to be done. However, we did believe that in a business case, the financial aspect should also be factored into that, which doesn't seem to have been done in this particular case. Members questioned officials on the €5.7 million for tackling rural poverty and social isolation and the Rural Business Community Investment Programme, looking for indication of the likely projects and anticipated outcomes. We also queried the budget for actions around Lough, including the Northern Ireland Environment Agency additional enforcement team to focus on hotspots in the Lough catchment, increasing inspections under the Nutrients Action Programme and delivering enhanced Water Framework Directive monitoring. We heard of an additional 14 posts in the Environment, Marine and Fisheries Group, partly to undertake strategic policy development in support of longer-term recommendations to tackle the blue-green algae. Members also queried the review by the Estate Transformation Division, looking at the 860 buildings owned by DAERA across 240 sites, with a view to any potential savings that could be made. To finish, Mr Speaker, the Committee looks forward to engaging with the Department on addressing its priorities throughout the year. And as a general point, I would highlight that although many climate change actions are being led by DAERA, there is a need for all members to be mindful of the relevant cross-cutting expenditure and its effectiveness on delivering the outcomes needed for the just transition for the whole of Northern Ireland. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I rise on behalf of the Committee for the Economy to contribute at this stage. I can advise that the House that officials from the Department for the Economy, alongside the Minister, have provided written and oral evidence to the Committee on the 2024-25 budget. Officials have also provided us with follow-up answers, allowing the Committee to track the changes in spending from 2023 to 2024 to the present financial year, and we're grateful to both officials and the Minister for their willingness to engage on that, Mr Speaker. The committee was relieved to note that the opening positions within the budgets for the arm's length bodies are similar to those of the previous year. Members of the committee were also pleased to note that funding for apprenticeships and skills have been maintained by the department. There were some unallocated funds within the budget of £11.8 million, but the Minister has today provided an outline of how he intends to allocate that funding in this financial year. And I want to again particularly welcome the restoration of the Skill Up initiative, which my colleagues previously introduced. I also want to welcome, which I did earlier, the 50 additional places that the Minister says that he will fund at Queen's University for underrepresented communities. Report after report has shown that at Queen's University those most underrepresented are those from working class Protestant communities, and particularly North Belfast, the constituency in which I represent. And I look forward to working with Queen's to ensure that those who get those places are deserving of them. The committee has also taken evidence of the need for long-term clarity in respect of the Shared Prosperity Fund, which has been used to support labour market partnership interventions. These continue to successfully challenge the unusual high level of economic inactivity across parts of our economy. The committee hopes that pending funding clarification from His Majesty's Government following the general election will ensure that these interventions continue in the next financial year. This House has seen some very welcome public sector pay settlements, not least for further educational lecturers, and although these were long overdue and well deserved, public sector salary pressures may well present a significant challenge to the Department for the Economy. Perhaps the Minister, in her remarks at the end of this debate, could outline how she believes that those pressures will be met as we move forward. In terms of improved public sector efficiency, Mr Speaker, the committee continues to look forward to the new model for the delivery of further education, contributing successfully to the 10x economic and 10x skills strategy. The committee was also recently informed of the Economy Department's submissions regarding public sector transformation, and we welcome those, particularly in relation to public sector apprenticeships. There was one proposal which the department were unable to submit this time round, but hope that it will be able to make its way to the Department of Finance and the Public Sector Transformation Board at the next stage. The committee felt that these measures would help to tackle economic inactivity and provide other stimuluses for the economy. Just in closing, Mr Speaker, the committee has continued to seek clarity in respect of AME expenditure and the revised RHI tariffs, and indeed the future of the RHI scheme. The Executive's recent statement on its legislative priorities reference was made to an RHI bill in the current year, but in my capacity as a member of the Finance Committee, continued correspondence between the Department for the Economy and the Department for Finance in relation to the business case seems to be continuing to increase at pace. So perhaps the Minister, when summing up, could say if the Department of Finance is now satisfied that the Department for the Economy has provided all information that is required. With that, Mr Speaker, that brings to end my remarks on behalf of the committee, and we will be, as a party, supporting the bill before us today. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Paula Bradshaw, Chair of the Executive Office Committee.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise on behalf of the Committee for the Executive Office. The Executive Office is an unusual department in that it has a relatively small budget, but it has a diverse portfolio of expenditure. This ranges from highly sensitive areas such as victims and survivors of the conflict, of historical institutional child abuse and of mother and baby institutions, to items such as strategic investment and the maintenance of the 3 overseas offices of the Executive. The diversity of the Department's responsibilities requires enhanced scrutiny to keep track of the different strands of the work undertaken by the Executive Office and to ensure public money is spent wisely and well. This requires detailed advanced planning on the part of the Department and time for the Committee to receive the necessary financial information, subject that information to scrutiny and discuss departmental expenditure in an open and public way. Public consultation on and parliamentary scrutiny of budgets are essential components of a democratic society. Victims and survivors of mother and baby institutions need to know that the resources are there to consult on and initiate legislation to establish a public inquiry into what happened to them and to provide them with the personalised support and redress they deserve. People working towards peace and reconciliation in our communities need to know when and how they will be paid to undertake the challenging work they're engaged in. And while we welcome the June monitoring round's allocation of £0.5 million of Central Good Relations monies, I've already been contacted by groups asking when they'll be communicated with in terms of when they will receive firm letters of offer. People living in the North West or in the South East need to know that the investment in strategic sites is efficiently and appropriately spent. How can the public be sure that the money is being spent wisely if the committee does not have the information in detail and in a timely manner? How can the committee receive the information in detail and in a timely manner if the department is uncertain as to how much it has to spend? How can the department know the extent of its finances for the coming year in the absence of certainty in budgets and monitoring rounds? Next year, the committee looks forward to a budget decided well in advance, fully consulted upon, with the necessary equality impact assessment. And the committee looks forward to receiving detailed spending plans well in advance to be able to fully scrutinise the department's expenditure. And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee looks forward to having the time and space to assist and advise the department on the challenges of allocating money to its diverse but important areas of work, as it is required to do. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Deborah Erskine, Chair of the Infrastructure Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to contribute to today's debate on behalf of the Committee for Infrastructure. As we all know, the financial landscape in Northern Ireland has presented significant challenges for departments to manage their day-to-day services, and this is likely to continue to be the case. As members are all acutely aware, the restricted budget settlement means that all departments are operating within significant constraints, which will require tough decisions to prioritise services and what can realistically be delivered. Since resuming business, the Committee for Infrastructure has received oral evidence on a number of occasions to try and understand the department's financial position and the associated challenges it will face over the course of this financial year. The Department for Infrastructure's overall resource allocation for 2024-2025 is £559.5 million against forecast requirements of £676.6 million. In terms of capital budget, the department submitted bids totalling £1.2 billion and received an overall capital allocation of £820 million. The committee is fully aware that the department and its ALBs face significant challenges across many business areas, which will affect all of our day-to-day lives. This includes maintaining our road network, our water infrastructure, and delivering public transport services right across Northern Ireland. It is generally acknowledged that some of these key areas have already suffered from years of underfunding, and that makes the current budget position all the more concerning. Our water infrastructure, particularly our wastewater infrastructure, is in desperate need of a significant capital injection. Through PC21, the utility regulator issued his determination of the financial resources required to allow Northern Ireland Water to fulfil its responsibilities. During oral evidence to the committee, the utility regulator noted that we are in a difficult situation with the lack of funding to achieve the PC21 goals. The committee was also advised that the utility regulator undertaking a mid-term review to evaluate whether the initial determination remains realistic, and we look forward to the outcome of that review. However, we must be mindful of the role that inflation will have had since that initial PC21 determination. Our water system is at capacity in many areas, and in others it is in desperate need of updating. This has social and economic impacts, as it prevents building of social housing, for example, and industrial and economic development. Investment is therefore essential, not only to support our existing economy, but to also grow capacity to help our economy grow. Regrettably, however, the indicative allocation for this year falls short of the requirements identified by Northern Ireland Water. TransLink will also face significant challenges to ensure that it can support the transition to move towards a decarbonised public transport fleet and reduce the amount of harmful greenhouse gases it produces. These both require significant amounts of capital investment in our infrastructure, and therefore it is essential that a multi-year budget is developed which would give more certainty to give departments that typically incur higher capital spend. Capital projects are complex and expensive, and therefore departments need to know that funding will be available in future years to ensure that key capital projects can be delivered. The lack of a multi-year budget undoubtedly constrains our ambitions to develop capital projects because of a lack of clarity of where there will be sufficient capital funding in subsequent years as projects progress. Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee received oral evidence on the 2024-2025 budget allocations at its meeting on the 29th of May. The committee was informed that ALBs and various parts of DFI had been asked to respond to their indicative allocations within 4 weeks, after which a consultation on the equality screening of the indicative allocations would be undertaken. Given that the budget allocation falls short of the requirements identified by DFI, officials were asked for information on the options or measures that might be needed to be considered in order to live within budget. In response, the committee was advised that no detailed information on options was available at that time, but would be developed after responses on the indicative allocations were received from respective parts of the department and its ALBs. The EQIA consultation was subsequently launched on the 11th of June. And it is disappointing that the committee received no advance copy of the consultation and was only advised of its launch the day after publication. Notwithstanding the severely constrained timeframes associated with this budget, the Committee for Infrastructure has a statutory function to advise and assist the Minister. Without sight of the consultation document, the committee was not aware of some of the measures being considered by the Department to reduce spending, such as the introduction of a concessionary fares application fee, before the document was made publicly available, despite specifically requesting details of such measures during the oral evidence session. And I conveyed my dissatisfaction with the situation when officials attended the committee last week to give evidence on the June monitoring round. The timescales for interaction between Assembly committees and departments details the process for engagement between committees and the respective departments in respect of consultations. The committee expects this to be adhered as far as possible, regardless of the circumstances. The committee therefore expects the department to provide a copy of the report on the consultation, including details on any proposed changes to the indicative allocations in advance of any final decisions being taken by the Minister. I have previously stated that the committee is keen to work collaboratively and constructively with the Minister and with the department. However, for this to occur, the committee has to be extended the opportunity to contribute in a timely manner. The scarcity of resource makes the need for Assembly committees to be actively participating to ensure that public money is maximised all the more important. The committee will be monitoring the department's performance through the in-year monitoring round process, through progress against its business plan objectives and against its end-year outturn. Furthermore, the committee will wish to engage with the department on its resource requirements for the next financial year at the earliest opportunity to enable it to engage more widely with stakeholders. It would be helpful, therefore, if the Minister could set out when she expects to be in a position to bring forward the next budget and whether that is expected to be a single or multi-year budget. And I will now briefly speak in my capacity as a MLA for Fermanagh and South Tyrone. As I've said in this chamber many times before, infrastructure is the bedrock of our society. Better road networks, building better capacity in our wastewater treatment and aiding better transport networks is key to unlocking more and better jobs, helping our economy, drawing down investment and securing even the most basic right in life, a roof over your head. Therefore, it must be taken seriously. Without investments in this area, it has a knock-on impact on other ministries. Schools and new homes cannot be built, and investors run the risk of pulling out of Northern Ireland without updated planning policy or without capacity in our Northern Ireland water systems. Delivering high-quality infrastructure will be the foundation of future growth across the United Kingdom, of which we are a part. I want to see development of infrastructure projects and the ideas that are contained in the Union Connectivity Review. And I know that my DUP colleagues have been working at Westminster to ensure Northern Ireland has its fair share of funding to see these projects become a reality. There are clear synergies between the Northern Ireland Connectivity Review and the All-Island Rail Review. The latter recommended that the Government provide funding and major project expertise for the purposes of delivering specific recommendations for cross-border rail. And in particular, I want to see the Infrastructure Minister ensure that Fermanagh is included in future rail development plans. Furthermore, our planning systems need fundamental change. And I know of investors that are hesitant of injecting cash into Northern Ireland for major developments or projects simply because of the time taken to get applications through the system. Just in the last few weeks, the committee heard from the renewable sector, and it was clear that the planning system was hampering applications for wind farms, and this could have an impact on our ability to reach our climate change targets. The Planning Appeals Commission through the DOJ is log-jammed, and there is an onus on the Justice Minister to seriously look at this. All of this must be properly and adequately funded with cross-departmental, non-siloed approach to ensure our government policies and legislation and strategies are funded and matched up so that we have delivery on the ground in each and every constituency across Northern Ireland. Lastly, I pay tribute to my DUP colleagues, mainly my party leader Gavin Robinson, who has been raising the need for Northern Ireland to be adequately funded and to see an uplift for quite some time. My DUP MPs were doing this long before others, when often they were lone voices in doing so. My party will continue this work, and today I support the budget bill. Thank you.
I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the chance to make some remarks on today's budget bill. This bill provides formal legal authority for departments to incur expenditure as set out in the main estimates discussed yesterday. And I will focus the substance of my remarks on what these estimates mean for the health service in Northern Ireland and all the staff that work across it. While some MLAs yesterday tried to skirt over the impact of their decision to support this year's budget, the reality is that the stark warnings that were raised in April and May are still as valid today. No one in this Assembly ever tried to suggest that this would be an easy budget. But what many people have taken some comfort from was, when these institutions were re-established in early February, there appeared to be a genuine cross-party assurance to put the health of our people first. Parties collectively committed to prioritising our health service and all those who rely upon, and in particular, putting our shoulder to the wheel to tackle its many challenges, not least the appalling waiting time position. Promises were made, but unfortunately, through this budget, these promises are being broken. This is a spending plan that completely fails to recognise the sheer magnitude of the challenges facing the health service in Northern Ireland. No matter how you assess it, there has been an abject failure to be honest with the public on the actual real-life impacts this budget will have. There has been zero measure of impacts and zero recognition that a funding shortfall in the health service has significantly greater consequences than a shortfall in many other public services. There are countless examples that I could list today of how this budget is going to make things worse rather than better, of how not providing a penny for pay awards is likely going to lead to growing demands for further industrial action in the autumn, and all the huge disruption that would bring. Or how, even after all the public statements, the parties are committed to doing all they can to tackle waiting times, the 24-25 budget didn't include a penny extra for cutting waiting times other than the 34 million that had already been long announced by the UK government. From presentations the Health Service have received, it's obvious that the Department of Health was asked what was deliverable this year in terms of additional efforts to reduce waiting times. And within only a couple of weeks, a costed plan of 135 million was produced. In addition to maintaining time-critical work, this Executive and Assembly had the opportunity to support almost 70,000 extra patients by delivering greater levels of outpatient activity, as well as focusing on the longest waiters. This Executive and Assembly also had the opportunity to reinstate a reimbursement scheme, like the previous cross-border scheme, but again, it did nothing. Yet brazenly, I still hear MLAs calling for the introduction of the very initiatives that they are preventing through their support for this budget. It's also worth noting, when some try to proclaim that this was the very best that could be done with the money available, that the Departments of Education, Agriculture and Environment, Justice and Infrastructure all receive proportionately greater increases to their general allocations than the Department of Health. The fact of the matter is that before yesterday's belated intervention with the agreement on the monitoring round, the Department of Health's budget has been cut by over 2% compared to where it was just a few months ago. And while some are still trying to refute that, I'd remind them that it was also a fact recognised in the most recent report published by the Fiscal Council. That is the exact opposite of prioritising healthcare. Indeed, even after yesterday's allocation, the health budget is still less than what was spent last year. At a time of increasing demand, rising annual health inflation is 6%, and apparently policy, on paper at least, to retain pay parity, it's clear something is going to break. And unfortunately, it seems that patients and staff are going to be those left at that breaking point. Seeing how the vote on the 24-25 budget went in the Executive at the end of April and then again in the Assembly at the end of May, I suspect today's debate already is a foregone conclusion. But I will still use this chance to urge those MLAs who genuinely are worried about our health service, as we all should be, not to support the allocations being confirmed today. Whilst I absolutely accept that there should be an onus on the Department of Health to make the very best use of every penny that it receives, ultimately, Mr. Deputy Speaker, MLAs must recognise that by tying one arm behind its back, the Assembly will be making the problems even worse rather than better. And that, unfortunately, is what this budget is doing. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, speaking as a father and a grandfather who cares about the health of the people of Northern Ireland, my conscience will not allow me to support this budget today, and I can confirm that is the position of my party. Thank you.
I call Joanne Bunting, Chair of the Justice Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak as Chairman of the Committee for Justice and declare that I have an immediate family member who works in the legal profession. The Permanent Secretary of the Department of Justice, Criminal Justice Inspection Northern Ireland, the Commissioner Designate for Victims of Crime, the Law Society, the Bar of Northern Ireland, the Lady Chief Justice, the Probation Board, the Chief Constable of the PSNI, the Courts and Tribunal Service and the Public Prosecution Service. These are just some of the people and organisations from whom the Committee of Justice has heard since the return of the Assembly. One common theme was apparent throughout these evidence sessions, and it was that budgetary constraints are having a massive impact on the ability of justice sector organisations to deliver vital and essential services. On the 13th of June, the Committee received an oral briefing from departmental officials on Budget 24-25. During that briefing, the Committee was informed that the Executive had around £1 billion to put towards pressures of £3 billion. We were told that the Department of Justice has been allocated 9.9% of the available amount, despite its pressures representing 14% of the total pressures across the block. That is of concern. Especially so because I said during previous financial debates, and as is evident from the bill before us today, the vast majority of the Department's budget is demand-led. It is taken up by the PSNI, the Prison Service, the Courts and Tribunal Service, and through legal aid spend. As a result, there's very little, if any, scope to reduce spend without impacting severely on the delivery of vital services. That message was reinforced to us during the briefing on the 13th of June, with the Permanent Secretary stating that, without additional funding, there is a real potential for lasting damage to the justice system. At that same briefing, a senior departmental official informed the Committee that under the current budget settlement, the Department will be facing pressures of £349 million, which we were told broadly equates to the combined spend across prisons, the Courts and Tribunal Service, legal aid and the Core Department. Such sentiments echo what the Committee has been told in various evidence sessions with justice sector stakeholders. We've heard many times, for example, that frontline police officers spend a great deal of time, sometimes entire shifts, dealing with people who have mental health issues. There's no doubt that such people would be much better served by mental health professionals, but for various reasons, it's often the police who are called. Indeed, we were advised by the Chief Constable that the PSNI is undertaking 500 ambulance calls per month. This is at a time when police officer numbers are at an all-time low of under 6,400. The recommended number of police officers in New Decade New Approach was 7,500. Clearly, these numbers are unsustainable. During an evidence session with Criminal Justice Inspection Northern Ireland, the Committee was told that its budget has decreased by almost 10% in 10 years. We were told that if Sagini's budget remains similar to what it is at the moment, it would not be able to conduct a prison inspection in 2025. That is most concerning, especially given the fact that the prison population continues to increase at the same time as there are ongoing issues with the numbers of prison officers. Again, as I said during previous financial debates, current staffing levels are for a prison population of 1,450 prisoners. But there are more than 1,900 people in custody at present, and that number continues to increase. It's a similar story for victims of crime. During an evidence session with the Commissioner Designate for Victims of Crime, the Committee was told that, and I quote, "Despite our numerous strategies and fine words, the sad reality is that when the system is stretched and staff and budgets are under pressure, it is victim care that suffers." Again, it is deeply concerning that victims of crime are suffering because of the financial situation. Likewise, during an evidence session with the Law Society and the Bar of Northern Ireland, the Committee was told that slowing down the payment of legal aid fees as a budget management tool has forced professionals to leave the bar or firms to shift from legal aid work. Indeed, it may result in the closure of firms. In no other area of work would a 12 to 16-week payment delay be acceptable for work sometimes carried out up to a year previously. We were informed that this disproportionately affects younger professionals and women, and that it could threaten access to justice for many across Northern Ireland. When briefing the Committee, the Lady Chief Justice, Dame Siobhan Keegan, in reference to the department's budget, stated, "There is now a significant risk to the ability to deliver services to support the administration of justice, which will have ramifications for the provision of fair and expeditious justice for citizens." In an evidence session with the Probation Board, it was highlighted to us how important a partner the community and voluntary sector is for the Board. However, it was stated that owing to the lack of a multi-year budget, organisations in that sector reach what was described as a cliff edge every 6 months. The lack of multi-year budgets was another key theme during various evidence sessions. We recently heard from the Public Prosecution Service that its budget has not been increased in line with the increased demand for its services. For example, we were told that the impact of new legislation to tackle coercive and controlling behaviour, stalking and non-fatal strangulation without an increase in funding has led to more delays in the system. This is unfair on already traumatised complainants, and we were advised that workloads for PPS staff have become intolerable. As I said at the beginning, it is clear that financial constraints are having a massive effect on justice sector organisations, and the Department of Justice officials painted a pretty bleak picture based on those budget allocations. However, the committee does not see its role as simply to hold evidence sessions and then to come to the chamber to cheerlead on behalf of the department. We are determined to consider ways in which the system and service delivery can be improved. That is why, for example, the committee has commissioned the Assembly's Research and Information Service to conduct a piece of research into the interaction between mental health services and the justice sector. This may well highlight areas in which greater collaboration may be necessary, or indeed identify areas of duplication in services. Furthermore, in the next parliamentary session after recess, the committee is hoping to hold a concurrent meeting with the Committee for Health in an effort to consider areas of collaborative working. We will hopefully be in a position to update the Assembly on that work in due course. The £35 million in additional funds, as announced yesterday, is undoubtedly welcome, but as a result of timing, the committee has yet to learn to where and how it will be allocated and prioritised. From the DUP's perspective, the worries and pressures raised by stakeholders in the sector with regard to the impact on essential services are shared by the Democratic Unionist Party. We are strong believers in law and order and a justice system that is blind and fair for all who find themselves dealing with it. And we have lobbied to ensure better and more efficient services for those who come into contact with it in any way. DUP members on the committee are exceedingly and increasingly concerned about the extent to which justice stakeholders are alleviating the pressures which should, in all reality, properly be borne by health. This is not sustainable and is far from ideal given the nature of some of the issues at hand. We are presently far removed from the right person, right care scenario, and the fact that justice is becoming a first resort rather than the last should be of concern to all. The repercussions are not to be taken lightly. It does not merely impact on the person in crisis, but there is also a consequence for those who witness and have to address grave and difficult situations for which they are neither trained nor equipped. Thus far, we have been unable to fully grasp the extent to which people are being put through the justice system when it is neither the right nor the best place for them. Hence, I am glad that the committee agreed to my request to inquire into this matter, and I look forward to more fully understanding and exploring these issues. Whilst it is right that there should be cooperation and collaboration, it must be strategic and not reactionary. To do otherwise is not always in the best interests of the individual or the person providing the service. On learning from the Tackling Paramilitarism programme that there is no single department who even holds a list of all the strategies in Northern Ireland, many of which duplicate on cross-cutting subjects, I have repeatedly sought to establish the extent of strategic cooperation and even discussion at ministerial level between health and justice and at the highest levels in each of these departments, thus far without success. Certainly we have been furnished with lists of ongoing collaborative work, some of which has been underway for a number of years, which is valuable and helpful. However, given the current budgetary status, surely now is the time to refresh the thinking and see what more these departments can do collaboratively as they are increasingly interdependent. Whilst I know we touched on the issue earlier in the proceedings, I would be remiss were I not to mention press speculation that the Minister is, and I quote, minded to appeal Mr Justice Humphrey's recent ruling. At the committee on Thursday, we were advised that a decision had not yet been taken, and the Minister has confirmed that today in this House. As the matter has been sub judice, we have not discussed it in full. Many current members did not sit as part of the predecessor committee and are not fully au fait with all the considerations. Speaking on the subject the last time there was an urgent oral question, I expressed my view that this was a matter of reputational damage for the Minister, her department and this House. It is now becoming something of a festering wound as we await the decision. In the aftermath, the committee will undoubtedly seek to establish what went wrong and how for the department, the committee and this House, because there are lessons to learn for all. But for now, I will say that when you're in a hole, stop digging. The law has been struck down, and we must weigh the issues and also whether a challenge involving significant amounts of public money is of merit and likely to succeed at a time of essential services being cut to the bone. We're in politics, and none of us likes to be wrong or to face criticism, but wisdom and good stewardship are essential. Before there is any doubling down and spending money which could be used for frontline essential services, the question must be asked, as I did, is the principle worth it, and is it of greater merit than simply spending money on existing need? Finally, I wish to move away from the subject of justice and on to an issue of significance in my own constituency, that of the proposed closure of Belfast Met's Castlereagh campus, or Castlereagh College, as it is known locally. I will not rehearse the arguments I cited in my adjournment debate from a few weeks ago, except to reiterate the utter folly and lack of vision of such a proposal. I will suggest again the poor message this sends to inward investors, that it begs the question as to whether Northern Ireland is really open for business, how it flies in the face of the 10X strategy and ill serves those whose skills should be developed and valued just as much as an academic route for education. Moreover, I submit that this is an appalling measure to suggest in this particular area, given the glut of reports promising to tackle the educational underachievement of working-class Protestant boys and the provision of opportunities for them. I've heard Minister Murphy cite that this is a matter for the Met, and in short term it may well be, but in the bigger, long-term picture, to even consider shutting down the college at such a time as this is an issue for Northern Ireland plc and the rebalancing of jobs and the economy. Again, for the good of Northern Ireland, East Belfast and my constituents, I implore the Department of the Economy to step up and step in to prevent such a short-sighted, discriminatory and ill-conceived scheme, and going forward to bid for the money necessary to secure the campus's future. That said, we will support the bill.
I call Mark Durkin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. During the last budget debate, I criticised, what I described as a lackadaisical approach to governance, presenting the budget without adequate time for scrutiny that effectively undermined the democratic process and our ability as MLAs to reflect and represent the needs of our constituents. The publication of June's monitoring round yesterday, just 3 days before an election, does nothing to alleviate my significant concerns around the transparency and accountability promised by and pontificated about by leadership parties. But ironically, the less transparency, the more people will see through what's going on. It's worth noting that grabbing pre-election headlines around funding announcements was deemed more important than doing what's right. Funny, a minister yesterday accused me of electioneering for quoting facts provided to me by his department in response to an Assembly question. The Finance Minister herself has acknowledged that allocations have been made at risk, essentially shoehorning a monitoring round before today's debate, not only just about sums this place up, but potentially places the impartiality of the civil service at risk. It really goes to show that the current leadership will always put political gain before people's best interest. But I digress. Getting down to the truth of the matter, this budget falls dangerously short on the most critical issues facing the North, namely child poverty and homelessness. The budget document lacks sufficient detail. There's no timelines or anything like that. I suppose we are waiting for a programme for government. Greater transparency and detailed planning are essential for public trust and effectiveness of proposed spending. A point made by my committee chair, Deborah Erskine. Speaking like she did to the budget's infrastructure allocations, I welcome the inclusion of large-scale infrastructure and long-awaited projects like the A5, or well, like the Irish Government's contribution to the A5, although questions still remain, and the Minister was unable to answer them this morning, the DFI Minister, over the small funding contribution from the Executive for this financial year, not only for this project, but also for the A6. Is it ever going to be finished? What we do know about the DFI budget is that once again it does little to alleviate pressures. It threatens the delivery of basic frontline services and safety on our fast eroding, our crumbling road network. For example, and without even dwelling on the Swiss cheese road network around Craigan in my constituency, it's difficult to spot a street in that area that has a road marking intact. We're talking here a very busy community with thousands of homes, there's businesses, schools, and the basic ask of line repainting cannot be accommodated. This top-down approach may lead to a misallocation of resources and fail to address the pressing needs at the grassroots level, or literally on the streets. Northern Ireland Water needs £1.9 billion to upgrade their infrastructure. The committee were told in no uncertain terms that without adequate investment, the development of 19,000 new homes is at risk. We could see widespread flooding, significant pollution to coastal waters and watercourses, a risk to public health, and the likelihood that hospitals, schools and businesses could have to close if their wastewater cannot be treated. Our rivers are being filled with raw sewage. In the face of such a bleak picture and a bad smell, it's really difficult to comprehend a £137 million allocation for this year. Reform and sustainability of our public transport network is merely a pipe dream. The public have been forced to foot the bill with mounting fare increases due to the Executive's persistent failure to invest in this key area. Both TransLink and Northern Ireland Water have had to plunder their legally required reserves, now dangerously depleted, to keep the show on the road, paying salaries and providing services. And then the latest monitoring round, bids from both organisations to plug these gaps have sadly been unsuccessful. Turning briefly to housing, it's of deep concern that B&B and hotel non-standard accommodation, once deemed as a last resort, has become the norm, and I've spoken before in the Chamber of the huge cost, financially, yes, but even more significant socially, of this practice. We welcome yesterday's allocation of £20 million for new social housing build. The dire lack of investment within the budget in this area was notable, and it still is extremely concerning. And I want to place on record our gratitude to the campaigning efforts of housing organisations who provided the actual detail on what this investment neglect would mean for this year's social housing development programme. The Executive owes it to every individual waiting in desperation for a place to call home to detail how many new social homes will be built within this year and if targets can be met. It's of deep concern that social welfare has seemingly been overlooked. The budget does not adequately address the needs of the most vulnerable populations in the north, with rising living costs and increasing inequality, I hoped to see investment for more comprehensive and targeted interventions to support low-income families, the elderly and those with disabilities. What is notable is, I'll come back to the L word again, the apparently lackadaisical approach to child poverty and the absence of the promised secondary welfare mitigations package tackling the 5-week wait for universal credit, the benefit cap and the draconian two-child policy. Ms Bunting has spoken of the PSNI's bleak budgetary situation that could see police numbers here shrink to the lowest levels in the service's history. These cuts wouldn't be acceptable or tolerated anywhere else, and given the sensitive, historic and current political and policing situation here, it's even more important to have a sufficient police workforce. This is yet another glaring example of where this budget, and it's the latest in a long line of budgets that fall short. Certainly.
I thank the member for giving way. The member has articulated, I think, very well the challenges and shortcomings. But could I ask the member when in his contribution is he going to get to the proposed solutions?
I thank the member for the intervention and listened avidly to his contribution that wasn't exactly replete with solutions itself. I've also read his party manifesto that is quite lacking in such solutions also. The failure to protect the rates support grant has led to a 75% reduction in its budget since 2008. This disproportionately affects less affluent council areas like my own home council, indeed like many here, particularly in the West, which consistently rank highest in the number of households experiencing rate arrears. Once again, I'm disappointed but not surprised to see no mention of rate support grant within this budget, but I would implore the Minister to work with the Communities Minister to seek protections for this lifeline to less well-off councils. In statute, the D-rating grant has received immunity to departmental budget cuts, and I think the same protections should be afforded to rate support grant. The mental health crisis in Northern Ireland is not adequately addressed in the budget, despite increased awareness, thanks in large part to the stellar efforts of fantastic voluntary and community sector, and demand for mental health services. The allocated funds are insufficient to expand and improve these critical services. The promises for parity of esteem have not been actioned or are not evident in this budget, unless the plan is to underfund health in its totality so that all services become as bad as the worst. To conclude, this budget was...
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank the member for giving me. Just wondering why he thinks there would be a policy to undercut health to such an extent, because it's quite an interesting concept he comes up with, and I'm trying to think of the theory behind it, because if that's the case, it's detrimental to the whole community and the whole society here.
Thank the member for his intervention. I don't, and I'm sorry if it came across as such, believe that any one department has been singled out in this budget for particularly swinging cuts. I have to say that's not always been the case. In the past, departments, including health, when it had a minister from his own party, was deliberately targeted by other parties, not because of the department, but because of who was at the head of it. And we've seen that happen to other departments headed up by executive ministers from smaller parties within the executive again and again. And that's something that we should all be vigilant of and be looking out for in the months and hopefully years ahead. So, you know, what it doesn't do, it doesn't tackle the core issues. This budget, I've outlined a flavour of those things. So let's not be fooled by empty promises and by half measures. If the proof is in the pudding, This budget leaves us with a bad taste in our mouths, but much worse than that, it will sadly result in many going hungry.
Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the progress of the budget build to second stage. We should acknowledge the £25 billion which Westminster Treasury has allocated for public services in Northern Ireland, which includes an annual subvention of around £10 billion from Treasury, whilst at the same time we continue to press for an increased allocation and a final fiscal framework which recognises the actual level of need in Northern Ireland as a smaller region in the United Kingdom. Yesterday, the Finance Minister announced additional allocations from the June monitoring round of over a quarter of £1 billion, as agreed by the Assembly Executive. And once again, the Department for Health received over half of the available additional resource. Whilst these additional allocations have been welcomed, we do note that the resource bids across all departments were for 6 times as much as was allocated, and capital bids were for 9 times as much. So notwithstanding these needs, we can welcome the confirmation yesterday of funding for the Education Minister to take forward his childcare strategy, for the pay and grading review for educational support staff, for special educational needs provision, and for other general educational needs. As a member of the Committee for Communities, I welcome the additional allocation for Supporting People programme, which supports a range of vulnerable people, including the homeless. Also additional funding for discretionary force support for the cladding safety scheme for the arts sector, and £20 million for new social housing, which will enable around 200 additional new social homes. Also, as a member for the Committee for the Executive Office, I welcome funding for the Communities in Transition programme and for good relations work. Mr Deputy Speaker, finance is essential for the delivery of all executive, ministerial and departmental strategies and programmes. Securing this finance requires effective engagement at Westminster. Therefore, it is essential that the people of Northern Ireland return a strong team of MPs to represent them, speak up for them and vote for them in the House of Commons, and I urge the electorate to do so this week. Thank you.
Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I do welcome the opportunity to contribute to this budget debate, and I want to confine my remarks particularly to my own policy area of health and social care. As a first step, I do want to reiterate my own and my party's priority for our health and social care system. I do actually believe, despite the political wrangling, that right across this House we want to see a health service that is fit for purpose and which serves us and our families in a time of need in an efficient and practical manner. And I think it is important to stress these issues when debating this budget bill. In the last few contributions, we have seen the political manoeuvring around the health budget. But I'd have to warn people, as someone who has been out on the election trail for a number of weeks now, consistently out, our constituents have very little time for this. And they recognise that there is a considerable amount of work for us all to do in sorting out what are fundamental issues for the health and well-being of our society. No, I want to make progress. I have absolutely no doubt that this is a difficult budget for all government departments. The health budget accounts for 52% of the total block grant to Northern Ireland. And in the budget allocation was awarded over 50% of the total additional funding that was made available to Northern Ireland. In the last couple of years, the health budget has seen a considerable increase in its allocation. Yet some in this House have tried to indicate something different by comparing an end-of-year settlement by a beginning-of-year settlement. I would have to say and warn members in this House, our constituents are not fooled by this nonsense and are quite clear that whatever the problems are in health, that this kind of wrangling is of little use to them. They want the issue sorted, and they are tired of the nonsense. I do welcome the additional 122 million from the June monitoring process, and as my colleague said, this represents about 57% of all the funding that was available. And I do look forward to the Health Minister giving an update on the impact of the additional funding, just as the previous Health Minister was so keen to give us his letter on the funding gap. And I do hope that the new Health Minister will work with executive colleagues in securing more funding from Treasury and not continue this kind of sham fight on this issue. As other of my colleagues have said, it was my party leader, Gavin Robinson, who started the work on getting a better settlement from His Majesty's Treasury, recognising that Northern Ireland was not funded on the basis of need. We do now have a more generous settlement, but if we are to rebuild our public services and really make them fit for purpose, it will take all of us in this House working together in order to secure that objective of additional finance. And that is work in progress, and one which I know the MPs from my party will take up with renewed vigour after the general election. However,
can I just interrupt the member one moment, if she doesn't mind? Speeches are tending and starting to turn into political broadcasts. I know what day it is, I know what date lies ahead, but there is no place for that here, and any vote taken here today will make no difference to outcomes in that regard. So could I ask people to stick to the budget debate and not events later this week?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I do respect your ruling. However, Minister, as you are here in this House, I want you to acknowledge that there is work to do with the Health Department to avoid the continuous underspends within that department. The Northern Ireland Audit Office report, published on the 24th of May this year, records that in 2018-19 the underspend was 32 million, 19-20 it was 69 million, 21-22 it was 25 million, and 22-23 it was 27 million. In total, 153 million, which could have been spent on health, was handed back, and that included 88 million of non-ring-fenced resource DEL, which could have been used for the benefit of our health and social care system. I think we all know that this funding would have made a difference, and I therefore urge you, Minister, to ensure efficient monitoring so that all allocated funding is utilised for the benefit of those on long waiting lists, waiting for care packages, or red flag cancer patients who have difficulty accessing prompt health care. We all want a budget that is fit for purpose, and I and my colleagues will not be found wanting in working to achieve this. Having outlined this, I also want to put on record that funding is but one part of a very complex set of problems and issues that require solutions in order to have a health and social care system that is fit for purpose. We do need a comprehensive plan for the restructuring of services. Our health ministers have been very good at telling us what they cannot do, but they now must tell us what they can do with that 52% of the total budget that is allocated to Northern Ireland. And we need to know what those priorities are. In this House on the 15th of April, I asked the former Health Minister when would he bring forward his plan on the restructuring of services for the health service in Northern Ireland. He told me then, it's on record in the House, that that would be in a couple of weeks' time. We still do not have that plan. And really, we in the Health Committee cannot actually hold the department and the Minister to account if we don't see the plan. We need to see it. In closing, I do want to stress that I acknowledge how difficult this budget is for all departments within the Assembly, particularly the Health Department. The Minister said, I think it was yesterday in the House, that health is a very personal issue, and it is. It is personal to each and every one of us, and to our families, and to our communities. And we need to work together to fix a system that is essentially broken. Too many of our constituents are on waiting lists and in pain. We on this side of the House will not be found wanting in working together with this House to ensure that we fix this problem within the term of this Assembly. And while this is an extremely challenging budget, we hope that we will see better times and better funding so that we can direct it towards those most in need. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I give my contribution from the backbench only because it's more comfortable back here, and no other reason, before anybody thinks otherwise. Mr. Speaker, I think this has been a good debate, I have to say, and listening to people, I think it's been really good, and people have expressed their opinions and their concerns, and they've done it in a good manner. And some of the things I've noticed is they have pointed out all of the problems that we have in regards to this budget. And then they all said that they will vote for it. Well, the Ulster Unionist Party will not be supporting this budget, Mr. Speaker, because this is a below-needs budget, and it was produced without a strategic plan or a needs-based assessment, no scrutiny, no public consultation, very well laid out, I have to say, by the Leader of the Opposition. But without a doubt, it produces below needs for justice, for education, below needs for infrastructure, and below needs for communities. Just a minute, just if you give us a moment. And it certainly is below needs for health. Health needs about 6% increase each year just to stand still. And it's certainly not getting that. This budget will create catastrophic cuts to health. And the Executive was told it would create catastrophic cuts to health before they took the vote on the 25th of April. They weren't told by the Health Minister. They were told by the health providers that it would provide catastrophic cuts to health. And the Executive either knew it and ignored it, or knew it and didn't care. But after less than 2 hours debate on the 25th of April, they voted in favour of a below-needs budget. Happy to give way.
Thank the member for giving way. Does the member recognise that this is a debate on the budget bill and not the budget policy? It's one thing to vote against budget policy, but to vote against this bill would mean the departments have no statutory authority to draw down cash and would actually have less money as a result rather than more.
Thank you. Yes, I'm perfectly well aware of what this debate is about. And for me, standing here at this moment in time, it's about the future of our health service. And when I go to the doors, when people talk about the doors, and I'll not go too further, Mr. Speaker, people are interested in what's happening in health. And things are not good in health at various different facets. So let's be clear, if you support the budget, then you accept the budget. And we cannot accept a below-needs budget that will have catastrophic effects. Why would we? We fully accept that in working with any executive that you need to pool and you need to share budgets. I absolutely accept that, but you need a baseline for that. At this moment in time, the baseline that we have for the budget for our health service is pretty catastrophic. Again, said by the health professionals and not by us.
So the cry is always to us is, well, if we're going to give the health more money, where are we going to take that money from? Where are these cuts going to go? From which department? And I'll answer that in two ways, if I can. As no needs-based assessment has been made, and we have no programme for government, I cannot answer where the money will come from. Nobody can answer where the money will come from, because there is no strategic outcomes been laid out, because we have no programme for government. And people could giggle all they want. They're making it up because there's been no scrutiny. They literally are. Secondly, I'm asking which department will give more money. And my second point is this. I never asked for any department to have to give up more money. I asked for executive ministers to stand together and say this budget isn't good enough, and go back to the government and say it isn't good enough. That's what I asked for. That's what we asked for, just to say to the government this is not workable, and go back to them before we agreed the budget. There was supposed to be a meeting of the executive on the 18th of April to talk about the budget, to discuss the budget, to make sure everybody knew what was going on for the budget. That was cancelled. So our minister only found out about this budget a number of days before the 25th meeting. And then when we had that debate on the 25th in the executive, it was less than 2 hours. And I rang party leaders and I asked them, please do not vote on this budget. Can we delay it for a week just so we can discuss it further? And they said no. And in the executive, they voted on the budget, and they voted for it, and we voted against it. I hear Sinn Féin an awful lot of the time saying, Tory austerity. Tory austerity. We're in this mess because of Tory austerity. And then they voted in favour of a Tory budget. Let's call it an austerity budget. They voted in favour of it. And all we asked for was, let's go back as a collective and argue the case for more. That's what we asked, nothing more. And I'll tell you what, we asked for a week to do that. And they said no. So what do we really think is going to happen here going forward when we get a new government? Everybody thinks that government's going to thrust its hand in its pocket and pull out an awful lot of money and fire it towards our executive and say, there you go. Not a chance. Here's what they'll do. They will look and say, we called your bluff, we gave you this budget, you made do, well, you can make do again this year. That's what's going to happen. We will be made to do again next year because we didn't stand up to them. And it's not just talking about the allocation of the budget. The allocation of the budget is the allocation of the budget. It's the quantum of the whole thing that's been given to us for the minister to be able to divvy up without any strategic outcomes. And while we did this with this below-needs budget, while we did this when we cut health by £184 million, when we cut health by 2.3%, when we did this, no more than 2 weeks later, the three same political parties decided to give themselves an increase of £250,000 to run their own party structures. Of course, £250,000 won't do an awful lot. That extra £100,000 that has gone to Sinn Féin to run their own party structures here won't go very far. That extra £85,000 that went to the DUP to run their own party structures here won't go very far. Neither will the £45,000 that's gone to the Alliance Party. That will not go far either. It's not a huge amount of money. Of course, it's not a huge amount of money. I accept it's not a huge amount of money. But if you're a charity and you rely on micro-funding, it is a huge amount of money. So sometimes you do have to stand and just say, I don't agree. And that's what I'm doing. I'm standing and I'm saying, I don't agree. And there's not a single person in this room here, not a single person here who I don't think wants to do the best they possibly can with the budget that's been allocated. Not a single one. I just simply don't agree with it. Yes?
I have to say, as a DUP representative, when the DUP took a stand to undo the damage to Northern Ireland's place within the UK internal market, and the Ulster Unionist Party was against that tactic, and you're now saying we should bring down the Assembly effectively by not approving a budget, not enabling departments to be able to make spending plans, to make procurements. Do you not see the hypocrisy in what you're saying?
I've got to say, and with all due respect, and I thank you for the intervention, but it's a strange old intervention, that one is, it really is. I'm not asking for anything to be collapsed. I am expressing a disagreement with the budget. But I'll say this, when you talk to me about your tactics about the Irish Sea border, did they work? Is the Irish Sea border still there? Has it gone? I'll give way.
Mr. Beattie, sorry, if you could resume your seat, Mr. Kingston, please. We're not going to have debate by intervention, that's the first thing. And secondly, we're not going to re-rehearse arguments about sea borders. We're dealing with the budget bill, and we'll return to that now. Okay?
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess you're right, and I was just answering the point that I'm not trying to bring this down in any shape or form. What we're doing is we're taking a stand on a budget that we do not think is right. We think it's below needs. We think it handicaps our health service, and we think that it will create catastrophic cuts, and we will not implement them. That's all I'm making. If people want to drag me into a different debate, I'm happy enough to be dragged into a different debate, but I accept your ruling, Mr. Speaker. So I will finish, and I was close to finishing, I have to say. But I will just finish in saying that I thought all the contributions were good. I think everybody made their points very, very well. But the Ulster Unionist Party cannot and will not support this budget now or later on. Thank you.
Cara Hunter.
Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to speak in my capacity as education spokesperson for my party. And firstly, as we've mentioned previously before, we are a constructive opposition, and I think that it is important to welcome things when done right. So firstly, I'd like to take this opportunity to commend the Education Minister on the significant amount of funding allocated for special educational needs by his department, and it certainly is heartening to see that he has taken this seriously and the energy that he has in securing the capital funding necessary to expand our special schools. And both he and Mr Robinson, who is a constituency colleague, have done great work alongside myself and other constituency colleagues on looking at the challenges facing Rossmar Special School and of course Sandalford as well. And on top of that, I do welcome the 43.7 million has now been provided as well for the pay and grading review. And you know, there were serious needs there to ensure that the staff each and every day who work with our young people are adequately funded for the work that they do. However, while there has been a welcome lift in these areas, there of course still remains serious shortcomings in the provision of SEN and other aspects of this education budget. In real terms, we've seen that Northern Ireland has seen a decrease in education funding of up to 145 million in the last 11 years. Per pupil funding has seen a decrease of 11%. And the 2023-24 budget was 2.5% down against what we've seen a planned raise of 6.5 in England over the same period. So evidently we know that Northern Ireland is the least funded region across these islands for education, and more needs to be done to ensure equitable funding for our young people and their futures. We've had some really interesting opportunities to engage on the Education Committee. I've really enjoyed it, and we had the chance to meet the different representatives from the Independent Educational Review Panel, such as Sir Keir Bloomer, who had touched on Northern Ireland has the potential to be a 21st century success, but only if it invests adequately in its education system. And regrettably, I feel this executive has failed to secure the funding necessary to build such a system. And yes, it does also remain somewhat unclear now as to how we can make meaningful progress without such funds. And I know I think it's really important in this chamber today. We have heard, I do think each and every member across this House does have genuine good intent, and we do want to work with what we have, but I do fear how schools are going to get on. I've been speaking with teachers, principals, parents, and schools are really struggling, and I will come to that later in my comments. We did see, of course, the pressure that schools were under after the cuts to our integrated schools. It caused significant and severe anxiety. Schools were getting ready to essentially have work done, and were told overnight the money was taken away from them, which was initially ring-fenced. So just to echo, I suppose, the sentiment that schools can only do with what they have, and when we pull money from them, it's like pulling a rug from underneath them, and they can't plan ahead, and it has a detrimental impact on schools, school communities, and of course our students. As the Independent Educational Review bluntly stated, an educational crisis is looming and needs a staggering £291 million per year if this crisis is to be averted. Currently, while there is great work being done by the Education Committee to advocate for the changes required, there is an obvious limit in what can be achieved in the absence of these desperately needed funds. Whilst it is often said that our schools manage well, exceptionally well in some circumstances despite insufficient funding, the failings are really now impossible to hide and are having a direct impact on our ability to deliver a top-tier education service. So what does that look like? I think the reality in Northern Ireland at the moment is we're seeing increased class sizes, increased pupil-to-teacher ratios, decreased subject choice, and of course a narrow curriculum and an acute shortage of available supply teachers. And one thing I think we all know as well as in our communities, we do have these incredibly bright, talented young people who have just qualified as teachers, and we do see the appetite to either go down south or go to places like Canada and Australia, and we've touched on previous debates in this House. We want to do all we can to keep them here, so I think that's important to keep in mind when we talk about the future planning around our education system. As recently as this morning, the Education Committee, in an informal briefing from Playboard NI and from the May Murray Foundation, had talked about the regrettable state of our play areas in both public parks and our schools. And we're aware that 22% of our young people have special educational need here in Northern Ireland, so we recognise the urgent demand and the dire need for inclusive play facilities to allow children the human right of play, and currently too many of our play facilities are designed without the consideration of children who have complex needs. And to remedy this, I think this is important. That the department consider this in anything moving forward, and that adequate funds are provided to ensure that our young people within their education, or whether it's education through play, are adequately funded, and that inclusive play is held as a priority. Moreover, we also heard as a committee about an issue that's on the rise is as we approach the summer months now. I've spoken with a number of parents both in the Claudy area and the Limavady area who are more rural based, who have children who have special complex needs, and yet they feel there's a lack of investment of inclusive summer schemes that can ensure whether a child has a physical disability or another kind of disability, that they can be included in play through summer schemes. So I think it's vital just today when we're talking about the budget that we really are mindful of disability and the additional money and resource needed to ensure that every child has the right to a good education and to play. It is vital that the department takes these concerns seriously and works to secure the capital needed to facilitate these schemes in the future. You will be happy to know I'm almost done. Furthermore, the Minister will be aware that there is serious concerns around the mental health and, most importantly, the well-being of our young people. And across the committee and across this chamber, we have talked about the cutting of funding to Happy Healthy Minds, which has been just the most devastating loss for our young people right across Northern Ireland. It really has. We're talking about a service which enabled young people who are in the most harrowing and horrific situations within the home, who don't even have the language to even communicate perhaps abuse in the home, and yet through song and dance and play and conversation, they've really opened up and shared what's going on, and it's been undeniably beneficial for their academic achievements and outcomes. So the fact that has ended, I think, is something that we need to take very seriously when we're talking about a budget. I just have the most deep-rooted concern, and I think a serious conversation, recognising that Northern Ireland has the highest suicide rate across these islands, that this budget needs to ensure we're doing what we can in a preventative aspect to ensure that we're building up our young people and providing them the counselling services both inside our school campuses and of course outside as well via investment through our health services. Additionally, the axing of the holiday hunger food grant stands yet as another serious blow to our most disadvantaged families who are struggling to meet the costs of living this summer, and my colleague behind me, Mr Durkin, had touched on so adequately about the importance of tackling poverty in Northern Ireland. We currently don't have an anti-poverty strategy. I think it's something we in the North really need to prioritise. When we look at the child poverty statistics, they're absolutely heartbreaking, and I think it's a failure upon each and every one of us if we don't hold that as an absolute priority. So just think that's important to raise here today, because I do worry about how this budget will impact children and young people overall. I know we all share the same hope and desire to build a world-class education system and to safeguard the health and well-being of our young people, but more must be done if this is to be a reality. And as we approach now in the coming days the general election, I feel it is imperative that the department engages with the new government in Westminster, and I would urge the Minister today to committing to securing the vital funds required to mend a system approaching collapse. Thank you.
Thank you, and I now call the Minister to conclude and wind up on the debate.
Gormargaret, Lascan Corlia, and my thanks to members, chairs and deputy chairs who have contributed during the second stage debate of the Budget No. 2 bill today. It's always useful to me as Finance Minister to hear the views of the respective committees and members on the important financial and economic issues that face us as an administration. I have noted many of the issues raised by members, and I will now endeavour to respond to as many of them as I can. Mr O'Toole, the Leader of the Opposition, had raised a number of issues, including in relation to June monitoring. Firstly, to avoid any doubt, the allocations agreed in June monitoring are not actually included in the budget bill that we are debating today. As usual, these will be reflected in the supplementary estimates later in the year. As I made clear yesterday, having considered the guidance, my view and that of the Department is that June monitoring is normal and routine business of the Executive. Given the financial pressures facing departments, it was essential that clarity on any additional funding was provided as soon as possible. Therefore, I am content that it does not breach the pre-election guidance, and the impartiality of civil servants has not been compromised. Mr O'Toole mentioned running out of money being used as a reason for the monitoring round proceeding. While the potential of departments exhausting their cash limits is a real and valid reason for the urgency surrounding a budget bill, it is not the reason for the monitoring round. The monitoring round was required to give departments certainty on funding available to allow them to plan effectively and avoid unnecessarily harsh decisions being taken. No, I won't. Mr O'Toole also mentioned that the June monitoring round provided no strategic plan or set out how issues such as waiting lists would be addressed. In-year monitoring rounds do not set long-term strategic plans. They instead allocate any funding that has become available in-year and consider any emerging issues. June monitoring round provided allocations to help mitigate the worst impacts identified by departments, and this will provide clarity needed to allow departments to plan effectively. Mr O'Toole also highlighted the number of cases where expenditure is relying on the sole authority of the Budget Act. I agree it is important that departments do take steps to ensure that this spend is regularised as soon as possible. I know that the development of a financial provisions bill, which is being taken forward by my department, will address a number of the issues listed, and likewise my department is also working on legislation in relation to the Fiscal Council. Mr O'Toole also referred to the RRI borrowing. I think a number of other members did as well. As the member will be aware, the Executive fully utilised the £220 million of RRI borrowing available to it in the 2024-25 budget. Moving forward, the level of RRI borrowing will grow in line with inflation until 2028-29 as a result of the financial package. It will be for the Executive to decide how to make best use of this borrowing in future budgets in the context of a programme for government and investment strategy. Mr O'Toole and a number of other members also rightly highlighted the important role that committees play in the budget scrutiny process, and I would encourage all departments to ensure that they fully engage with their committees as part of this process. Mr Tennyson and Mr Elliott both referred to the climate change priorities being reflected in the budget process. While some departments had submitted bids for climate change, given the constrained financial position, I did not ring-fence any allocations specifically for this purpose. That's not reflective of the priority I consider should be attached to climate change, but rather it reflects the intention to provide departments and ministers with maximum flexibility to manage their budgets. As climate action is so far-reaching, as Mr Elliott also referred to, it should be a consideration right across spending areas in departments, and I encourage my executive colleagues to consider their statutory obligations in the Climate Change Act when prioritising expenditure. within the funding envelopes provided to their departments. Once the programme for government priorities are agreed, which may include climate requirements, consideration will be given to how these priorities may be best reflected in the subsequent budget process. Any decision to prioritise the climate in the budget will, however, be a decision for the Executive in what will likely be a continuingly strained fiscal environment. Ms Bradshaw, in her contribution speaking as the Chair of the Executive Off Committee, commented about how the Department could plan effectively in the absence of certainty on its funding. And I appreciate the absence of a multi-year budget may mean departments don't have longer-term certainty on their budgets. Unfortunately, I am constrained by the position by the period of the Treasury spending review, as members will be aware, but I have expressed my commitment to multi-year budgets where possible. Departments do, however, have certainty over their budget for the current financial year, as was agreed by the Executive on the 25th of April, and sets the funding envelope for each department. The guidance is clear that this must be regarded as a ceiling, and departments must plan to live within this amount. Departments may of course bid for additional funding through the in-year monitoring process, but they cannot obviously assume that funding will be provided. Mr Brett, in his contribution, asked about how departments will be able to meet public sector pay pressures in the coming year, and I fully acknowledge the vital role of public sector workers in delivering public services on a daily basis. As the member will be aware, I got the agreement of Treasury that £688 million could be used in 23-24 to enable departments to meet public sector pay awards. However, it was clear to the Executive and to all ministers that in setting the 2024-25 budget, departments would have to manage the cost of any pay awards within the budget allocated to them, because the financial package did not have a recurring amount of money for public sector pay. Mr Brett also asked about the RHI business case. The Department for the Economy submitted a business case addendum to my department in November 2023. The addendum proposed an uplift in the non-domestic RHI tariffs set in 2019. Following engagement between my officials and their counterparts in DFE, my department has approved the expenditure associated with the revised tariffs. I'm aware that the Economy Minister is also working towards securing executive agreement to close the non-domestic RHI scheme, as DFE is the lead department on energy policy and the operation of the non-domestic RHI scheme. Responsibility for the business case rests with his department. Deborah Erskine, in her contribution, asked about the next budget, when the next budget process will begin, and if it will be a multi-year budget process. I aim to begin work on the next budget as soon as possible after the election, and once we have clarity around the timing and scope of the next spending review. As the member will be aware, whether this results in a multi-year or single-year budget will depend on decisions taken by the new Chancellor. Obviously, I have made the case repeatedly to both the Chief Secretary to the Treasury and to the Shadow Secretary of State that our preference is most certainly for a multi-year budget. I'm sure members like me have been following the commentary on this in the media, and it's not exactly clear whether we're going to get a one-year or a multi-year budget, but my preference most certainly is for a multi-year budget. Mr Chambers made a number of comments in relation to the Department of Health's budget, and I will put on record again that I wish I had been in the position to give the Department of Health more money in the budget and in the June monitoring round. Same with all departments. We are constrained by the funding envelope that we have available to us. However, I have to reject the assertion that health has not been prioritised. It has got over 50% of the budget. It had over 50% of the amount of money we had available to us to allocate in the budget process, and it got 57% of the money available to us to allocate in the June monitoring round. So I think it's disingenuous to say that the Executive has not prioritised health. And in fact, over the past 3 years of this current spending review, there has been a £1.6 billion uplift in the Department of Health's baseline. Mr Beattie in his contribution reflected that the Department of Health needs a 6% uplift year on year. It got a 6.3% uplift this year. But for all of those people waiting on waiting lists and those trying to access GP appointments, and for those people working in our health service, I do recognise the huge challenges that there are. And as an executive and as an assembly, I think it's really important that we are collectively making the case that we need to see proper investment in all of our public services. And certainly I will be making that case to the incoming government as soon as we know who that is. Mr Durkin made a number of comments in his contribution in relation to the budget bill process about the level of scrutiny around that. The member will be aware it's normal to obtain accelerated passage for the budget bill. It will always need to be taken through the Assembly by accelerated passage, as it must always be written to the Executive's most up-to-date spending plans. Failure to do so risks departments running out of cash before the new bill is introduced. The need for accelerated passage is in line with the approach taken in other jurisdictions for equivalent bills. Mr Durkin spoke at some length about the issues that have not been funded in the budget. I'm sure he would recognise the pressures facing our public services are very well rehearsed at this point, and it's easy to say where more money is needed. I'm sure we could all do that, but it's not so easy to identify where money can be found. We would all like to provide more funding for our hard-pressed public services, but the Executive must live within the funding available to it. The funding is higher than before due to the agreement of the interim fiscal framework, and I do intend to build on this as we agree a final fiscal framework. I have also been and will continue, as I reflected to Mr Chambers, to make the case for additional funding in public services. I think I have covered many of the... Ms Diane Dodds referred to the need to deliver efficiencies in departments, and I think that's a point well made and one that many of us would agree with. I think I have been on record as saying that as we are aiming to put our finances on a more sustainable basis, it's important that we look at all opportunities to deliver efficiencies, generate revenue, look at further borrowing powers and explore further fiscal devolution. And Mr Tennyson in his contribution also referred to the devolution of fiscal powers, and I don't disagree with him in relation to the need to look at that with some degree of urgency. He will be aware, and I know I have said this to him a couple of times in the chamber today, that I have recently established 2 teams in my department, the Budget Sustainability team and a fiscal team, who will be taking forward that piece of work. The number of officials in my department that work on all of these issues are quite small, and they've had an awful lot on their plate over the past number of months, but we are putting a significant degree of attention to both the Budget Sustainability Plan and being in a position to negotiate the future fiscal framework. But he will also be aware that we as an executive will have to take a position in relation to any negotiation around fiscal powers as well, and so I will be bringing recommendations based on the consultation of the work of the Fiscal Commission in the near future to the Executive. I think I have covered most of the things. Yeah. So, Lascan Corlia, I will now draw my remarks to a close. I have tried to respond to as many of the issues raised as possible. As always, the debate has been useful with many points raised, and I do thank members for their contributions. It's imperative that this legislation debated today continues its passage through this Assembly so that public services can continue to be delivered to our citizens. So in conclusion, Lascan Corlia, I would ask members to support the Budget No. 2 bill, thereby authorising spending both on public services by departments in 2024-25 and the excesses identified by the Public Accounts Committee.
Minister, and thank you for bringing that debate to a conclusion. Members, the question is that the second stage of the Budget No. 2 bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Try again. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Members, order. Members, the question is that the second stage of the Budget Number 2 bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? Members, order. Hang on, let me just check. We're okay, yeah. Members, order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Ciara Ferguson, Cathal Boylan. Tellers for the noes are John Stewart and Alan Chambers. The Assembly will divide, ayes to my right and noes to my left. Okay, secure the doors. Members, order. Members will resume their seats. Clerk, please read the result.
52 members voted, 39 members voted aye, 13 members voted no. The second stage is agreed.
Second stage is agreed. Please unfasten the doors. That concludes the second stage of the Budget Number 2 Bill. Item 4 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.